Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Time sure does fly when you're having fun. We are at the day 7 of the Regional Dota 2 series here in Southeast Asia, number 3, with Harry and Otomo to start off the day. Otomo, how do you feel about the group stage so far?
I mean, this is my first time in Group B, and I gotta say, I think we got the best game. We got the champions of the first RES versus the champions of the second RES, and they both kind of need points. They've made, I think, roster changes for Talon, and there's no guarantee that 100 points gets you to the LAN. So it's cool, and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that we're doing this game.
Yeah, it is. It is quite fun. So let's get into the schedule. Let's see what we have today. Sure. Which teams are going to be playing. It's going to be Team Tough versus Talon, IHC versus Manta, and Salvation versus Bleed Esports to end the day. I would say that we got blessed with the first series, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I said, we got the best two teams. I also like how the schedule is done that all the red teams are on the right and all the other teams are on the left. It's like, cool.
Is it red and other? Is that how you see it? Are the red the
they're
only
red and non-red. That is how it works. It's red and non-red.
Okay.
But yeah, we did get the best two teams. Although it'll be interesting to see how Talon performs. They did get a new mid, which is Mikoto has replaced Chuyen. A lot of people have been singing praises about Mikoto, so it's cool to see how he's going to fit in with a new team.
Before we focus on those rosters, before we focus on the series, let's just look at the standings of Group B at the moment, what is happening after just one day of it. Team Tough undefeated. Everybody else, getting those 1-1s. Bleed Esports, IHC, Salvation, and Talon Esports means that maybe Group B is going to be closer than what we saw in Group A.
I mean, it's only day 1, right? It's still very early to decide to kind of come to that thought. So no, I don't think about that. I'm sure we're gonna have a top 3. My top 3 is probably gonna be Team Tough, Talon, and then it's kind of tough. But I imagine Bleed Esports is gonna take that 3rd spot.
I don't know. IHC and Salvation, these guys are not to be underestimated, Otomo. But we will see. I do agree with you that Tough, Bleed, and Talon are the favorites, but the favorites do not always win, though. Let's go into the favorite of the day, our first series, the Team Tough versus Talon Esports. Those beautiful logos are gonna be right in our faces. Do you know what else is gonna be in our faces? The lineups. Let's see who plays for each of these teams and remind our viewers of the awesome players that are gonna be giving them entertainment.
Yeah, we have 423, Bob, Seimei, Tsukimoto, and Carlo being the team for Team Tough. Same roster they had the last time around. No changes here. Some interesting, picks that they come. 423 plays a lot of the Marcy carry and Lycan, which is not something that we see a lot of people. Bob's playing a lot of Dragonite. He's never lost with it. They actually play a lot of Marcy on this squad. they also played for Tsukimoto, so I'd like to see that coming out a little bit.
Yep, and what about Talon? Talon, probably one of the, if not the biggest name in the Southeast Asia region. Akashi, Mikoto, WS, Jokem, and Ponyo. I mean, when I look at this roster, this looks like an international team. You know, one that could make it to the LAN.
Yeah, wait, there's 1 sec, sorry. But yeah, they could. The Dota client shot up because the game just started. But yeah, they have some... a little bit different, right? Like Akashi plays Pudge, which we've seen DB play in the other team, and he looks really good with it. Mikoto's been spamming a lot of Puck, a hero that kind of feels forgotten. So I hope to see it in this match coming up.
Yep, and speaking of a match that's coming up, I think I heard you say that the draft is ready, so let's get into it here. Production will immediately show us that no gree, none of those medallions that save your soul or whatever are gonna be in our game, and on the other side, the TA and the Phoenix, so far, no surprising bans.
No. Imagine, I wonder if Talon Esports will consider banning Enchantress. It is something that Carlo is getting a lot of, he likes it. And as you mentioned, it's like Phoenix, Witch Doctor, Venno. Yesterday we saw Venno, and I kind of understood the hype a little bit because he was able to, like, there's a fight where he gets the ulti on one guy and spreads to all 5, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of slow. Not bad, actually.
So there's gonna be a Dark Willow being banned out. Poor Dark Willow, man. I'm a big fan of her, and did you just correct me because you saw the Darkseer on the other side?
Yes, I did it. I'm completely wrong.
Oh my god, you are literally okay. Otomo, my co-caster, the one that needs to make me look good while I'm making him look good. He just tried to throw me under the bus, and he was wrong. Okay.
Hey, to be fair, if the bus was working, we would have been able to run you over, but that didn't happen, and you were right. And well, they get rid of the Timbersaw. That's more important. Timbersaw, yes, Timbersaw gets banned.
He's even threatening me. I'm calling HR. I'm calling HR. Otto, you are screwed. As Timber gets banned out, as you mentioned.
No Clockwork though. Clockwork's still in the pool. To be fair, neither of these has either picked or managed to pick Clockwork in the past. Maybe it's always bad. Enchantress doesn't get removed by Talon Esports. As we mentioned, Carlo loves Enchantress. They say, let's get rid of it. We'll take the Clockwork.
Awesome. So now this does put Team Tough in a position where they have to ban out the SF. They're gonna pick up the Dragonite. Do you think a mid lane Dragonite can actually deal with the SF? Because we have seen some matchups that should go bad for a Dragonite. Him still coming out ahead.
Depends. I think it'll be fine. If this is going to be Bob's Dragon Knight, they haven't lost with it. It's 3 out of 3, which is again small sample size, but we're new to the patch, so getting 3 wins with the same hero at this point is kind of like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. We'll see if Team Tough, because they do give it to Samey sometimes, but I prefer it on Bob.
Yep, he is very good on the hero, which is, weird for Bob. Or maybe it actually makes sense, because Bob, what he tends to do is dive a little bit too much. Dragonite is tankier than most heroes, so you usually get a chance to actually leave after you do it. Or when he gets a storm, he dives too fast, and then you actually cannot follow him through with the rest of the line. The Dragonite, he needs some time to flap his wings and then get into the fray.
I think they're setting up for Undying for Talon Esports. Clockwork is probably going to be Jocam's hero, so Ponyo is going to get that position 5. Undying is a hero they played. There's Phoenix is gone. Treant is in the pool, but not sure. Witch Doctor's banned. Io's too early, so I think Undying is like, he's strong. You push that DK to the mid. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but that is what it will do if you pick the Undying 5.
Oh, let's see if they will. I like actually a Snapfire ban. That's interesting. We haven't seen much of that, and there's the SF ban. Yeah, understandable. I think Mikoto is a godly SF. Akashi plays it as well, so I don't know if Dragonite would have a good time. On paper, he shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't. Well, I think Venomancer is in the pool. Carlo likes it. Or maybe they'll take it tiny, because the support hero pool is getting limited. I think we what like 6 supports have been banned so far. There's not that much left in the pool for you to take, so you better grab whatever you can right now.
Let's see if they're gonna listen to you, Otomo. And yeah, I do agree though. In my mind, there's other supports that can be played. For some reason, people are just not going for them, like a Mirana, Bane. I think those are definitely possible to pick up. Warlock is also something that's nice. Silencer, Shadow Shaman, but they go for the Weaver. That's definitely a flex pick between quite a lot of positions.
I imagine so, but so far Team Tough, that Weaver has always been a carry for them. Maybe they'll flex it this time. The past isn't any indication of the future, but it does give us some clues, and that is that the Weaver is usually their carry. So we'll see if that's what they're going to stick with. For Talon, again, I'm feeling like it's Undying plus maybe Slardar. It's not. You're up against heavy armor.
Are we 100% sure that they want to send the Clockwork on the 4 roll? Yeah, I could see it's probably going to be a 5. Rubik 4.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be the Rubik 4. Do you want to take? Oh, of course, Rubik versus Weaver, like one of the best things you can ever have.
Exactly, you're like a better version of the Weaver for the first 20 minutes of the game.
And this means, do you want to take? Again, I don't feel like Slaughter is bad right now. If they want to take it for Talon.
Yeah, I feel like it's Slardar, Mars, or the Centaur, because all three of them.
Maybe.
Yeah, all 4 of them actually lane really well with Rubik. He enables them in any way almost versus any lane. But they go for the Lesh.
Okay. So take Akashi's hero. Oh. I mean, it is a lot of damage.
Do you think Akashi's gonna play it?
Sorry, Mikoto, my bad. I don't know why I say Akashi. Yeah, this is gonna be Mikoto's hero. It's always solid versus the Dragon Knight. If it's gonna go mid, you're gonna get farm. Lots of magic and pure damage as well, so it's good against those two who are... like Dragon Knight later on is tanky, but early on your health pool isn't that big. Weaver's definitely a small health pool, so you can burst them down. I like it. I like the Leshrac.
Right. I think now, Team Tough, if they reveal that this is a carry Weaver, you might get a Faceless Void in your face. Because I'm looking at Talon, and they don't really have a... They don't have any save for the Lesh, so having a Chrono to put over him to defend him actually wouldn't be too bad. But I don't see that Takashi has played any Faceless Void lately.
Yeah, same here. I have to check it out, man. You can just ask me. I got the whole list of what they've been playing right in front of me, buddy. I got you covered. But Team Tough, what do they need? They probably need... I mean, you want to take at least one support. You have to take one support, actually. And maybe an offlaner, and then you can flex. It's going to be the Pugna.
Not the biggest fan though. I look at the 3 heroes of Talon and I think, who are we gonna be killing the easiest? Oh, Pugna. Literally out of 130 heroes, this is the one that comes to mind first. I guess it is fast builds of 4 staff early on, but still I'm not impressed.
Neither am I. Alright, let's pair it up with some sort of offlaner here, right? Because then you can still flex the Weaver a little bit more. Offlane, do you want... I think you want something that's just durable. You already have the Dragon Knight, but why not, double down on the tank? Razor's in the pool, but you don't know what you're countering. Mars is kind of meh. I think Centaur. I'd like to see Centaur on Team Tough.
I feel like if you get a Centaur, you're gonna get a Mars to the face, and then Talon's lineup is so freaking strong versus you.
True. No, they did get Slardar. We mentioned it. I was expecting Talon would want it more, but both Sammy and Wiz played Slardar a lot this patch. And I kind of, again, I expected Talon to take it. Talon, they don't play a lot of Mars. It's not like in the hero pool. Maybe he hasn't gotten a chance to, but obviously it's a good hero.
And actually plays a lot of Marcy, though. I doubt you pick it here, to be honest.
Marcy, huh? Marcy with the Ags, that silence when you do the punching is not bad. It's not pretty solid.
Doesn't look that great to me. This is fine.
I take the Brewmaster. It's okay. I like it as well. So it's probably going to be the carry for Talon last pick. Team Tough, we'll see where this Weaver goes. And we'll see what Talon's thinking as well. Because their bans be like, hey, we think you're going this way. So we're going to make sure you don't get those options. And they're like,
do we have a chance of like Venge, Windranger, those types of position ones? I think with the Brewmaster, they actually do have the scaling to go for something a little bit less scaling on the side of Talon.
I feel like neither 423 nor Akashi play a lot of Windrangers, just not something they go for. You know what I think, honestly? I think Team Tough should stick to the Weaver support. Because there's not many options other than that. Like, what's the other support left that you really want?
Well, you play Pugna 4 and you just get a 5, right? So you get like a Crystal Maiden or something along those lines.
I guess. I mean, you are also, I don't say lacking lockdown, but you don't have it on two of your heroes on Team Tough. And Slardar and Dragon is kind of conditional, you have to be close. Dragon Knight's good, but close range. On the other side, it's Lift and Cogged and Split Earth and Brewmaster and his arsenal. So I'm favoring Talon a little bit more at the moment.
I think I am as well, and the last pick is theirs. No, last pick is for Team Tough. Okay, so they can actually equalize it a bit.
Depends on what they go for. Lots of, reserve time was being used. They removed the Troll Warlord, so they are thinking it's a Weaver support, or they think we'd rather face the Weaver as a carry or a support rather than this specific hero as a carry, which is another way to approach it.
I like a core Weaver with the Slardar, right? His damage up is actually going to be insane. Imagine you have a shard on both the Slardar and the Weaver. Slardar jumps in, Weaver goes through everybody, bam! You just destroyed him, right? So
Yeah.
I would like that, especially because you mentioned Team Tough. They have played the carry Weaver so many times, and 4-3 his activity on the map is quite high when he plays heroes like this, and it really does enable the rest of them.
That is true. Team Tough, now you mentioned it, they do play Weaver way more as a carry than as a support. You know what they play as a support? They play Doom as a support. And when I look at it, I'm thinking, Doom against a Bloodstone Leshrac, against a Brewmaster who wants to split.
If I see a Doom support here and it's a Slardar Doom lane, I think this Clockwork is gonna be ripping them apart. So I wouldn't want to see it.
I agree. Clockwork would definitely be ripped apart by a Doom support, because Doom support is super good, right, Harry?
It's good.
Right?
I didn't say it's bad, but you get they're together, two of them. You get them into the cogs. You just start punching those cogs towards them, doing massive amounts of damage. No, don't do it.
No. What happens is when you both get in the cog, you're like, awesome. Now we can just kick his ass. That's how it works. But in all seriousness, unlikely to see the Doom. You know who's in the pool? Spiritbreaker. Like, I don't know if Team Tough wants to take it though, because Spiritbreaker and Weaver against the Rubik, you'll be like, wow, Christmas, it came early.
Now we're gonna find out. If Talon get a hero that's naturally not that great versus the Weaver, then they might put the Weaver carry CK for Talon. I guess there's not much surprise there. You want to have a relatively strong laner versus a potential Slardar Weaver or Slardar Pugna, which both seem like very, very powerful lanes.
Alright, for Team Tough now, you see the CK. This is a problem. This is another hero that has a stun, buys an Orchid. The control is impressive from them. I would actually want to see the Weaver support for a different reason, which is that I do not want this guy to be bursted down, and he can be. What do you want to put? Maybe it's Sven. Oh no, they go for Alchemist. Wait a minute. Well, who's playing the Alchemist?
4-3.
Is it for? Oh yeah, 4-3. So I'm glad. I wanted to see this. I want to see the Weaver support. I want to see something else as a carry. It's gonna be the Alchemist. Okay.
Team Tough's draft rocks.
They do have a lot of minus armor, and you remember that you can take the acid spray, gives you armor, and I think that's gonna be very nice for them. The other side's got a good mix of physical and magical. So maybe you need a little bit of like a pipe, a Greaves maybe on Carlo. You really like Team Tough's draft more?
I love it. They have push, they have minus armor, they have ways of getting to the face of the Lesh. There's absolutely no saves on the other side for the Lesh. Talon is better because they should have better initiation with the Clockwork. But when you don't have any saves for the Lesh, I immediately am gonna think, is this good enough? Good thing for Talon is that Team Tough needs some time for their lineup to start working, for them to be able to actually kill you. So I think that early 10, 12, 13 minutes is gonna be crucial for Talon to get themselves an advantage.
To be fair though, Talon's also not gonna be that fast, right? Brewmaster offers seeing either, Earn to Radiance, the Spirit Vessel to Radiance, Rush Radiance. Either way, you always kind of like need that Radiance. That's when we see him really come online.
You can open up the map, right? You get the split, you get the Diabolic Edict, you push the mid and the safe lane tower. I think that's a necessity, and you stop the Dragon Knight from pushing. So just getting your objectives and stopping enemies' objectives, not necessarily getting a huge lead, just setting yourself up for success for later on, I think is very important.
You said you like Team Tough, but you're saying a lot of points that are good for Talon. So are you with Talon?
No, I'm with Team Tough. I see Talon as the favorite, but I'm loving this Team Tough lineup, and I think that they should know how to utilize it. This is the lineup that's gonna slow them down a bit, but with the amount of aggression that they usually have, it shouldn't be something that completely neuters them. So I'm definitely on Team Tough, and of course our viewers, they can back up whoever they want. It's gonna be made easier by this QR code and the 1xBet app with all of the info being there. Odds in favor of Talon, obviously one of the biggest organizations in Southeast Asia, is going to be favored by our sponsors.
I'm surprised though, because Team Tough, they won the second RES. They've made no roster changes. I wouldn't surprised the odds are that in the favor of Talon. And reminder, Bob has not lost a game this patch with the Dragon Knight.
You haven't given me your prediction, Ultimo. I know that you're trying to, in a very smart way, to dodge it, but I never forget.
Of course. You never forget. Well, since I love you and respect your opinion and you believe Team Tough is going to win, I have to go with Team Talon. You know, it's just like, that's what makes sense to me. It's like, well, if Harry believes it's Team Tough.
So both of these teams, actually, Team Talon, Team Tough. Though it's not Team Talon, it's just Talon, but we
Talon
can
Esports.
we can add it. So both are TT. Yep.
There you go. Oh, we didn't go through any facets, anything interesting here. What is the Pugna facet actually? Nether Ward restores mana and health. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Damage to HP 25%, damage to mana 25%. That's actually quite nice. Versus the Lesh, now the Pugna makes a bit more sense, right?
Yep. I mean, another you see, and I've heard some people say that this innate, that you can use spells and items while channeling, is also very good. I haven't seen the combination, but you can do stuff with it. You know, like,
can you use a Force Staff while you're TPing?
I imagine, I mean, that's what it says, so should
I'm just testing you. Of course, I know that you can, because I know every little thing, every little detail in Dota. We already discussed it yesterday.
Okay. Meanwhile, Brewmaster is taking Drunken Master. We mentioned that we see a lot of people get, take that roll out the brew or whatever it's called, bring on the alcohol. Yeah, bring on the alcohol. That's the one. And it's fine. I think both are decent.
There's a fight on the bottom lane already. Carlo is dropping low. He is going to be fine. Oh, Jokab, he really wanted that hit. Tsukimoto did kill Ponyo's career. Oh, with the cogs, is he gonna kill him? No, Fairy Fire. He's fine.
Doesn't even get the second kickoff, but very close. My. This is going to be the lane. There's gonna be a lot happening in this one.
WS, he's gonna be fine, man. That Cinder Brew plus this other facet that's not roll out the barrel with the Drunken Brawler. It's actually insane how fast he can be. But also, can we get the CS on the board here? Still waking up here. There it is. There we are. How does this look to you? Yeah, everybody has a pretty much the same amount of farm.
Yeah, it's very early. You often, like, even among the best and worst teams, you don't see like a disparity in the first 2-3 minutes. It's like, maybe a couple of kills here and there. It just, the gap gets more and more as Carlo does get a kill on Jokam. Oh man, we said it, right? This bottom lane is where all the action is gonna be.
Who said it?
We did. I did. Well, I said it.
Okay.
Top lane, between the Weaver and the Slayer, you do have a lot of damage, but your catch is just like the Slytherin Crush. And you're up against Rubik, who lift is really good. Akashi is kind of unkillable, so I feel like there's going to be less aggression here.
Really? Akashi is being smacked in the face. He's going to get the Chaos Ball, but really, Weaver is doing a decent amount of damage. Then go for the experience facet on the Weaver. Boo.
Good. No. Honestly, it makes sense. The Skitter Step is the better facet, just hands down, There is actually one thing that Hivemind can do this game the Skitter Step can't, which is if you throw the bugs on CK and his illusions, you will find the real one if you have Hivemind. Because he'll have a number coming out on top of his head every time the XP rolls in.
I mean, to be honest, with the Radiance and the Crush and the Breathe Fire, you're immediately gonna find out who the real one is. It's not like a PL or something that you really need help.
Exactly, but it's like one of that. You have to give it points, right? Because Hivemind is a little bit.
Carlo is dying there with the blood grenade. And 4-3 is going to get smacked a couple of times as well. You just cannot trade with these two.
These guys, they're really focusing on the action here. WS. Actually, WS got 15-1 CS, so he's doing well. But you can see 4-3 is not getting as much CS on the map.
It's
By the way,
okay, I guess.
and Bob, he's all the way at the top with this Dragon Knight. As we mentioned, he's unbeaten, 18-7 on DK. Just, he's got like, I don't mind what Mikoto throws out to me.
Yeah, Bob is having a really solid time. I mean, Mikoto is still farming well, but in terms of denies, the Dragon Knight is going to be ahead. That means you get level 6 first. And in terms of rotating supports, I guess both teams have something to play with. The Alchemist, gone. That is a big one. In the laning phase, Alchemist needs to have a solid time. He's not what he used to be. His laning phase farm is actually quite important. Ponyo?
Oh, no, he's fine. He's okay. One thing about the mid lane is that neither the Leshrac nor the Dragon Knight can sort of leave the lane for too long. You know, with Diabolic Edict, he's maxing out, Corrosive Breath on the Dragon Knight. You leave the lane to gank, you lose a tower.
Oh my god, the Cog's usage on 4-3 to prevent him from using the Unstable Concoction. That was a beautiful play from Joakim. He looked dead to me.
We're seeing so many good Clockwork players, even Castaway the other day. Not sorry, even, but like including Castaway the other day. These guys seem to really know. Like, within a couple of weeks, they've already mastered how to get the best you can get out of Cogs. It's very impressive.
If you've ever played like an Earth Spirit, it should be relatively easy. 4-3 is preparing an Unstable Concoction. Yeah, Carlo doesn't have any more mana, so he's not doing that much damage. But inside of the inside of that, what do you even the acid spray. For some reason I have corrosive in my head because of the weaponry, but either way, the acid spray is just so big, but still the Clockwork lives even through all the physical damage.
CS again, just very even across the board, except a little ahead, and the carries being slightly behind, but no one you can say is really crushing it. Ponyo takes a little bit of damage. Looks like Tsukimoto's trying to stop this pull, but it's happening no matter what.
Yep, you can't do anything about it. Which facet did the Rubik take? He got the stolen spells, have lower mana cost. That's actually cool, right? Versus the Weaver, because you're just gonna spam that Shikuchi forever.
Right, and you know, I was thinking like, oh, it's not that much, but it's like 40%. 40 at level
40,
1.
50, 60, yep, it's insane.
Yeah. Like you know, even spells that cost 300 cost like 150. That is not much.
Okay, Bob got his level 6. Let's see. The supports are in the vicinity. Every single support is here, so we're gonna see a fight, Otomo.
Yeah, everyone's like, alright, this lane is important. Luckily, though, it is going to be Leshrac. They lose Ponyo, but Leshrac at least gets haste ruin. But we'll see what he can get out of it.
A blood grenade on Bob. Are you actually gonna fight this 3 versus 2? Bob, he's standing his ground, and inside of the Cogs, the damage is insane. They will be turning around onto Mikoto, trying to kill him. He still has the haste, so his life is not gonna be the danger. Tsukimoto doesn't have the mana. He's just gonna get ran down by the Lesh. Even if you go for the Shikuchi, he will be able to have the movement speed. And there it is, Mikoto still running like the wind. Team tough. In a 3 versus 2 scenario, they still lose.
They're very well played by Talon. The haste ruin does so much work for them. Unfortunately, that sentry ward's a little out of range of the observer for Talon, but you don't care. You know, you just got a big kill on Bob, and suddenly he's not looking. He was dominating the lane, but you know, now you're okay. You're like, yeah, we're ahead of him. Good job by Mikoto. I can see why really they hired this guy.
Yeah, I can see why they hired somebody to get some magic done, so that they find the perfect rune at the perfect time. Any other rune doesn't do what this accomplished.
Right, it happens. It's gonna be Spirit Vessel for the Brewmaster. Kind of necessary, does delay your radiance, but it is needed. You're up against Alchemist, Dragon Knight, even Slardar. There's a Pugna heal on top of it. Like, it does so much, the Spirit Vessel. So I commend him for going for it. Whoa! Oh, okay, alright, my mistake, sorry.
Akashi has been caught. The minus armor is there. You don't have the corrosive haze just yet, but still you're getting quite low. Akashi is turning around to smack Tsukimoto a couple of times.
A couple of hits. Smash that bug. Make sure he knows where he stands. Ponyo's suffered a bit net worth though. It's not too bad if he gets that level 6 early on farm lane.
There's the split, so Carlo will be the first one fall. Actually, he's surviving now that the crab gets purged off immediately, but Joakim underneath the tower, he's taking so much damage, and finally the tower will finish him off while they lose Carlo to the split. WS, however, is going to be losing that one fairly soon, and Tsukimoto, he's still alive, as well as the Unstable Concoction being charged up, but looking towards the Rubik 4-3. No, he's going to stun himself. A mistake made. Tsukimoto, he has some sticks. A couple of more attacks, so WS should take him out, and there it is with the Cinder Brew. He takes more than in enough damage for WS to get a double kill. The greed again. Alchemist wanted to kill in the Rubik. If he just used the unstable concoction on this Brewmaster, his bug would have lived.
You know what's the problem right now for Team Tough is that their support duo is not very threatening early on. Like, yeah, Weaver's got some damage, but you got no lockdown. Same thing with the Pugna. And you're both very fragile if you are out of position. I think Talon Esports has been exploiting that very nicely.
Yep. They go where they know that a core is isolated, and then there's gonna be a limited lockdown for sure, right? Once cores of Team Tough start playing together, that's not gonna be an issue. But at the moment, it definitely is.
And Tsukimoto, he's gone for the urn, so he wants to get a Vessel, standard item. Vessel is finished on WS though, so all that region feels a little bit less useful. WS, he's going bottom. Does he really want to kill 423?
He's gonna attempt to do it. There is a Chemical Rage plus 21 charges, but look at this. The cavalry's running, Otomo.
Well, he is a... Wait, Lestrak is not really a horse, he's a goat. Does he still count as cavalry?
He's a goat. Isn't he a pony? Everybody calls him a disco pony. Ponies are
Yeah, but he's not... No, I'm sure... Is he a horse or is he a goat? I think he's like half goat.
Okay, I'm not even gonna go with you there. Disco pony.
That's
pony.
that's what they... Tsukimoto's coming. The ant is in trouble. Walks into Joe Cam, but they have any vision? No rocket.
He's
but
gone.
They find him anyway.
I mean, it's only level 2 Shikuchi. It takes a lot of time for it to cool down.
Interesting skill build from Joe Cam. We're seeing a lot of people max out the cogs, but he's going for max barrier assault with 2 points in the cogs. I think this is the more like reliable way to play it. Not the other one either.
Considering how well he is kicking those cogs, I feel like he could do it. Takashi has been marked by the Kurosi. He has no ulti at the moment to remove it. They annihilate him in a second. So much minus armor here from Team Tough.
That minus armor is going to be a problem whenever a fight happens near Roshan. They win it for Team Tough. Acid Spray, Corrosive Haze, and Bugs. Roshan can be easily killed in, like, I won't say right now, but the next few minutes with a couple of items, they can get him.
It's a 1k goal lead for Team Tough at the moment, considering they have an Alchemist. It's kind of expected. I'm just trying to see if Talon have accomplished what they need. They only took down one tower. They lost a tower of their own. I don't know if you're too happy about how the game is going if you're Talon. I don't know how you feel about the current state of the game.
The win percentage favors Talon. 57% says Talon. Which again, they are 2,000 gold behind. That's the Alchemist factor. Akashi is a little under farm, but he can recover. And between the two, I think you get way more value out of a CK. 1 gold on CK is worth way more than 1 gold on an Alchemist.
Really? With the corrosive weaponry and the radiance that's gonna come out?
Yes, still believe that. And mid lane, looks like Talon, they are starting to make that move, being like, alright, let's get some things going, let's get a tower for us. Second tower of the game.
Will they though? They are keeping the siege creep alive for a long period of time, but I guess into the split, it's almost impossible to fight.
Yep. You know what I always like to see is how many shovels each team gets. It's a small thing, but I feel like if you have 2-3 shovels on your side, you are able to get so many extra bounty ruins, healings and mangoes. Like, it's very useful to keep that aggression going.
It shows if they are hardworking or if they're just lazy and don't want to dig.
Right. It's like, dig for your gold, boy. And it's like, alright, I'll do it. WS is crushing it this game. On this Brewmaster, he is amazing. He has the Spirit Vessel. I expect him to have the Radiance at like the 14-minute mark.
What? On the Brewmaster?
Yeah.
How? He has 700 gold.
He's... Oh, right. I thought he bought the Radiance... sorry, the Rail for adjustment. You're right. Yeah, probably like... 15, 16 minutes. He's farming quick, and I think he's gonna get a kill in the meantime.
I cannot believe that Ponyo is still alive. This Rubik has been surviving barely for a couple times in this game, and now it happens once again. He's also level 6. The Dragonite still wants him, won't find him.
Jumps in. Unfortunately, there's nothing there. WS, he's farming on the enemy side of the map, so he's denying the Alchemist some of that net worth that he'd love to get.
The Orchid is done on the Slaughter, which is a huge deal. Now you can actually go and fight the Brewmaster, because you have the means to kill him.
Agreed. It's a tanky Brew though, with the Talisman of Evasion that does add up. It's a lot of physical damage on Team Tough, as people are starting to go bottom here.
CK is completely isolated and he's in the death carry camp. Yeah, the CK
might
is
be
in
dead.
trouble. Here comes 423. He needs to get that concoction off, and it's gonna be so much damage with the minus armor. They do mark him. Silence as well. Pugna damage should be more than enough. Stolen Shikuchi. Armlet toggle. He's fine. Nicely done by the CK. Actually survives through it, and now the chase is on with the Stolen
Good hook
Shikuchi.
shot.
Ponyo is a problem. The hook shot finds the Alchemist. Now they're just gonna be kicking him around,
The
throwing around
vessel.
the Alchemist. They have the vessel. He's gonna die just before he finishes his Radiance. A catastrophic time to lose his life. The move from Team Tough, they had a good idea. Execution just wasn't there. Just got baited.
I honestly was thinking that Team Tough was going to go for Roshan rather than Akashi. I was like, wow, you guys are all here. Yes, it's early, but you have the lineup for it. But no, they went for Akashi. Doesn't get the kill. He had that healing Lotus keeping him healthy as well, along with the armlet toggle. And this is the problem. No lockdown on Pugna. No lockdown on Weaver. You're struggling to get those kills. Fukimoto.
Oh, he just went into a very uncomfortable situation. He does get the time lapse off. All of his HP is back. However, doesn't get what he came for, and that was the Wisdom Rune. WS loses his life. Okay, that's a little bit too deep to be versus an Orchid plus Blink on the other side.
A little bit unfortunate. You're kind of looking at this guy. He is the biggest force in the game right now. Him losing his life. I mean, he doesn't have his ultimate, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jokam.
That is a dead Carlo, unless some help does come. Bob coming from the side, Dragon Tail onto the Lesh. Mikoto is dropping low. This is very dangerous for Mikoto. He does have a illusion rune, but he does not remove the bug. This minus armor is actually insane. Ponyo could be next on him. He got silenced, but gets the Shikuchi off in time, and also steals a new one, so it got refreshed.
Nicely done by Ponyo, but overall, a bit of a, I would say the first big loss for Talon. Losing Mikoto like that just to get Carlo. You saw the fast at work. He was actually healing a decent amount throughout that fight because of the magic, all the magic spells being used by Leshrac.
Yep, it's actually quite a decent amount of damage. Not all of the heroes on Talon spells are worth a lot, but Lesh just continues pumping it out, and it really can add up.
And it has base damage. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize that happened, but
The
it's only level
words?
2.
Yeah.
It has base damage now, which is crazy.
It has had base damage for quite some time. They changed it up.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Pug now, so it's, you know, it's info for me. It's not a whole lot of base damage, but it's still good. And yeah, just able to get a few of those lightning procs. Only level 2, so it gets almost twice as good by the time it's maxed out. Oh, sorry, more like 50% actually, not twice as good.
The Alchemist is starting to ramp up that gold. He probably used the promo code 1XRLG SEA because it's getting too good for him. 130% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below. Ponyo and Joakim, they do find the Slardar with WS being in the vicinity. They also dodge his crush completely. There will be an acid spray with Seimei standing his ground. They did mark WS with the silence as well. If they take him down before the split, they won't, however. It's not going to be a great fight. Now turning it around onto the Alchemist. 4-3, however, no Spirit Vessel on him, so he should be fine. Shikuchi of the Rubik, allowing him to run away, and the Pugna getting some hits, but he's still gonna be fine. And actually, they bring him down through his split. He was just way too deep. Beautiful usage of the cogs. Jokam is gonna be kicking them around with 4-3. Coming forward, he's gonna get the unstable concoction, full duration onto the CK. Goodbye, and they can't do anything. They don't have the Spirit Vessel. They're just gonna get ran down. Mikoto is next on the menu. Tsukimoto won't get close, but he'll get the kill. As they do clean up house. The Rubik running around with a stolen Shikuchi is the only one that lives.
It was a good start. You get the kill on Slaughter, a very valuable target. And then Talon Esports just one by one. WS a little too far. He loses all his brewlings like that. And then, you know, Jokam also loses his life. And you're like, all right, Mikoto. Akashi was farming way too long in that area. I thought he'd be retreating earlier. It's like, all right, we got Seimei. That's good. They can't actually threaten 4-2-3. Why? Because he splits, no Spirit Vessels being used.
Yep, if the Spirit Vessel was used, then maybe you start attacking him. But even then, the damage output that they did in that fight was very limited.
I mean, it's look at it's mostly Pugna. You know, he throws 2 Nether Blasts on all 4 pandas and just Akashi's farming. Like, dude, the greed. This is not the time for it, buddy.
Yeah, 43 would have stunned himself, and then who knows what would have happened in that fight. But really, that's the difference with one team having the Radiance, the other one doesn't.
That's true. I was thinking that WS has it, but still no. 17 minutes in. A bit of a late one.
Yep.
It's the price you pay when you go for a Spirit Vessel. You have to get it, but it delays your Radiance by so much.
The thing is, when you do get it, you need to be very careful of how you approach. It's better to threaten the enemies and... Oh boy, Mikado is dead again. There's absolutely no chance that you're getting out of this one alive. He has the Yule Scepter that he will never get the chance to use. I haven't seen him use this Yule Scepter at all in the game.
Same. I think he's saving it to throw on like the Alchemist. They've been able to use it a couple of times to prevent him from getting the stun off, but again, I haven't seen it either. I've seen it with like the Cyclone from Brewmaster, things like that.
This is going to be a very fast Roche. There is no split. There is no... Okay, split is going to be up, so maybe they can get there in time. Also, Radiance is down on the Brewmaster. No, it's too fast.
By the way, what do we have? Mage Slayer. Love the Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight. You hit the Leshrac, you are able to really neuter what he can do in this game. So very nicely done by Bob. I mean, I've said before, but he is good with this hero.
Yep, he's insane. It's looking great. That's why you went against Team Tough, right?
No, it's just because it's like, well, Harry went for them. You know, I gotta make him look good by giving him the easy way.
Thank you, Ultimo. You are the best co-caster in the world.
Yeah, yes, that's totally what I'm going for. As WS, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, might. Or is in the biggest trouble. Actually, there's a save from the Clockwork. No, it's not gonna be enough. It's only a Pavis, if I saw correctly. Yep. So if it was a Solar Crest, maybe he lives through the damage.
I imagine the Orchid damage is actually magical, isn't it? So
yeah, with Solar Crest protects you, right?
No, Solar Crest is physical. It's the Orchid
Pavis is physical.
Both of them are physical.
What? Why would?
Yeah, they both get it's a physical shield regardless.
400 HP barrier. Okay, so Ottomo, next time please ask me. Solar Crest.
No,
it's a 400 HP barrier.
It's physical. Trust me, I've seen it work. It is actually a physical one.
Dude, it says HP barrier for Pavis. It says physical damage barrier. So
I know, but they worded it wrong. All right, we'll check after this. I'm fairly sure it wouldn't have made any difference, but in the end, Slardar, you know, they get a good kill. That's what matters. Can you imagine? WS is like, well, you didn't give me the right barrier, boy.
Well, Akashi, he's stealing the Tormentor almost at the cost of both his and Ponyo's life. But it will be fine. They get the shard. It does go to Jokam, so they will be getting a jetpack.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Illusion.
I'm reading the thing. It's physical damage. Look, like in the Liquipedia, it says physical damage barrier.
Okay, Silence onto WS, still coming forward. They will pull Same in. There's the Chaos Bolt. Silence onto the Pugna as well. Clockwork coming in, but here's the Alchemist. That's the big dude. Nice split just in time before the stun connected. Could have been quite bad. Carlo, he's sucking on this CK, and in the end, he'll still get stunned up and die. As Rubik will be next to the menu. They have the Yules to protect himself, but very soon he's going to be taken out. Look at that. The Alchemist actually pulled into the base. WS is going to be losing his split in a second, and now will be found immediately. Dragon Tail to the face, and a couple of hits from 4-3 will secure that kill as well. Talon again gets completely overwhelmed, and now it is gonna be their Tormentor that gets stolen plus the Wisdom Rune.
The numbers they're bringing on Team Tough, they're so much more durable. It's Slardar, Alchemist, and Dragon Knight with the Pugna heal. There's a lot of minus armor, so your durability is significantly reduced on Talon's side. Team Tough looking, and I mentioned again that Mage Slayer it neuters the Leshrac, it makes him irrelevant.
Yep, he is literally healing the enemies more through the Nether Ward than the damage he's doing.
And even another point of that is that you have like the Radiance, which means CK's illusions aren't that good. He's going for Manta. That's not going to be too good against the Radiance either, but he needs it. And I love it. I was saying like Carlo might need to get like a Greaves and a Pipe. He has his mech. He's going to the Greaves. I love this decision by Carlo.
Yep, you basically survive a little bit longer in the fight for Team Tough, and Talon are not going to be able to fight you. With all of the minus armor, also, the Alchemist did take the Acid Spray grants armor to your guys as well. You just cannot kill anybody if you're Talon.
It's just they're bringing like more numbers, right? We all have more armor, more magic resistance. We reduce your damage as well, reduce your armor, and it's like, we're in trouble. We are in trouble on Talon. The way to come back might be like through some sort of split push. If Ponyo has Shikuchi, that's kind of nice, but
they suck at split push though.
Right? That's the thing. Like your best split pusher is a Rubik with stolen Shikuchi. How good is that?
Which he doesn't have at the moment, so
if you use the Leshrak or use Akashi, there's a risk that they'll die. And you just can't afford to throw their lives away like
It's almost
like
certain that they're gonna die. They have a Bloodstone on the Lesh, so maybe
That's a big deal.
he's gonna be able to live through the damage of Team Tough. But it does seem very much like it's not gonna happen. And the high ground push is happening with 25 seconds left on the Aegis. They really want to apply pressure on this tower.
I like it. You know, I feel like right now the game is sometimes
They got
takes
it.
too long to go high ground. We have the advantage. Just do it.
Yeah, hook
John,
shot
good
onto
jump
the
in.
Dragon Knight. They do have BKBs,
Oh,
however,
it's
he
done.
doesn't get it off. Oh, look at the Pugna with the shard, just sucking down everybody. Bob finishes off Jokam. You're fighting in a 4 versus 5 with the Aegis being on the Alchemist, though. They're not gonna allow him to heal through it. The Aegis, it will expire. No, they don't stop the regen, so he gets his HP back up to full.
I am baffled that they make it out like that on Team Tough. You know, you were able to get 2 people inside the cogs with the Alchemist and the Dragon Knight with the Split Earth on top, but the damage is so damn lacking.
And the Alchemist didn't
they
even
just-
want to pop his BKB. That's how confident he was.
It's like, get me, you know, make me use my Aegis, then I'll use the BKB. That's basically how he was thinking.
The smoke from Talon, they want to make something happen right now, but looking at the positioning of on T-Tough, you can maybe get 1 support kill from what it seems at the moment.
Brewmaster can't fight, so he's just gonna be pushing bottom. The rest of Talon, they're looking for anyone they can catch. Orchid on the Chaos Knight.
Maybe the Weaver can
Yes.
die? Yeah, okay, they got him.
Nice kill. Okay, there you go.
Is it good enough, though?
It's something. Look at the gold. You get almost that Weaver kill. You get him off the map. You know, maybe you can snowball out of it. I don't think it's just good enough by itself. Like, you want more than this.
Yep. They need to control more of the map, but Talon just didn't set themselves up for success all that much. They only took down 2 towers throughout the entirety of this game. Okay, 3, the top tier one. They die as well. Nice blink away from Seimei. The Reality Rift, even with better cast animation, it wasn't good enough.
Nope, it wasn't. The fact that the damage comes after is what you know, kind of makes the ability not amazing.
You need to punch them. That's how it works.
You and punching people. Okay.
We are literally
Like-
playing a
like-
game or watching a
Yes.
game where people have different kind of weapons with which they smash people in the face. You know, I'd rather get punched, Ottomo, than this Slardar hitting me with whatever this is that he's holding.
The harpoon. Yeah, I don't know. That's a harpoon. That's like a sword on something. I don't know. You know what is interesting is that Jokam wants to go for Crimson Guard. He has enough gold for the recipe, but he's still lacking about 700. This could be really cool. I've been meaning to see this item in a game like this where it's all physical damage. It is at its best. So we'll see if it can make a difference.
Rubik is
Bottom
going for
Ponyo.
that split push that you were talking about, and Ponyo does get himself away. No shard on the Slardar, so he won't be able to connect there with the corrosive haze. Pretty nice.
Yeah, smart. I like what Ponyo's doing. I like it a lot. And dude, I know we're going back, but we're gonna try after this Solar Crest in the lobby, and you can see like a Finger of Death just goes through it, because you can't have Solar Crest do the same thing as a Glimmer Cape.
Ponyo,
Oh.
gonna get stunned up. He
He's
still has the Shikuchi. Carlo is pretty speedy, not speedy enough. Overtime damage, not enough. He's gonna be losing the Shikuchi now in a second, however.
He did what he needed to do, right? He pushed bottom all the way to the tower, forced them to go back, cut that net worth lead a little bit. Like, they are wasting time following Ponyo. And Roshan could be up in 3, 2, 1. It is a exactly middle one. You know, 132.
130 would be exactly middle. For people that might not be new to Dota, Roche spawns between 8 and 11 minutes, right? We as observers, casters, you viewers, we know when, but the players are not aware.
Exactly in that middle mark. Very nice for I guess neither team really.
Has fallen.
And
For us
that doesn't
as the
really
viewers.
change much. It doesn't really
Nope.
change much.
What do we have here for any items coming out? Breathe Fire. That's kind of okay for the Rubik. The extra cast range makes it not so bad. But I think if you go into Breathe Fire, you're probably losing your life.
You know what? Breathe Fire plus Fade Bolt, when one of your heroes does get jumped, the amount of damage reduction it does is insane. You know, enemies have a ton of minus armor, but their damage matters.
It does. It does. Well, in the meantime, though, any items on Team Tough? The Greaves is finished on the Pugna, so he's looking. He's got the health towns. My God, you know, Pugna used to be seen as a very weak, like fragile hero to bring down, but he's got 1600 health right now with only like what, a Force Staff. That's it.
And he has Greaves plus the wand to keep himself quite healthy, plus all of those heals that he's gonna be getting towards himself. Actually, Carlo is pretty tough to bring down.
Yeah, Carlo is pretty tough. And then he can use spells, of course. Even when he's channeling, he can Force Staff himself away. An interesting innate ability. BKBs on all 3 cores on the Team Tough side. Some of them, I think they're most of them, yeah, fresh, right? Yeah, 8, 8, and 9. The only one the Slaughter hasn't used is.
How about the other side? Do they have any BKBs? I mean, Lesh not going for his,
No,
CK not going for his, Brewmaster doesn't even care about it. So no BKBs.
One. And this BKB also further neuters the... I see neuters a lot this game, I'm not sure why. Further nullifies the damage from the Leshrac, which means that Bloodstone is less useful. It's just the cycle of us doing less damage, causing more and more problems.
See, there is a smoke from Talon. Not sure
I think
where
they're waiting.
they're going. They want a Wisdom Rune. Yeah, they're expecting that to happen.
They're like, is someone coming to steal it? Because Ponyo has been a bit... You know, he attempted that a few times, but it's not happened.
See, Team Tough are in a smoke of their own. Though they don't want to be taking no runes, they want to fight.
Oh, they know. Oh, they're jumping on it. Okay.
He has
4-2-3.
an AC, just pops his ulti, goes through the cogs, gets some extra gold as well, because he's an alchemist. But it was just a, hey, let's reveal each other and then move away.
Nope, no one really feels. At least I imagine Talon doesn't want to commit too heavily. Bob's going, he's going top. Guess where? That's where the Roshan is, and he is up. He is waiting. He's like, anybody want to come here? You know, want to kill me? No.
Yeah, there is a ward on the top lane, so Talon knows that Team Tough did move towards that part of the map,
the
so
rocket.
they instantly go for a smoke. They come with a rocket. Bob, however, found the AD rune and has a nullifier, so this is gonna be an even faster Roche this time around.
Up, the bugs are coming in. The acid spray here. They're close. They can contest if Talon hauls
Slardar
ass.
is far away.
He's not too far. He's almost there. He's almost rejoined the team. They are gonna wait for him. I like this by Team Tough. Very disciplined. We're not gonna take it.
If they see the Slardar, they can kill him.
Yes, they can. Only if they get the lockdown. What? Tsukimaru walks in. Tsukimaru,
Yeah,
that's
the
an easier
Shikuchi
target.
gets found, instantly goes for the time lapse. Nice cogs onto the 3 heroes, and Bob just jumps in. He's gonna be eating the Rubik for dinner. The 2 supports gone. Ponyo instant buyback. Jokem, he doesn't have the luxury to do so. A little bit too poor. They're gonna be finding more WX nests on the menu. He does have a silence on him, but look at the misses. They just don't hit him a single time. It's time to go for a split. The Spirit Vessel was used on the Dragonite, and they will be finding the Pugna. Nice grab there. Makes the fight not as bad, but this is gonna be making it catastrophic with the Crush Mikoto. He pops the Bloodstone just to splatter all of that blood onto the ground, and the Dragonite jumps in onto the CK. He doesn't have his illusions any longer. Doesn't really do all that much damage. The Unstable Concoction connects as well. Dragonite is dropping low, however, and he will be dying. Yep, finally does lose his life. There's the Manta from Makashi trying to heal up. Nope, it's not gonna be enough. Even attacking the Rubik with his low armor, he won't be able to survive. Ponyo next on the menu, trying to run away. He has the Dragon Tail. That's the only spell he has, using it from very far away, but then dying right afterwards. And WS is gonna be marked as well. His Manta is gonna be delivered, so maybe he can remove that if he gets it in time. The silence gets used, but instantly Manta gets delivered, and there it is. WS is gonna be okay. With Jokem coming down from his jetpack, he's a much easier hero to grab, and they're gonna take him out. Nicely done though. They finish off Same. Didn't really think they were gonna be able to do that. WS is super strong, but he's not as strong as the Alchemist. 4-3. He's the lone survivor of that fight. 9, 8, even I think 10 heroes died in general, but none of them was 4-3.
I love how he got almost... Yeah, that fight is so long. I'm pretty sure that's not the entire recap. Only the last couple of kills. But well done by 4-3 to survive the whole thing. He is now, what, 7,000 gold almost ahead of Akashi. They can't bring him down. He's with the BKB, the Assault, and the Radiance. They're just like, we don't know how to kill this guy.
Roche did travel to the Radiant side though.
Which is why you can see Team Tough, they're not really making a beeline to like the area. They're like, yeah, we can wait. We know it's on our side. We're fine with this.
WS is so strong, man. Did you see what he did? And that Manta being delivered at a perfect moment.
There are some nice things coming out for Talon. They have the Nemesis Curse on the CK, which means that oftentimes you'll have your illusions hitting. So, you know, you don't lack damage on the CK. He still hits pretty damn hard.
Yeah,
oh, they have the Crimson Guard on. Oh, sorry.
There at one point, he was really crushing the Dragonite.
Yep, I saw it. He had to leave, and then WS finished him up. But I'm like, wow, you're really crushing him. as Roshan is falling in about less than 5 seconds.
Less than a second, I think. You couldn't even finish your sentence.
Oh no, to be fair, I started the sentence when he was like half health, so that's why. But they're slow, you know. It took them like 5 seconds to kill Roshan.
Yeah,
Is that
very.
acceptable?
No, not really.
Shiva's God gonna come out on Mikoto. Ceremonial robe on the Brewmaster. Items are coming in for Talon, and big useful items as well.
Got the shard
You
for
know?
the Lesh as well. If it comes to defending high ground, that's one of the best ones for sure.
100%, 100%. He's so close. Just 100 gold from his Shivas, and then he can. I'm sure he's gonna have it in time, actually.
You should.
You know, the win percentage is giving 30% to Talon, which feels kind of high at like 11,000. Oh, that's a kill.
I think Tsukimoto doesn't agree with you because he just felt the wrath of the CK.
Oh yes, he did. And
That's actually
there's
only
Shiva's God.
Manta. It wasn't even the Phantasm being used.
Well, this is very impressive. It's an impressive performance by Team Tough, but Talon Esports, they're threatening them enough that Team Tough's like, I don't know if we can go high ground yet, boys. We gotta wait a bit.
DK almost level 20, so that's gonna be his level 20 talent. The Alchemist, we haven't discussed it. He got the minus 0.1 base attack time while in Chemical Rage. He also has a Mjolnir. He's gonna rip everybody a new one.
Yep, and it's a good way to also get rid of those illusions coming out from the CK. Yeah. I like the other talent though as well, right? The 400 extra magic damage. It's very nice.
It's physical damage though. Unstable Concoction is
True.
physical.
True. I want to see Joke at Crimson God, or we at the end of the game we see how much damage it reduced. Because so far I haven't really felt it, but I haven't really seen it in a big fight. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see its effect now.
This second Aegis hasn't really been used so far, right? They've only lost the Weaver on Team Tough, and the goal lead has not been increasing. So in general, Talon have bought those 2 minutes, but they're coming in full force now.
And yeah, this is you got some time. Now it's like, all right, let's see what you can do with your items.
Rubik is cutting the
Shiva's
wave
got-
already. Oh, but they have the banner. You cannot stop this push. Even when you use the glyph, it's not going to be good enough.
Unfortunately, they want to go for the man. A couple. It only takes like 4, I think, melee hits to get it off.
3 actually.
Yep, three. My bad. Yeah. And
The
that's
tower
going
is
to be
kind
the
of dead
push.
though.
It's all right. You kept it standing. You get the banner removed. You are able to, like, another decent hold from Talon Esports. This is Southeast Asia Dota. We're all a little timid to go high ground.
Let's see if Team Tough are gonna be maybe a bit more manly fairly soon.
Oh, we'll see. 4-2-3. What's he gonna go for next? Overwhelming Blink. Why the hell not? I think Overwhelming Blink is an amazing item. My favorite of the 3 blinks for sure.
Really? Arcane Blink 7-second cooldown?
Yeah, what is it? I don't like Arcane Blink. It feels the weakest. I mean, yeah, okay, sure, you get the cooldown. I know, but I'm like, wow, I get a little bit of health.
7-second cooldown. Automo,
Bleh.
7-second cooldown. That's the weakest for you.
Yeah, overwhelming. Wait, okay, when you do overwhelming blink and you jump in, there's that sound effect. You're like, I'm here. Avengers Assemble, that sort of thing.
I know, I get it. You're a big fan of the Dawnbreaker as well. I understand. You want to jump in and just crush the ground beneath you. Makes sense.
Right? Whereas you show up with Arcane Blink, like, look at me, I healed 100 mana. Like, really? Get out of here. I don't need you in my life.
Yeah, you weakling. We don't want to see you. As a push is coming. They want to get that tier 3 down in the mid lane. 43, just 1 hit was needed. Instant hook shot. Let's see if they can do anything to him. Splitter does connect. They pull him in once more. He's gonna lose the Aegis. Didn't even have the BKB. We'll have it in a couple of seconds. This is dangerous for him. He won't have the BKB. Instantly got stun up. Goodbye, 4-2-3. They haven't been able to do this for the entirety of the game. He only died once in the laning phase.
And they got the bug on top of him as well. Dude, like, he just walks in when, the cogs, the split earth, they have the damage. No, the ultimate's down because he used it and didn't BKB. He's like, I got Aegis, so what? And then they just murdered him. And no 4-3, no buyback. What a hold by Talon.
And the bottom lane is already pushed out. Plus the CK sent the illusion stop, so you can definitely go for a strong push here if you want to. Though they are chasing down Seimei at the moment.
And I said this before, with the Shivas and the ceremonial robe and the Nemesis curse, like, there is so much damage amplification. Nemesis curse, it says all damage taken from all sources. So you are taking like, 50% extra with all these debuffs.
Oh, they found the slaughter. There he is, Ponyo. Will be able to find him. Yeah, he should be able to be TP out. But you know what?
No.
Even if he had it, the hook shot. Okay, now it was used on the creeps. Same is a little bit too fast.
They're actually very lucky. He has the TP scroll. TP scroll is available in 20 seconds. So Semi, they kept chasing. They would have caught him. Ponyo, he might know this. Nah. All right. I gotta say, I thought Talon kind of get more out of after they killed the Alchemist.
This was very underwhelming from them.
It's like it's a good hold. They actually get the win percentage in their, favor for the first time. But it's like, wow, that's it. You killed Alchemist and okay. Huh. Alright, what do we have on Akashi? He's also got the Bloodthorn. So another way of amplifying the damage of your allies. Much needed.
The Clockwork has his Aghanim Scepter, so we talked about the ability to shove out the waves for Talon being quite limited for a good chunk of the game, but now when you have so many illusions, on the CK, there's the Manta on the Brewmaster as well, plus this Aghanim Scepter, it's not the Rubik that you have to rely on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just the rocket spam is good enough, and your hold on the high ground is also really good. And you can see why Team Tough are like, yeah, we might throw our lead, boys. Weaver is a little bit farmed. He's got some, I mean, he's not that much more quick, but he feels farmed with the items he has. The Gleipnir gives you such a big damage increase.
Yep, especially him having the shard, right? If he goes through all of the illusions, those procs are gonna be insane.
Alright. Tier 4 neutral items are coming up. I gotta say, I don't like the Ninja Gear as much as the Nemesis Curse on Akashi. I felt like you do need that extra damage. This is maybe a step backwards.
You think so?
The CK. Yes,
I mean, you're still gonna be able to just move around the map freely, and his ability to burst anybody down with the overwhelming blink Bloodthorn is actually quite high.
I guess. I mean, it certainly has benefits. When a team fight, I would rather he swap it out. It's like, alright, use an Ninja Gear, then swap.
They found Ponyo exactly where he was, and Bob is actually stuck. Okay, he's gonna have a blink fairly soon, so should be fine.
Is he like, step bro, I'm stuck, or is he really stuck?
I don't even want to answer your question, Ottomo.
Well, alright. After the stream, I'll explain to you what it means, In the meantime, though, I like the, what's it called? The Havoc Hammer on the Clockwork. You're about to leave the cogs, he pulls you back in. A nice bit of extra damage.
That's so good. That's actually so
good. It's very good. It's also a bit of extra damage that they do need. I honestly don't feel like Talon's damage issues are as severe as they were 15, 20, 10 minutes ago.
I mean, they had damage issues 10 minutes ago. Now they don't have them whatsoever.
Yep. Yeah, we can definitely go with that. And Ponyo, he's got the telescope. Very nice item for the team. And, oh, well, Carlos also got it. So, telescope's like one of these items. Someone has to get it. I almost feel the same way about ceremonial robe. Everyone gets a bonus out of it.
The Alchemist is the first one to hit level 25. The movement speed of the Camel Courage is actually quite nice. But still, these cogs, they do prevent you from moving around the fight in the ways that you want. And is Team Tough gonna go high ground?
Roshan, wait. Roshan's up. I think that was an instant Rosh. Or was it like the timeout? I'm not sure if it went from red straight away or from gold straight away. But either way, Roshan is up. This could be the first one for Talon. If you are Team Tough, I don't think you can give this one, boys.
And they're not coming here in time, so it's not even in their power any longer with the Bloodthorn. It's gonna fall super fast. Goodbye, Roche. It is gonna be a Refresher Shard. Double Split is available, but actually Double Phantasm would be half bad. Yep, they do give it to Akashi.
I would prefer the Double Phantasm.
He gave it away. Gave it away.
Oh, no, that's fine. Nothing wrong with the Brewmaster Split, honestly. It's like if you split, if they're about to die, you put them together thanks to the shard, then you split again. It's like, yeah, we got 60 seconds of this.
Him having the shard actually makes it fine.
Yep. I mean, without the shard, I would have felt honestly like it's like not worth it for you. And now you're running into the Alchemist problem. You're maxed out, but the enemy team is catching up. There's nothing more for you to buy. You're like, guys, I'm 6 slotted. I've been 6 slotted for like 7 minutes. What am I supposed to get?
It's very hard to come to a decision as a smoke was used. Talon, they want to make something happen. Nice blink away from Bob just in time.
Also,
but a hook shot, they go in. Same is going to be found. They lose the Clockwork instantly. Going onto the high ground is going to be quite dangerous. Split use, however, and they are going for it. Let's see, you're in a 4 versus 5 scenario. Not any longer. The Weaver loses his life, has a buyback, can rejoin the fray.
Dragon,
if he wants to with Bob being found. He still has the BKB, doesn't use it in time, getting pushed in by the Astral Pole. Once again, the Reality Rift coming into
BKB's
play.
running out.
And there it is. Bob is gone as well, even with the heals from the Pugna. Instant blinking from Ponyo. And no, not now. Not now that the game is starting to lag. It doesn't matter. We're going to be bringing the radio cast to our viewers. As Carlo is being ran down as well. Pugna losing her life. There is no buyback on the Pugna. So that's going to be the first hero on Team Tough that cannot rejoin.
Oh, they found
and the chase is on. They got more. They found 4-2-3, and without the BKB, without anything, he's gonna get ripped apart. Ultimo, that Bloodthorn versus this Alchemist, it's so strong. And Talon, they made the game dead even in terms of net worth. And I'm glad that we could see it. You know, there are some people that couldn't.
We're very sorry about that. But buybacks are available for Team Tough. They do use Tsukimoto's one, but they got 2 more. I feel like if you don't buy back an Alchemist, you're kind of giving away your base right now.
They're gonna give away everything.
Yeah, I mean, you're up against Leshrac. Yeah, he's not 25 yet, so at least he doesn't push like that maniac. But he's pushing pretty fast from where I'm standing.
Yeah, he has an Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. Same has been found. He's gone. He does have a buyback, but you don't want to be using the Weaver. He's gone. He does get the time lapse off. Maybe he's just baiting them in, but they will be killing him once again. He drops low. The Yules being used to keep him in places won't be enough damage to finish him off. CK Illusions keeping the enemies at bay. Buyback from the Alchemist. Finally was forward. They just interrupt and destroy him. Oh my god, Team Tough, they've been winning the entirety of this game just to lose in 2 minutes when Talon made the decision to kill Roche and then killed the enemy base as well.
Echo Saber being bought by Same. I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna make a difference now, buddy. It's a little too late as it's 5 members on Talon coming here. Kakashi just jumps forward. He can do whatever he wants.
He can't do this. This is very dangerous. Akashi is gone. He does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin the fray. Weaver a little bit in the back. That's 2 heroes without buyback. Okay, it's time to go. The split was used. He didn't even use the refresher shard as far as I know. So he's going to have 1 more. Jokem in a little bit of trouble. He has a buyback as well. Bob is trying to defend his base. He needs to be the carry. Him and Seimei need to be doing their work. WS onto Carlo. And Carlo will be able to get into the fountain, but without the Dragonite, you're in trouble. He does have a buyback, no Dragon Form, however, so what do? There's the refresher shard with the split being used. The final glyph is gonna give you 7 seconds of time, but you need 70, 10 times more to stay in this game. And Akashi's back, he's very mad. Piggy, Slardar, tries to run away, not gonna be happening, gets taken out. He doesn't have the buyback either. Look at the heals from the Pugna, but it doesn't matter. At some point, it's just gonna be a one-shot from all of these heroes. And Team Tough, after 40 minutes of leading the game, they lose in 1 second.
It honestly comes down to that amazing 3-item timing. The Shivas, the ceremonial robe with the Nemesis curse. You get this massive damage increase. And we saw like 4-3, when he went high ground, he dies. He's like, all right, I got Aegis, comes back, instantly dies again. Then they get a kill on Tsukimoto. We're like, all right, is that enough? You are able to like reduce the net worth deficit. Then they get Roshan. They take 2 fights, and you're like, you power spiked at just the moment you needed to. So really well done by Talon. Really good patience.
Yep, they I can't believe that they just turned it around in 1 second.
Same.
And that was the most amazing fight in the world, turning the game around. There's some people in this world that couldn't see it. We do apologize once again. The servers have been kicking out our observers from time to time, and hopefully that will stop in the coming days. Ottomo, we saw game 1, Team Tough versus Talon. Team Tough showed that they can win, but they didn't. Can they mentally recover?
I hope so, man. You never know with these teams how it is. Hopefully they can, because I want another one like this. This was a good game. I want a second good game. I want another close one with comebacks, with throws, and also with more comebacks. So I want to see that.
And second good game is coming our way after a short break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best play home.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Really cool game 1 of Talon versus Team Tough here to open the day at the Regional Dota 2 series in Southeast Asia with Harry and Otamo, and in the end Talon do get the victory. Otamo, it was 45 minutes on Team Tough winning, and then just 2 seconds of Talon turning it around.
I think it was a bit more than 2 seconds. It was kind of like...
I'm making a story here, just go with it.
Oh yeah, it was like blink of an eye, and then Talon Esports, pow! And then Team Tough was like, bleh! And then Talon Esports won, and Team Tough was sad. And now we're going to game 2.
Exactly. Yeah, you see now, a viewer comes in and he hears this story. He's like, oh boy, I want to watch the next game. Maybe the same thing will happen. But then if Otamo comes in with his analysis and being smart, then like, yeah, this guy is trying to be smart. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna watch some other stream.
No, this is a preview for the TI qualifier grand finals, basically. You know, because we are having like maybe the sort of Talon Esports, Team Tough, very big teams competing here, and that's true. You know, we are having like powerhouses and the RES. They want to go to Serbia, they want to go to TI. This is a good chance to get to make it there if you win this series.
Yeah, for sure. For people that don't know, the LAN in Serbia is going to be happening around the 20th of October. So that's when it's going to be happening. It is going to be a short LAN with 8 teams, 2 from Southeast Asia, 2 from Latin America, and 4 from Europe are going to be coming to Serbia to compete. And yeah, you do have a nice ring that is bigger than your finger, and you constantly have to keep a fist if you want to keep it on.
I didn't realize it was that. Fine, I'm sorry. Team Tough, they got rid of Jokam's Clockwork. Out of all the heroes they played against in the previous, this is the one they felt deserves a ban more than the others. And I gotta say, very justified. You know, he was able to get a lot of good hook shots. There's a fight where he trapped 2 of them in the cogs, and they were able to wait on them. Like multiple times that happens in those crevices and like near the secret shop. He was able to get a bunch of these happening. So really well done by him. This does leave what, the Veno. Who else? We always mention like a couple of these big standout supports. Who else is here? There's the Veno, the Dark.
Wait. I think our draft bugged here because everything is standing. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now we're back. Now we are back. Yeah, the Dragonite was picked. I'm seeing it, and the timer wasn't moving. So, of course, our production is the best production in the world, and they just fix it in 1 second, like bam, 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 just exactly how that game ended.
I knew you. I swear, I was waiting for you to stop talking so I can say that. Like just like how Talon won, but you said it to yourself because we're like mind melded, and you read my thoughts. That's kind of how it worked.
Wait. There is a book from a certain Russian author. When 2 guys, when they speak, one finishes the sentences of the other. Wait, I need to...
Alright, well, in the meantime, though, Talon Esports, they have the DK. As we mentioned before, Bob has been playing DK really well this patch, but he did lose his first DK game in the previous one. We saw it come from a mile away. As Team Tough, they go with the Storm. I'm okay with this, but I would like to see a little bit more of that pushing oomph coming out from them, because that was... Well, they had Dragonite and Pugna, so actually they had plenty of push in the previous game, but they were very cautious about going high ground. I just realized that this shirt has a little bit of green on the side, so I should probably change it in between.
No problem, Otto. Don't worry about it. There will be a Storm Spirit picked up. Okay, it seems to be a book from Dostoevsky, but I don't know which one it is. But doesn't matter. It doesn't. I'm gonna find out, and I'm gonna find out the names of the guys. I read it like super long ago.
Alright, so basically it's a story where one guy talks and the other guy finishes his sentence.
No. They're just... they're not the main part of the story. They're just two guys in the story where one guy starts the sentence, the other one finishes it.
I feel like I've seen that trope in like a million shows. I'm not sure why that book is more unique for it, but...
Well, yeah. You know, one of the best authors ever and stuff like that, you know.
Maybe we'll see a translated version one day. So far, I'm liking the Talon opening a little bit more, right? It gives you that durability, flexibility, tower push. Team Tough, they do have good catch, so that is there. And they take the Crystal Maiden. You know, with Carlos Enchantress being banned, this is the hero that he often reverts to if he doesn't get it.
Yeah, you said that Crystal Maiden in the voice of Queen of Pain. You just need to say, Crystal Maiden, I wonder if you really are. You know that one? That's a pretty good line when she kills her.
I mean, I think she is made of crystals, honestly. I'm not really sure what the hell Queen of Pain's thinking about. Well, I don't get that mentality. Meanwhile, though, Talon Esports. Who do you want to take? Do you want to take a couple supports right now? You know, the support pool is getting smaller. They take the Hoodwink, which was banned out in the previous game.
Yep, they get it this time around, and this is a hero that some teams just really like, the others completely ignore, and I'm liking that there's at least a couple of these in the meta currently. Hoodwink and the Venom are the ones that come to mind the most.
What about Bane right now? How are we feeling about a Bane? Not bad early, you know, good stats. I like that. I like his innate ability. You can actually like pump magic items like null talismans and get strength out of it, which is super good for a hero like Bane, where it's like, I need mana, but I didn't want to buy mana items.
That would be good for an off-lane Bane, actually.
It's good in general. Ponyo, he plays some Bane, and later on we get the Ags, which is not... It feels like since there's more gold in the map, everyone's getting some items. Bane Ags, not bad against Team Tough. You know, it's like, oh, I don't catch the Storm, I catch someone else. No, they go with the Pugna. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So... They get the Pugna this time around. They probably felt like it was incredibly powerful in the previous game, and I felt that way as well. Because in the mid game, nobody was dying, and part of it or most of it because of the Pugna.
However, I do think that you're very squishy on your supports and Talon. Like very easy to kill. You have some vision in the trees with the Crystal Nova, with the Storm Spirit jumping in. It's not like... And Razor comes out. All right, Talon, you're now incentivized to take a CK again, or a Terror Blade, or something of that nature, because you know illusions do good damage. Razor can't link to multiple people, so it's like, all right, we're good.
So that is probably gonna be the double off lane. I doubt you put this with a Crystal Maiden, but there is a... Do you think 423 might pick it up? I know that he does play a lot of Razor.
I was wondering if it's 423 might be playing the Tiny, but he doesn't. As Marcy comes out for Talon.
Oh, we're gonna see an Akashi Marcy. Let's go.
Akashi Marcy. You know, this I don't like it.
Oh, WS plays it as well. Okay, you know, WS plays it as well, so it's not 100% Akashi.
I think it's more likely to be WS. I'd much rather see it on WS. I want Akashi to take something like a Pudge, or a CK, or a Terror Blade, something like that. I do not want it to be a carry Marcy. Well, one nice thing about Marcy is that you get your damage out fairly quickly, so you can maybe burst the Razor before he sucks too much damage out of you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Akashi's heroes, and really, other than the CK, I don't think that they're particularly good versus the Razor. I mean, CK is okay still, it's not perfect.
I mean, Pudge is also okay, but he doesn't play like that much. A couple of times this patch, it's not like insignificant amount when you only have like 15 games, but it's not like, oh yeah, he's really going for it. Because I don't think Pudge gets banned a lot. In this game though, I would like to see the Pudge. I would like to see a Talon Esports either Pudge or CK. You need one of them, otherwise you are in a very tough spot. Personally, I'm thinking the Pudge might be better. I think the Pudge is actually better than the CK.
Sure. Actually, you do have some push between your heroes. I wouldn't mind the CK, to be honest, but I still wouldn't even mind the carry Marcy. I think it has some merit to it. With the rebound in the laning phase, you can run away from the static link. Yeah, I know you're a hater, Ottomo. No problem. I know that.
Yeah, I just, I'm like anti-mute people. I'm like, Marcy doesn't talk, so I don't like her. That's just how it works.
What, really?
That's
like I went to a ski resort. I was 6th grade elementary school, and it was a resort for schools, and there was a school of mute kids, and they were one of the nicest people I've ever met. So now you're my public enemy number 1, Ottomo.
I was just, thanks for making me feel bad. Okay, you know what? I want to see the carry Marcy. I want to believe. I believe in her now because she's awesome. Now we'll see. Probably WS. Talon Esports taking a lot of time with this this last ban, and I imagine the thinking is, where's Razor and where's Tiny going? They take the wind range. Yuck! Oh my god!
Why yuck? It's a solid pick, right? You get the Gleipnir. The Shackle Shot is actually quite nice at controlling the storm after the Gleipnir does connect. I like it. It's good enough.
That's because you're play-by-play, so you don't have all this higher level thinking that I'm working with right now. No, the truth is, I just feel like Talon Esports draft is so damn squishy. The damage is good with Focus Fire and Marcy's. What's her ultimate called again? Unleash? Unleash.
Yep.
It's, you get a good amount of damage coming out very early, but that's good, and that's good. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be killing Team Tough that well. No. I don't care what Team Tough's last pick is. I'm with them, regardless. I think they can take this 4 versus 5. Not really, but
So here it says Harry Freak, results and talent. And then it says for Ottomo just talent on the Wikipedia page. So I'm sorry, Ottomo, that I don't have your great understanding.
Maybe at one point you were a great Harry, but the mighty have fallen as Bloodseeker comes out. Again, this is a 1-1, bet your bot. I'm not saying you should bet your bot, but like that's what I would say, that like it is 1-1. Team Tough look very strong right now.
I'm just not a fan of the Storm Spirit. I just don't think this hero is that great, and in my mind, the Gleipnir is such a good item here. I do like Team Tough's draft. It's cool, right? The Bloodseeker is a great counter to all 3 of the cores actually on Talon.
No, I'm telling you. I mean, who knows, right? Maybe we'll see an upset. But game 1, I felt the Talon draft. They end up winning. I know I know Southeast Asia, and I've been marinating in the region for a while. This is, oh god, what if I turn out to be wrong later? But I just believe Team Tough's draft is way more durable, and that's what's gonna get them through.
Okay, what Ottomo wanted to say, this is a clear out draft. There's absolutely no chance for Talon. That's what you wanted to say, but I don't feel that way.
Okay.
It's, I don't know. Bob's Storm Spirit is way too volatile for me. I'm gonna go for Team Tough though. I'm a big fan of the 2 supports that they have, and their lanes are quite strong as well. There is a lot going for them here in this game.
I just don't see it that way at all. I'm thinking Talon looks too squishy.
I said I like Team Tough. I said I like Team Tough, and you now say that you don't see it that way.
Oh wait, well, I just assumed you'd go with Talon because it's like we have to disagree. But I'm glad we're both on the same page.
You need to listen to me.
The headphones weren't working.
Okay.
I was like, I did that. I was like, okay, that's how it works. Game should start in a second. Right now, we can go into the facets, see what's interesting there. I don't like Crystal Maiden has a facet that a lot of people have different opinions of, but I'm definitely on the Frozen Expanse, extra cast range, extra AoE, all tasty if you ask me. What do we have on Bloodseeker?
You should be writing songs. I think that's probably how you not swept your wife off her feet.
No, I wrote poetry at the time. Very bad poetry, I must say.
That's
yeah, Bloodseeker. By the way, he's got the The arterial spray. Whenever he hits you, you fly when you're ruptured. It's pretty cool.
I mean, you move 50 range. It's not really that much. Again, we're waiting to get into the game as Jokam on the bottom lane is getting smacked. And that's going to be a first blood for Tsukimoto. I really thought he was going to give it to somebody else.
Now, that's that. You never give it to someone else. By the way, how do you pronounce the innate ability for Bloodseeker? Is it Sangivore? Sangivore?
Sangivore. I'm going to say it's Sangivore.
Sangivore or something like that. It's kind of cool. On the other side, anything interesting? Not so far. Bodyguards picked up a Mars rather than sidekick. That's a different one. You get bonus armor and you gain post. Yeah, okay, that's you counterattack someone.
It says Sangivore, so it kind of has like two V's in it.
Yeah.
Sangivore. It's weird.
Well, yeah. Apart from like the Crystal Maiden with that facet choice, everything's kind of what you expect, and interesting to see what the Bloodseeker is going to be able to do. Good start for Team Tough.
Wait, Sangivore is like the somebody who feasts on blood. Is that?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing that what it is, right? It's like
I think when I saw it, that I went online and read about it. Yeah, so he's a vampire.
Yes, he is. Mid lane, you know, Bob versus Mikoto. Mikoto's a Dragon Knight. Bob's a Storm Spirit. Don't expect any kills happening here. It's just gonna be, you know, boring farm basically.
I mean, Bob is really punching Mikoto, but then the creeps are punching Bob. So there's a lot of hitting happening here in the mid lane. But if we are not gonna be expecting kills in the mid lane, where do we expect kills, Ottomo?
In the bottom lane, my good old Harry, because we have, you know, Chris and the Bloodseeker together. And you're up against Marcy. Maybe she's a bit tough, but the Hoodwink is very fragile. You know,
to me, it looks like Marcy's meat for a Bloodseeker should be quite tender.
Oh, okay, creepy man.
You said tough, dude.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I meant, but sure. One bite from the Crystal Maiden, followed by a Blood Right, and it's like a lot of damage coming out on Jokam.
That is the way to play that lane. Very strong indeed. Yep. What about the top lane? What about this Wind Ranger that you're not a fan of? How is she gonna do?
I think that there'll be a decent amount of farm in the mid lane, inside the top lane in general. Neither Akashi nor Seimi can really kill each other. Heine and Pugna are decent. Maybe if, you know, you can get a toss after the wind run, you can get a kill, but overall, I'm not... It's possible, just less likely.
Well, they're gonna do some damage the same way as the Tiny is going to block the camps, but in general, it's not gonna be that much of a harassment going towards this Razor, who is farming the least out of all the cores. But guess who's farming the best is the Marcy. So Ponyo getting blocked in. He does have the Decrep. There will be a Plasma Field plus all of his damage taken away. That's very much a kill. Tsukimoto actually gets it. So that's 2 kills for Tiny. If things continue this way, he can actually get a very early Blink Dagger.
And in a game like this, a Blink Dagger on Tiny is so scary. So scary. I'd say 4 heroes are pretty squishy. Even the 2 cores, the Marcy and the Wind Ranger, can not be bursted down, but they'll take a lot from this Tiny. So it's scary. Tsukimoto's having such a good game.
Marcy actually got the bodyguard facet, so that's gonna be quite cool for her to get the attacks onto herself.
Yep. It's helpful, I suppose. As the Blood Right comes out, does hit WS, but you know, no real follow-up after that.
So it basically works if Marcy is close to you, close to the attack target, he gets hits in. It's pretty cool. Carlo is in a lot of trouble. Bushra connects, and he does have stick charges and the Fairy Fire, so will live a little bit longer, but actually dies in the end. Storm is also very low in the mid lane, and we got a kill in the mid lane. You promised me, Ottomo. You freaking promised me this was not gonna happen.
Hey man, it's not my fault Mikoto messed up, alright? Like, I'm sorry, but how do you die as a Dragon Knight to a Storm Spirit? It's not one of those things that should happen unless he gets
You get outplayed by Bob, because Bob is a very good Dragon Knight, and then he understands the weaknesses of the hero, and where the chunks in the armor are.
And actually, Bob, is he in trouble right now? He's losing a bit of health here on this Storm Spirit, but not too bad. He's gonna be fine.
You know who's also in trouble, 4-2-3, but he is gonna stay low. Mikoto? Going for it, he got him! Okay, who messed up now?
How do you die as a Storm Spirit
versus a Dragonite? Yeah, I cannot believe that he did it. Same, he's gonna be dropping low. Blood grenade used. It is gonna be the Pugna die first in Akashi. Super low, but he does end up surviving the end with the Wind Run. He'll get himself away. All 3 cores of Tough are dead.
Oh, even the Bloodseeker in the bottom lane losing his life. I mean, yes, I expect this to go better for Team Tough, but Hoodwink and Marcy is a strong duo damage-wise. Like, these two do pack a punch.
Look at what they did to a Seeker. I mean, Seeker Crystal Maiden, it's one of the strongest like laning duos in general, and then you get demolished in terms of kills, in terms of CS, in terms of everything. Bottom lane, it's Talon.
Yep, almost well, not double, but quite a lot more CS on WS than we're seeing at 4-2-3. Well, at top lane, Tsukimoto, he does get it off. Ooh, actually misses on the plasma field. Doesn't hit Ponyo.
Pugna is way too speedy.
A little too, yeah, he's a little too fast than he should be. Mid lane, exactly the same. Each one has a solo kill. Each one has 23 CS with 4, 3 denies. No difference there.
Mikoto has more experience and more net worth in general. It's because he got the kill second, so he's definitely gonna be the one happier of the two.
I agreed.
They wanna kill Bob.
Oh, if he dies
He knows.
before he hits 6, he's gonna feel so bad.
He knows. Bushwhack, yeah, not gonna change anything. And the other supports are rotating as well.
They're both recognizing how crucial this level is for Storm, but I think Bob should be okay. You can see, like,
He gets a nice bonus. He wasn't expecting that kill to happen, but Ponyo, is he fine? Bushwhack onto the Storm. Do they have the Dragon Tail? No, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Bob goes forward. That's classic Bob for you. But he does zip away finally, with Carlo also joining in on the fight. We have 6 heroes in the mid lane. Mikoto won't be getting the damage into the tower.
One, strong carry on Talon and 2 squishy supports, but on the other side, it's like you got a fairly durable Tiny. The other guys can't really take a hit. Everyone wants this ruin. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be the nice ruin for Bob.
80.
No.
And now they're gonna go for Mikoto. He needs help. He needs the Decrep to go his way. Where is it? There it is. Still, there's quite a solid amount of magic damage. Gonna get pulled in. The Decrep will stop at some point, and the Dragonite will fall. So Bob getting himself a kill. Galvanized stack as well. Gonna be quite happy.
Yep. And
he wants more.
Ponyo?
He has the Decrep. He's baiting Bob as much as possible. He's not gonna go too far away. Dodges on the Bushwhack. He's just playing on the edge and doing it perfectly.
And he's forcing the supports to come here. Yeah, sure, his supports also rotated, but I think you're okay with that if your team's up. Or at least that's the plan they want to go for. Bloodseeker's kind of recovering bottom against the WS. Top lane as well. The Razor's happy to go up against 1-on-1 against the Windranger. It is a slight net worth. You look at the cores and net worth, they're slightly ahead on Talon, but overall favoring Team Tough.
Yeah, because the Pugna is poor as hell.
Yep, and Tsukimoto got 2 kills. So he's rich as hell. Is that a saying, rich as hell? I don't think that is. Oh, Samey. Top lane. Akashi
was in trouble. Akashi's going in. There is gonna be a Crystal Maiden coming in. He lost way too much damage. Did he have a Javelin? No, not even a Javelin there. I thought maybe with the Javelin you go for that kill. This was unnecessarily aggressive.
He didn't have a Javelin. He had a lot of guts, though. He was like, yeah, I believe in myself. And that's good.
Yeah, now, now those
yourself.
guts are splattered on the lane.
Yep, they are. By the way, the support level is quite different. 5 and 5. Team Tough almost 6 on Carlo. The other side, 4 and 3. To be fair, it's almost 4 on Carlo as well. But it is quite a difference in terms of those levels. Carlo is going to hit level 6 before 4-2-3.
It does seem that way. If he does get a little bit of this experience.
They need someone to come. They need more people here. They are, yep, and they are bringing Tsukimoto. It's 3-on-3 bottom lane.
They need their level 6s on Carlo and 4-3 because WS is gonna punch them in the face so much with the unleash.
Exactly. It's like in top lane we can see Bob's trying to get a kill, but it's like maybe you need to bring him bottom. He does have an Invis ruin if he wants to go bottom. Maybe catch them by surprise. And nope, decides just to go mid. Yeah, they're pressuring 2 towers on Talon. Very nice move to separate them.
Talon did bail from the bottom lane, so now they're rotating towards top, and it was all seen on vision.
Oh,
so Team Tough no.
Bob?
He's gonna take some damage. I don't think he's dead. Should be fine.
Wow. Very close though. Very close. Very bold of Bob to do that. He needs to be careful. He's right next to a sentry ward. He may not know this.
Do you think Storm Spirit has hair?
Yes, I think he does.
I don't know.
Mid lane, they're coming
4-3. Bloodright, toss in. They're probably going to be losing Jokam here. Nice avalanche from the tiny Tsukimoto, and his damage output, his spell usage is insane. Carlo gets a little bit too deep. WS will be there, but that is a level 6 Crystal Maiden, so not somebody that you fight lightly.
I mean, Talon, they are really hurting these towers though. Bottom lane about 20%, mid lane less than 200 health. But they're also losing people, and they're taking a bit of time to get it over with.
I mean, it's what their lineup is good at. Dragonite plus Pug Knight. It's normal that they're going to be getting some damage into them.
Yeah, but I mean, you hope they also...
Is Bloodseeker dead? I think he's gone. Yeah, with the Unleash being used, now you just get the Bushwhack, and there's absolutely no chance that he's going to be surviving the Marcy.
Tower's gone as well. And yeah, they're going to be getting another tower here for WS. They're very happy with that.
Yep.
I gotta say, I love the animation of when Marcy punches fast. It's super cool.
I love all of the Marcy animations. Really, she's like a ninja, very strong as well.
Yeah, she is. She's quite cool the way she moves. Like even the rebound when you jump on someone, then you dispose them, and like that's such a cool combo to watch.
Exactly. There will be a rune going towards the storm, and it is a regen rune, 10-minute mark. Let's see how he uses that one, and also how our viewers are going to be using these odds that are in favor of Talon once again.
Yep. Marcy is very close to the armlet. You can see Mikoto is close to the blink dagger, so a little bit of a power spike coming for Team Tough with more damage and more catch. But sorry, for Talon Esports, not Team Tough. I'm not sure why the double T from both of them is catching me off. And Tsukimoto, does he have something coming out of the courier? Because he just has phase boots and wind blaze and magic wand and 200 gold, nowhere near the blink dagger.
Yeah, he went a little bit greedier there with the phase boots, but that's fine. It is gonna allow him to actually close the gap.
I guess so. I mean, it's a helpful item for sure. And you're up against a lot of physical damage. The extra armor does help. 14 armor, jeez.
Top tower seems to have been let go by Talon from what it seems. They aren't smoking up. I just think they're gonna be late.
I imagine once WS, yep, the armor's delivered. WS now he'll probably want to fight. He'll be like any lane that he shows up and he can smack them in the face. Armor gives you so much. What is it? 35? It's 60 damage basically for Marcy.
Mikoto lost his dragon form, going for the tiny bushwhack sharpshooter with a power shot. He's still not dead. Tiny will live through it. And Bob kills Pony on the other side with Seimei going in. It's gonna be so much damage. Also, they let it go. Carlo with the ulti doing so much. But look at the focus fire from Akashi. Gets the kill. Will get ruptured. Needs the TP out. Won't be happening. But WS comes in. We talked about him joining on the fray. He gets the hits in. Can they fight WS? He might just kill all of them. This Marcy. Her fists really do hurt with Mikoto melting even stone itself with his breed fire. And Carlo will be next on the menu, annihilated. Between these two girls, we all know who wins a fist fight.
Man, no, you cannot go up against WS right like that. I love that they threw a rupture. They're like, alright, maybe we can go get a kill. WS like, no, I'm here. Akashi dies, sure, but WS cleans house. His combo, one of them, took out like 80% of the Bloodseeker's health. He's got phase boots and armlet. And like I think when he turns it on, it's like 200 damage per punch.
Yep, quite a lot. And then with the pulses coming in handy at the end of it, it's insane. I mean, level 1 Unleash got buffed so much with the new patch.
That's true. The 5 punches. I mean, the pulse is only 50, so it's not much, but the 5 punches is huge. Well, in the meantime, though, Team Tough. Wait, my Discord? Something.
Yes, I hear you perfectly, Ottomo.
Oh yeah, so it looks like the Discord call went for our viewers, but not for our viewers, sorry, for us. But in the meantime, it's pretty damn good situation for Talon Esports right now, as the enemy core is just not getting much.
There's a Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger, so that's gonna be a lot of damage now coming out from Akashi as well. His focus fire has been hurting the enemies anyways, and no points in the shackle shot. Interesting. Usually we see at least 1 point.
It's like, can Seimei get his static link on Marcy? And if he does, is it even going to matter? Like we said, Marcy's damage is very front-loaded. You know, you get a lot of damage in the beginning of the fight. So it's like, it doesn't matter if you get static link. You're still going to dish out plenty.
And he's going for an Aghanim Scepter on the Marcy. So that Unleash is going to be insane.
Oh, yes, it will. And it's going to... I like the fact that it also reduces the cooldown, right? You get a little bit more active with it. In the meantime, though, Team Tough, smoke up. They want to protect the tower. Sammy, he's in trouble.
Well, let's see. There is gonna be a nice avalanche there to stop them, but with the sharpshooter, this Razor who should still die. No, he's alive. It is gonna be a turn on the double silence as well. And here comes 4-3. He's gonna be so speedy with everybody's blood being on the ground. Now he's pushing away Mikoto, and actually the frostbite comes out just in time. What a power shot to finish off the Razor. This is how he started. Ponyo also gets the kill. It makes it a 2-4-2. Still a better fight for Team Tough as they do clean up Ponyo in the end as well.
Sorry, I had a sneeze. Yeah, they got 2 cores. The 2 most farmed cores as well. And the ones who are sort of setting the tempo. We mentioned the Blink Dagger on... on Mokoto and the Armament on WS. You're like, they're super strong right now. And they are. And what does Marcy go? He's like, oh yeah, I need a BKB. I can't afford to not have a BKB. This is... You know, Agams is good, but BKB is just better for me to survive.
This avalanche from the Tiny is just way too good versus heroes that want to commit, right? Because all 3 of the cores of Talon, even when you are in a dragon form, you want to get close to the enemy to do the damage. And the avalanche is just way too good with that run at you mentality that you have to have with Talon's heroes.
And a good thing Sammy was able to stay alive, right? Because they committed. Sammy took a few hits, and we were like, "Oh, this is a bait here." Carlo, this is not a bait. This might just be a dead Crystal Maiden.
Run, 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 run. She does have sharpshooter. Gets hit, but not enough damage. Now the storm will be coming in. Bob wants to find somebody. Ponyo, he's there.
No
That's
mana.
a little bit too deep. He doesn't have all that much mana on the storm. Ponyo dodges on the plasma field. Could have been quite lethal for him. But look at the toss. How much damage it deals. That facet is stupid good.
Holy crap! What? That is insanely facet. What? How much damage?
40%. 40% bonus.
That's pretty insane. He also took a very interesting talent, the Avalanche cast range. Not something we see. Even support tinies often take the strength one. Well, either way, things looking kind of decent for Team Tough, as Akashi's net worth has been stagnating for a while now, or at least not growing as quickly as you'd like. 70%.
They're in such a good position.
70%. They are in a good position. Drums on Crystal Maiden, love it. I like the extra stats. I like the idea of getting a little bit of distance from the enemy cores as well.
Is he gonna get the full boots of the bearing? Is it worth it in this game?
Why not? I think it's fine. And they're going for the Kashi. And decides it's not worth it. It's quite deep past 2 towers here.
He understood that he was being targeted.
Yep. Looks like the timing for Team Tough is going to be the double BKB. Not too far from 4-2-3. Same thing for Sammy. They got the Ogre Axe and 1,000 gold. They need a little bit more.
It's a 1k gold lead for Tough. So in general, it's not that big of a difference. And Talon scores are still at the top. But Razor, Seeker, and even the Storm with 17 galvanized stacks is a big deal.
4-2-3. Yeah, he's dead. By the way, the Talon timing is going to be interesting. They're going for triple BKB on all of their cores. That, yeah, I feel like is bigger than the double BKB because 3 is more than 2.
Okay, I can now understand why you were hired as a math coach. Thank goodness.
Teacher, math teacher, as Akashi. Someone's going to need to teach him math because 2 is also greater than 1.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna be going down. Bob also gets another galvanized stack at 18. And look at how much his mana is healing. 16.7 per second.
The other day we saw someone with 40 mana regen. So even though I know in my mind that this is a lot, I'm also like, it ain't 40, you know? But when I see 40, then I'll be impressed.
Poor Bob. Poor Bob. He needs to outperform everybody.
Yes. For me to be like, that's a pretty good. He's actually, what's he doing? He's 7-1-2. He's having an amazing.
I think it was
game.
his Storm yesterday, though. No. You and me weren't casting yesterday.
Yeah, we weren't casting here. We're casting elsewhere. Whoops. I mean, we would never leave RES for anything else.
Of course we would.
Well, it's still Akashi, lowest net worth among the cores. Then his partners are at the top. The support duo from Team Tough is getting some of that cheese, as they say.
And you know that our viewers would never leave RES either. You know why? Because we have an amazing promo code. 1XRLGSEA. It's 130% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below. It's just so easy to access because we care so much about our dear viewers here to make their viewing experience more fun and easier to bet on. As top lane, Windranger, that beautiful red hair is gonna be stained with blood. I guess it doesn't change it much.
Yep, no BKB on her. Can they find
He's fine.
it? Yeah, it seems like he's just gonna sail past them. WS, he has finished the BKB. I believe that's the first BKB in the game. They're pinging out. Oh, there you go. WS is showing up.
Ooh, 1 versus 3. He's gonna destroy the Tiny first, so no avalanches to stop any kind of advances. Bushwhack off the mark. Carlo now is gonna be found. There is gonna be another one going down. WS has been the MVP for Talon, really, and this does
100%.
open up the Roche as well.
100%. First use of the BKB. You get a couple of supports. I think, it's a solid trade overall.
I mean, you got
But
the Roche.
that is the bigger one, actually. I was like, you are able to get the kills and threaten them away from the Roshan. As Mikoto, he finishes his BKB, and Akashi, I say very close. He's close-ish to it.
They actually gave the Aegis to WS, so now he doesn't have to use the BKB at the very start of the fight if he doesn't want to.
Smart. Samey, he's got the BKB on the Razor, and looks like 423 can get the BKB if he wants to. So, as we mentioned, BKBs are coming in for both sides.
Atos on the Hoodwink. So finally now they have an even better way to catch the storm. We talked about the Gleipnir for the Windranger, but even the Hoodwink will probably be going that route.
Yeah, Bob wants to get to Lincoln Sphere. I'm not really feeling the Lincoln Sphere as much as I'd like to see a BKB.
I mean, Dragon Tail is probably the thing that you're scared of the most.
Fair point, but there's gonna be like the Aghanim Scepter on Marcy that's gonna have a silence. Hoodwink's Bushwhack doesn't care about Lincoln Sphere. Shackle Shot as well if you get if the first guy gets shackled to you. Like there's a lot.
I understand. We have seen so many storms go for that Meteor Hammer Aghanim Scepter build and just skip on the BKB, and I guess Bob wants to follow in their tracks.
So that would be a nice kill if they can catch Jokam. An easy target. That's going to be the first one. Nice move by Team Tough. And they're going to go for more, but this is just threatening BKBs, maybe getting the Aegis. They're not committing.
They want the Aegis. Yeah, it wouldn't be smart to just try to run him down.
Yeah, it's like maybe you can take a tower, see if Tiny can catch someone else, but you're not. Oh, Samey.
Razor is coming in, and he's just gonna get annihilated. Very weird. Akashi, however, in a little bit of trouble there. He dies to the Rupture 4-3, a bit too much damage. Carlo is next on the menu. It will make the fight 2-2. No towers taken by Team Tough.
Yeah, although losing Samey just like that, he had the BKB available, but just couldn't get off. He doesn't feel very durable. The Marcy just jumps on the Razor and punches him in the face. I don't know how you even punch Lightning, but she does it.
That was a 9-second BKB on the Seeker as well. So they are delaying the timer of the Aegis, which I'm very surprised they didn't give it to the Windrangers, to be honest, right? Because Marcy with the BKB and the Armlet is not really going to die. Bob might die.
It's like he's Bob. Well, nothing for WS to jump on, so he should be okay. We got the Grove Bow. Nice bit of damage for him and the rest of the team, actually.
Hey, Ponyo shows himself. With just a couple of Nether Blasts, this tower will fall. Will they protect him long enough?
This'll come in handy.
It's always nice to have a Pugna on your side. Like, tower push is so good. Oh, Tsukimoto jumps in, catches Ponyo.
Toss, Glimmer Cape. Where's the another Nether Blast? They use the Glyph. He has the Crep, so should be living a little bit longer. But Talon decided it's better to just let him go. Bob is going for more. It's WS, but he will be jumping away. Carlo has been found on top. That is a dead Crystal Maiden if I've ever seen one.
I guess he is actually functioning as a ward there. Just because you have 4-3 farming, he's like, okay, Carlo, go become my ward. And Carlo's like, sure, boss, I'm happy to do so.
So he got dewarded?
He did.
Without a sentry?
Well, he got dewarded from life, basically. And we were seeing a couple items coming out here from the Dire side. I think I saw a BKB, a 4-staff on the a 4-staff on the Dragon. Not the best 4-staff game, but it still helps you as long as you're not the one ruptured.
You need the Pike versus the Razor.
For sure. It's one of the awkward things where it's like it helps you against one guy, makes you slightly worse against the other, though.
To be honest, if you get ruptured and the Seeker is attacking you, it might just be better to push yourself away, because he's going to be pushing you anyways.
That's a fair point. Marcy's got a Basher now on him, so WS is so farmed. 4-3 is also farmed, but he's 1-4-6, so he's not really healed.
Tsukimoto is a genius. He just found them, has the Force Staff as well. Dragonite will come over. Gets his Force Staff forward, and they will be finding the Tiny anyways. There's the bash at the perfect moment just to stop any kind of response.
Yep. Double Philosopher's Stones on the Radiant supports. They can be happy about that, but still this slight, that death is going to lead to a tower. You don't feel like you're getting a whole lot out of Team Tough right now.
Yeah, these tier 2s are a big deal. Really, 2 of them already falling.
Yeah, but I still believe they're going to win. I think this Talon Esports lineup is going to run out of steam soon. You need just a little bit more armor and you can start standing up to this WS Marcy.
I think you're underestimating their lineup way too much. Their lineup has some merit to it.
Oh, I didn't say that. I just think that it's going to run out of steam soon-ish.
Even in the late game. I mean, Marcy, Dragonite, and a Wind Ranger. Those are strong heroes. Imagine a Storm, you just find him with 1 stun, Wind Ranger kills him. Then with 2 cores, it's gonna be a problem.
It feels like Marcy and Wind Ranger, one of them gets ruptured, one of them gets stacked linked, and they're both handled. It's like Dragon Knight by himself, and he's not really itemized to do a lot of damage. So, not feeling it. It's very possible, but in about 15 minutes, I'd say the Talon's lineup becomes a little obsolete.
If that does happen, the top tier 2 though is being targeted now by Talon. They want all of the outer towers. Sukimoto coming over. Oh, beautiful ward by the Pugna. The sentry, does it see it? No, the ward is perfectly placed. This could be a game losing ward for Team Tough.
Yes, it is. Oh, Sukimoto jumps in.
He went in for Jocam, who does survive through it. Glimmer Cape is protecting him. Seimei going for the Dragonite. Force Staff to the high ground will be fine, but 4-3 in the backlines. He's losing his life. Bob, they do find Jocam, and the Pugna will be next on the menu. Ponyo gone. So it is a 2-for-1, but you did lose your core.
What a toss!
Oh, WS. He has to rebound away. Will be able to do it. Armor toggle, TP away. Plasma field. Akashi. The damage from Bob is insane. He got himself a double kill. He's actually godlike on the Storm.
Yes, he is. 10, what was it? Yeah, 10, 1, and 4. By the way, WS almost died from the proc of the Witchblade in the fountain. Like, it was 1 proc away from him. He teleports, his life actually goes down. I was like, oh crap, he's dead. But no, WS survives. They do jump on 4-2-3, but it's okay because he got the Rupture and the BKB off. And they cleaned house. Nice move by Bob and Seimei to kill those supports.
I'm so surprised that Talon, they saw the enemies coming literally on a ward and did nothing about it. The Tiny will get found. He does have a Force Staff Avalanche at the ready. Force Staff to the high ground. Bushwhack will be there in time. No chance in hell that you're escaping, and the Sharpshooter to take him out. Actually, it is going to be the overtime damage of the Dragonite that claims the kill.
A nice kill for Talon Esports, but it doesn't really change too much unless you can get something going for you. It's like the status quo of the game is still the Team Tough is getting closer and closer to their winning situation, right? Where like we're just, better and stronger than you. 72%, by the way, according to Gaben.
Team Tough still favored to win this one, especially Bob with the Storm Spirit. So many galvanized stacks, 28 at the moment. 39 mana per second. Is that good enough to satisfy His Royal Highness Ottomo?
The other one was 40, so he's not quite there.
Yeah, Bob, you suck. 10 and 1 and 4, boo, right?
I wouldn't say boo, like I wouldn't throw, rotten eggs at him, but I would sneer in his direction with this performance. Like, come on, Bob.
Maybe you would throw the Hellbear Smasher towards him.
There you go, if I could lift him. Well, it looks like Talon Esports are thinking, you know what, guys? Let's run that again. Let's see if we can push bottom here. They're all grouped up. Roshan was perfectly in the middle. 1 minute, 29 seconds, right in the middle.
The WS moving towards the top, and that ward is still standing, and I'm pretty surprised that Talon don't want to utilize it, or at least try to. Going high ground versus a Tiny is dangerous, and now you're gonna get tossed back. Mikoto!
Oh my lord!
He has a Force Staff BKB TP out. Okay.
They're going for more.
Instantly zip in the backlines, and nobody's there to catch.
Oh, did they find someone? Ponyo! Almost losing his life, but that is a BKB being used on the Dragonite. He is vulnerable. Team Tough do the smart thing. Instant smoke up. Let's find someone. Sukimoto, MVP performance.
Oh, Regen Rune also. Yeah, at least Joken gets it. At least he doesn't allow Bob to have a Regen Rune. But considering this amount of mana regen, 41.4, did he finally reach the heights that you expected of him?
Yes, we now crown Bob as King of Storm. Lord of the Thunder, and all sorts of things like that. Well done by him.
Okay,
like, he's actually
George R.R.
insane.
Martin, can you just stop now? Thank you.
Hey, man. If I was George R. Martin, I would have written the book by now. How many years has it been? 13 since the last one?
Dude, I get a couple of $100 million. I'm not writing no books.
I already, my magnum opus was to become rich. That's the goal in life, not finishing the series. And
oh no, they ruined the series at the end. Anyways, let's move on.
I'll cry in my money bed. What do you sleep? I sleep on money. That's what I sleep on.
What do you say? She can cry. He can cry in a Ferrari, right? As the smoke from Talon.
They might make Team Tough cry here if they can catch them off guard.
Buybacks are going to be very important now.
The positioning from Team Tough is very nice, by the way. Crystal main protected, Bob a little bit behind, Sammy in the front along with 4-2-3. Like, this is very clever. Oh, looks like they're leaving. They're
Through
like,
the portal, and they're going to be allowed to do so. Tsukimoto actually does blink away. He'll be TPing there. So he will be late.
And same with the Hoodwink, actually. Hoodwink's not going to be there.
They do get to the high ground, so Talent cannot engage immediately. Does he want to go through the portal?
Interesting timing. Mikoto comes with Roshan and gets bashed by him. And they're all here. Everyone's here. Amazing use of portals and TP from both sides. Although there's a ward.
Spawns are things that this game is almost dead even.
It does feel like it, honestly. They need to get rid of that observer.
Oh, what a BKB usage. The Dragon Tail does not connect. They need the Ogre Steel Totem and the Force Staff. Mikoto actually cannot get away from the static link. He lost so much damage though. WS, he's the one that has a ton of it, and with the boomerang, they annihilate him. Tsukimoto avalanche toss with the rupture, but look at that. The Chakra Shot is going to be amazing. 4-3. He does have movement speed to run away, even from a Wind Ranger. Bob has been caught on the other side. The kill on him would be huge. Atos has connected. They have the Chakra Shot. They have the Dragon Tail at it, and with the rebound, he's gone. They finally burned down the storm. Goodbye, beyond godlike, my ass. Tsukimoto also running away. Beautiful power shot, as well as the Glacier to get themselves another kill, and the Roche will be an easy claim now for Talon.
It's been the rupture into toss combination winning them the fights, but they saw it coming, Talon, literally with those wards right on the Twin Gate. And Team Tough, I am kind of shocked nobody decided to put some detection there. Like, this is a very common warding spot. Team Talon, a mistake, definitely a mistake happening.
Not at the same age, he overestimated his abilities. You drain the damage from the Dragonite, but he still contributes to the fight.
Yes, and I mean, like, he's already got corrosive haze, so he's still kind of useful just because of that. What else does he? And he's got Moon Shard, sorry, Hyperstone, not Moon Shard, and Hurricane Pike, so he still hits. And I'll be honest, he's not the one you want to drain. They might kill him, actually. They might drain him of life, but he's got an Aegis.
He got the Nagus, and actually the rest of his team is going to be coming over. There's the Pike being used, and even through the Rupture, he just doesn't care.
Yeah, that was another one, right? You don't stack link the Dragon Knight. You stack link WS or the Akashi, and looks like they're going to get a kill on Carlo. Mikoto is very happy right now.
Mikoto is so mobile, ultimately. He has the Pike, Blink Dagger, and the Ogre Steel Totem. The Dragon Knight is everywhere.
Yes, he is. Meanwhile, Carlo's dead, and he's got the Philosopher's Stone, but he's not putting it in the neutral slot. Do it! Efficiency! Oh, come on, Carlo. Not like this.
Yeah, this is why he's going to lose the game.
I mean, honestly, every small thing adds up to victory. And, not taking free gold is one of those things that hurts you.
Storm needs the BKB versus the double Gleipnir. I have no idea how Bob can think he can get away with this.
He wants to go for straight up Ags. Jeez. Okay, Bob. I mean, I see what you're doing, but Shiva's guard is nice. The Shiva's guard is pretty useful, actually. But Ags, no BKB. That's Bob Dota for you, baby.
I mean, we've seen it so many times, but now with the two Gleipnir, we saw in the previous fight what happened. They just controlled him so easily. You cannot move.
No, you can't. They got Sanj and Nyasha on both the Razor and the Bloodseeker. It helps to keep you alive, but I don't know. I guess the Shiva's guard is really the power spike I'm looking at.
The Talon, they have 5 of their heroes. They're maybe even thinking of diving if Carlo shows his face.
Banners dropped. Now even if you glyph, that's not going to solve your problem. Loving the new banner, and they're committing. They're like, put Mikoto in the front. Who's going to kill him?
Yeah, he has the Aegis, so even with the toss back, it's not that big of a deal. He's got the tower.
Oh, this is a nice catch right there, putting Mikoto in the front. Bob jumps in, but it's like, dude, you need to be careful, buddy.
The banner is so good right now, but they put it a little bit too behind. And Creeps get in front, so Toss doesn't do anything. Later, Kimoto, nice use to dodge the Dragon Tail. They're going for the Marcy. Nice heals from Ponyo, keeping him alive. So WS now going to be coming forward. He has the Abyssal Blade, Lotus Orb. Not on him any longer. He's gone, actually. Avalanche Toss onto the two heroes. And now Mikoto, sure, he has the Aegis, but he's not going to have any friends once he's back in the world of the living. Only Ponyo is in the vicinity, and Bob is zoning him out without any problems. He might even catch him. Ponyo, at least he gets himself away. Mikoto with a TP out, he's not going to be allowed damage. Too overwhelming. And this is what happens when you push versus the Tiny, despite not even getting tossed back.
It's a team wipe. You know, sure, it's like only 4 on the scoreboard, but that's an Aegis. So that's 5 lives. And Team Tough, man, they're playing this so scary. And what did we see? We saw the rupture on the Marcy. She can't move. I forgot what the stack link was on, but it was definitely not Mikoto. So this is what you want. You know, the start that you get, that you ignore the Dragon Knight. He's nothing. He's just a big blubber. You know, a damaged sponge. He doesn't matter.
No, that's the Tide has the innate ability blubber.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry. But yeah, like, ignore him. He's even got Assault Cuirass. Should makes him attack faster, but the armor it provides for his allies is more important.
These late game Razors are so strong, man. When I see this refresher, I get goosebumps every single time.
Yep. Refresher. Do you remember the Refresher Ags days? Oh, so good.
I mean, it's still possible for that to happen, of course, in the ultra late game, because there's so many other items. I'm guessing the next one is going to be a Satanic for the Razor.
Yeah, it's still very good. It's still very good. And then you can get like, what do you want after? Bloodstone some point wouldn't be so bad either. It's also a very common item for the Razor. It's like Bloodstone or Satanic are the 2 items that are going to keep you alive. Now that you have Refresher Orb.
Talon needs those Lincoln Spheres. I actually cannot believe that they're not going for them. They only have a Lotus Orb on the Pugna, but this Rupture is destroying them in every possible way. Rupture and the Static Link, and really, there's not that many spells that are going to be breaking your Lincolns in general.
It honestly goes back to the problem we talked about at the beginning. Talon is squishy, and Team Tough is not. You know, that is the thing. Like, Team Tough doesn't have to play as careful as Talon because they have durability that the other side doesn't. And I don't even think Talon's playing bad or like getting out positioned. They're just like, oh, a toe out of line, we lose everything.
Storm goes in. He does have their carry. Actually, the Glacier is going to be perfect, and the Bushwhack as well. Now they turn around with the Abyssal Blade. Bob barely gets himself out. Takashi has been ruptured, tries to go for Seimei, who's now going to get taken out by Mikoto. No, Glimmer Cape will keep him alive. 4-3 a little bit too fast because there are low heroes on Talon, but he's going to be losing the speed from the dead Wind Ranger fairly soon. Buyback from the Tiny makes this a 4 versus 5 that Talon does not want to take.
I don't know if you're happy, which side is happy about that. You lose a core on Talon, but you force a buyback, so I think you walk away honestly a little bit happier. Now you know Tsukimoto's not going to be available or too aggressive in the future. If you go high ground, Tsukimoto jumps in, messes up, and he dies, you're like, alright, we're guaranteed a 5 versus 4 fight.
Talon messed up. They had a Dead Storm there, but they focused the Tiny. If the Marcy was actually punching the Storm, Bob would have died.
I guess so. I mean, yeah, the Storm is... Sorry, not the Storm. The Tiny is hard to ignore. You know, you want to focus him down, but yeah, the Storm is way more valid target than the Tiny for sure.
Yeah, they were both in a Bushwhack and in the Gleipnir, so they were caught and they punched the Tiny. It's just that they were very close together.
I like how much utility Carlos is providing for the team. 4 Staff, Glimmer, as well as Boots of Baron coming up soon. And oh, the tier 4s are rolling in, baby.
Yep, they're coming. Ancient Guardian for the Marcy. If there's a fight around the Ancient enemy base or your own, this Marcy is just gonna murder people.
Yes. Mindbreaker on the Storm. Love it. What do we have? Aviana's Feather. That's the evasion's really good. You're mostly up against physical damage, so this does add up to quite a bit.
For sure. And the Seeker, when he, at the middle of the fight, gets his insane movement speed and then just starts flying, he's going to be able to move around the fight so easily.
And Rattle Cage on the Razor, so good luck focusing him down. And I love Tsukimoto's ninja gear. Feels like it's been a big factor. And what does Bob have? He's got the Aghanims finished. So now he does have that grab. In previous fights, they are grouped up. I think he can get a 3-man grab.
Avalanche toss back. That is going to be Joe Cam in so much trouble. It's just the 2 supports that will be getting the kill. 4-3 comes over just to secure it in the end.
Joe Cam has got buyback though. And I don't think you commit too hard to a push with just the Hoodwink did. You know, you poke and prod and see what happens.
Hoodwink has the Ancient Guardian as well, so the right clicks of this hero are not to be ignored.
So this is the Marcy. Yeah, so there's 2 Ancient Guardians. Who else does anyone have? Ninja Gear on the Dragon Knight. I don't get it. There's actually 3 Ancient Guardians on the Dire side. Akashi has his as well.
Yeah.
So I think the damage dealers got what they wanted.
Yeah, pushing the high ground versus these guys is so scary.
Suddenly all that durability that we were talking about, it does feel a little bit less.
Well, Ponyo, he has a sentry. He knows that there's a ward here, but he also knows that somebody is gonna come to kill him.
I was like, I want it. Oh, Tsukimoto. Man, he's got some bravery. He's got no buyback, and he's still sort of positioning himself to jump. He's like, I'm willing to do it for the team.
Marcy's farming on the other side of the map, so it seems that WS just puts a lot of emphasis onto finishing that Axe.
Yeah. Roshan's up, by the way. It's going to be a Radiant Rosh in 10 seconds. Might be an opening for Team Tough. You're like, alright guys, we can fight on our side of the map now.
If you get level 25 on the Marcy, which one do you get of the talents?
I think the bodyguard damage is so much more reliable, right? But 6 extra seconds on Unleash. No, definitely the bodyguard damage. I want to be able to burst people down now. I don't care about a few extra seconds on Unleash. By the time Unleash wears off, most fights are over anyway.
That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Tsukimoto?
Nice, he heals every single time he's dodging the Dragon Tail. The Rupture onto Mikoto. Storm only pulling him in, so the Aghanim Scepter not coming in handy. That is a dieback. Unleash and BKB were used. Mikoto standing his ground, doesn't want to get punched. The Razor has been found, and now Akashi goes in with the focus fire. Doesn't care that he's losing his damage. And Seimei somehow he lives, but look at the Storm, he found him. He's just getting them all together for 4-3 to feast on their blood. Bob finds an opening to crush Talon completely. Mikoto's gonna be getting extra movement speed from WS, but it doesn't matter because 4-3 smells your fear and blood, as the Dragon Knight is the only one who lives. But Bob, his godly performance on this Storm does not stop.
No, it doesn't. And look at that mana regen, 44. Officially, I am now a fan of his Storm over all others. But the Aghanim Scepter, we were saying, like, they are grouping up on Talon. Marcy wants to be on someone. Same thing with the Wind Ranger with the focus fire. So it's like, you're not really that far apart. Easy for Bob to catch multiple people. And the Shiva's Guard on top is just icing.
Oh, they're actually going for the Dragon Knight. They found him. The Rupture is there. He's bleeding. He wants to get out. Not gonna be happening. Oh, wait. That pushback stops the Pike? That's actually quite a cool mechanic.
I did not realize it would do that either. But either way, it is going to be no Mikoto for this defense. I think Mikoto's been, like, maybe the most critical part. The only one who can take a punch. And you don't have your shield. Oh, this is looking super good for Team Tough.
They're gonna get the second lane of Rax as well. No chance in hell that you're gonna be defending this one. Just staying in the back. Also, refresher on the Seeker. That means quadruple Rupture. And really, Rupture has been the main spell versus Talon.
Along with Tsukimoto as... Oh, okay. WS. He's gonna be back, you know. Just Discord problems. I'll take a second here. He's gonna come back. We can look at some of the items here. But yeah, that... the combination of the Rupture with the toss has been amazing by Team Tough. What are we looking at? Any interesting items here? We did have the Satanic on Seimei. You talked about it. It's like either Satanic or Bloodstone, but it's like Satanic feels a lot better this time around.
Does.
You know, Mikoto's starting to transition to some of that damage. He finally got like a crit, and that's nice, but
he's dead.
He's still, yeah. Oh well, that's one problem about dealing damage when you're dead. But the other problem is just like it feels too late. You know, it's 42 minutes. Your only damage is a Chrysalis on a DK. You know.
And also, Akashi hasn't been able to dish out the damage on this Wind Ranger.
Not at all.
No, not at all. He gets close to killing people, but Team Tough always get out alive with that one hero.
The durability difference as 4-2-3. They're going for him. BKB instantly.
Their Rupture was used. Lotus Orb a little bit too late. Now the Storm going to be pulling them in. WS did have a BKB, so he's not going to get pulled in. Razor losing his life. Does have a buyback. Not going to be using it. We need to look at that corner. It is very interesting. Something is happening to the camera, but also something is happening to Talon. The same thing that is happening to our camera. They're all dying.
And Pugna buys back. Mikoto's up in 20 seconds, so they're not ready to throw in the towel yet, but it's still going to be at best a 3 versus 4, and Seimei can buy back if he chooses to. 4-3 almost loses his life, but again, Bob catches 3 people.
Yep. It's way too easy. I don't know how they didn't use the Lotus Orb beforehand on the Marcy just to protect her from the rupture, but
He's been getting away with murder, honestly, with these ruptures. Like, you would think that he shouldn't be getting them, but every time on the Marcy, who wants to move around, right? Rebound and unleash and just chase someone. It's like they're like, nah, we'll just rupture you.
Talon are going for a smoke. I'm not sure what they're trying to do with it. You're in a 4 versus 3 scenario, and this Roche is probably gonna be gone as well. So that's gonna be a refresher shard into the hands of Tough.
Yeah, an odd smoke, especially with this threesome. You know, Dragon Knight, Hoodwink, and Pugna. Not exactly a massive damage trio, right? Like Hoodwink, sure, but who are you gonna kill? 4-3 or Bob?
And the Storm with the... do you give the refresher to Storm now? Because he just gets them all. Yeah, the other 2 cores actually have their refreshers, so he's the only one who can use it properly. Also, I really want to see a shard on this Storm. With him having the level 25 talent with the overload bouncing, he does a lot of damage, but he doesn't enable the Seeker to do the AoE damage. If the Seeker gets those attacks as well, Talon are just dead.
He's probably gonna get it next once he has the gold for the buyback, you know? Like, this is a good spot for Team Tough, but it is losable. You know, this is not in any way a done game, and if you die without buybacks, it's too risky. As Sammy doesn't agree. He almost had the buyback, he just buys a big item. Okay.
I don't know. This game doesn't look too losable to me, to be honest.
Yeah. I imagine even if Team Tough lose a fight, they're not going to be losing like 5 people instantly. It's going to be like one guy dies early, then one guy on the way out, then you know these guys will probably respawn by the time the side reaches them, so they're fine.
That's how fights have been going in general, basically, in this game.
You know, I didn't realize this, but there's mega creeps. Yeah, it is pretty much unlosable. Sorry about that. For a second, I thought that they still had like bottom racks on Talon because they had a lot of units there. Then I was like, wait, those creeps look pretty big on the Radiant side.
Yeah, they've been hitting the gym, Ottomo.
Have you been hitting the gym, Harry? You know, or you've been couch potato?
I've been doing more calisthenics in the last 3 months, so that's the approach.
Well, all exercise is good for you, so keep it up, man. In the meantime, I like that Marcy has a circle around her for that bodyguard. You're like, oh, that's how it works. And
really?
They're smoked up on Team. Yeah. They're smoked up on Team Tough. They want to gank the throne. They're like, they'll never see it coming.
There's no glyph at the moment, so he'll lose the fight Storm. Not really finding the best
catch.
one, but WS is getting his damage drained. Got ruptured, and look at the backlines. 4-3 just killing everybody. The multiple ruptures are being used. When there's 4 ruptures on the enemy side, it's impossible. And Bob, he gets an ultra kill. Definitely deserved a rampage in this game with the performance that he has had.
I mean, honestly, it's like hard to pick. I feel like it's either Bob or Tsukimoto because so many of these jump throws to his allies and they finish the job. And Tsukimoto, very impressive than Tiny. Bob, equally good. I wouldn't be able to pick an MVP between these two. The rest did a good job. Like Sammy that bait top was good, overall nice, but I felt like they was all like standard level, you know, whereas like Bob and Tsukimoto was like up here.
Yep, they had an amazing performance on Team Tough, and they're gonna be equalizing Talon, you know, so that is actually a big deal. Coming into the series, we both saw Talon as the favorites, and they barely won game 1, not gonna lie. So Team Tough, in my mind, after this series, looks generally as a stronger team. If a game 3 was happening without looking at the draft, I would favor them slightly.
I'm not sure I would say I thought Talon came as the favorites. As we mentioned, they've won the first RES, but they've had a change in roster. Team Tough won the second one, and they've looked really good. So I wouldn't have said they were the favorite. I think these are quite closely matched with the two teams. Talon does have the bigger names, to be sure.
That still probably was the most fun series of the day. That still doesn't mean that you shouldn't watch the next 2 guys. We have IHC versus Manta, and then Salvation versus Bleed Esports to end the day. Rob and Bobby, of course, are going to be taking you through, and me and Ottomo are going to be saying goodbye for today. So everybody, enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the games. They are bound to be amazing.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome everybody back to the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to start here with the second series of the day. It's going to be me and Bowie taking you through the rest of the day. Bowie, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Very excited for some Southeast Asian Dota. And I mean, we're going to start today. I guess this is already the second series of the day, but we're going to start our cast with a banger here. Bleed yesterday took a game out of Talon. They were looking pretty good. And I mean, we have Salvation Gaming here, which, you know, I wouldn't really... I think a lot of people watching, if you don't really follow SEA closely, you might feel like this is just, an easy one here for Bleed. But I feel like Salvation has been putting out some pretty good performances. They actually qualified for the second stage in the last RES. I think this is a pretty close one.
Yeah, we have a good couple of series coming up. IHC versus Manta and Salvation versus Bleed, like you say. Salvation versus Bleed, probably going to be the closest game. But as we get into it, IHC versus Manta, you look at these two teams. So Manta are a team that, have popped up. I'm not recognizing any of the player names here that we're going to be able to see on stream. Well, Gohan for other reasons. But, Gohan, Kui, Kimizu, Eris, I want to call it, and Grims. Just a new roster coming into this one. It is only the second day. Yesterday, they did go down to Team Tough 2-0, but Team Tough looking like one of the favorites at the top of the table here. So how do you expect Manta, if you are a new team coming into an event like this, how do you kind of approach this? How do you get your head around it that you have to kind of say, okay, we're in with the big boys, but you're going to give it as good as you get?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, I think. No pun intended, because Team Tough is... I really feel like they are, I guess, underrated, for a lot of people that are not from SEA. You might not really know about them, but they have some big names. They just, clutched a huge game out of Talon, and they've been doing pretty well in terms of RES points, right? I think if I look here, they actually, first place in RES points, which is crazy. But talking a little bit about Manta, as you said, I think it's mostly about, you're here to learn. You're here to play your best, obviously, but you're here to learn. Your mindset shouldn't really be focused only on this match. Like, obviously, when you're playing, you want to take the win, but it's all about the long term for Dota, right? It's such a hard game. And yeah, they're going to be playing a pretty strong team. IHC, another team that has its fair amount of RES points. They're third place right now. They have some really good performances. It's not gonna be any easy here for them. And yeah, that's all I can say. I do think this is heavily on the side of IHC, unfortunately.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is actually going to play out, whether Manta are going to be able to take a game away from IHC here in the series. And yeah, I think IHC, yesterday they went 1-1 up against Salvation. There was a couple of the first game, 49 minutes. That is probably one of the longest games I've seen this patch. I know there's a couple of outliers. hitting the hour mark, something like that, but it's rare to me at the minute to see a game go past like the 35-40 minute mark. So for it to go into 49 minutes, both teams seem really evenly matched. And in the end, I think it came down to the Snapfire of Salvation that was a bit of the difference maker here. So we'll see if IHC, maybe they look to learn some lessons from yesterday. Maybe they even go back, pick that Snapfire up themselves, because it did look incredibly strong. On IHC, though, we did see the Monkey King coming out twice. Do you think that's a hero that we might see today? Or Manta, if they're paying attention, is that one of the first phase bans you think that might come out here for them?
I don't think you can afford to ban Monkey King the first phase. Maybe if you lose to it game 1, you might try game 2, but I don't know. I really feel like there's so many OP heroes right now that if you ban Monkey King, you know, we're gonna be giving away a Storm or a Shadow Fiend or Phoenix or Willow, or you know, there's a lot of really strong heroes. But yeah, it is definitely one of the many that IHC can play to the highest level, and you're gonna have to find ways around it. Maybe you steal it for yourself, you know, if you have a carry that likes it, or if you think you're position 4, you can also run the Monkey King. At the end of the day, though, to me, IHC, they're definitely one of the favorites for this Group B. And I think Group B just looks more stacked, right? Just looking at the players here, like Salvation, they have RES points. IHC, they have RES points. In fact, they're 3rd place. Bleed is doing pretty well. Like, everyone in Group B has, in general, done pretty well with the other 2 RES tournaments. So this is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually comes out on top, because I know teams like Talon and Team Turf, you know, they've prioritized, or excuse me, they've performed in the past, so it would be hard to look past them. But like I say, Bleed, IHC, Salvation, they've all got reasons to stake a claim here for that top 3. So yeah, this might actually be a bit of a bloodbath group here, the group of death coming out here in Group B, and a little hard to predict who's going to be going through in those top 3 slots. And you can guarantee whoever doesn't get that 3rd space, you know, goes in 4th and 5th, is going to be feeling very, you know, sorry for themselves. Maybe they weren't able to make that final push, because they, you know, it's kind of hard to narrow it down who deserves not to get those slots here, really. As we get into this draft, we see the Clockwork being banned out, the Shadow Fiend being taken away. On the other side, IHC banning out the Enigma and the Centaur. So going to leave plenty of room, like you say, these Storm Spirits, the Venomancers, Dark Willow, Witch Doctor getting through, Phoenix, Mars as well. So, you know, there's a list along my arm as what teams want to ban, but at the minute, you know, what do you want to be prioritizing here? Because it looks like it's going to be IT with the first pick. So what are you looking to try and sneak through in this first phase of the draft, do you think?
Well, you're going to sneak through whatever the enemy team allows you to. So far, you know, I think we actually didn't get to watch a single game of Clockwork. The biggest, at least like recently, the biggest problem with Clockwork right now is that you can, because the clogs are bigger, you can actually block an entire wave like super easily. But you can also use cogs on the enemy lane so that you delay the push. So cogs are just kind of broken right now, and there's not anything that's like easy to do to counter it so far. So yeah, I do like the Phoenix ban. Willow has definitely been a hero that we see banned a lot, but they actually take away DK. So still a lot of OP heroes going through, especially because IHC, they are actually going for those targeted bans, maybe just feeling like they are the better team. And rather than taking away what's really good, they're taking away what apparently the offlane here for Manta really likes running. They're going to grab themselves the Witch Doctor, one of the strongest heroes of the patch.
Yeah, we see that. I think we saw it on the first day in every single series, and then after that, you know, it's been banned out and being removed. So the fact that Manta have let this through, you know, banning out the Dragonite, who is a strong hero itself, but it just feels like the Witch Doctor, Shadow Fiend, Clockwork are the ones at the very tippy top of what people want to be picking up here. So Manta, they do have that ability to pick up the Dark Willow, like you say, if that's something they want to lean towards here. Manta, yeah, fully able to pick that one up, but maybe they have something up the sleeve in answer to this Witch Doctor, which is why they've let it through. So, yeah, let's see what Manta actually want to be picking up here to get through this reserve time. Anything else? I mean, Veno gets banned out every so often, but I think we've only seen it picked up for once. Mars, the Weaver is another one. Yeah, Storm Spirit, you know, named it and then forgot about it, but that does get let through here as well.
I mean, I like the Storm. We saw, Bob just balling out of control with Storm in the last series. arguably the weaker team playing against Talon, and they were still like just out of Storm being broken, squeezing a win. So I like what Manta is doing here. That's definitely you just gotta make use of those OP heroes, and if you're not making use of it, just it is going to be a disadvantage for you.
Yeah.
Right. See, you probably want to take away supports that enable the Storm a little bit. We saw some people, kind of experimenting with the Pugna. I'm not sure how much I like it. There's a couple of teams that can run it really well, but I'm not that familiar with Manta to know if they would play it.
Yeah, do you focus target then? Like they're actually going to take out the Primal Beast, so I was just say like the Pug and a Grimstroke, but it looks like they've got other ideas. They don't want this Primal Beast being able to charge on top of them here, I'd see. Again, not a hero.
I would take away the Grimstroke, actually. I think Grim is definitely depending on Storm. That not only it's a Storm counter, although it has not been played as much in this patch. It felt like at the beginning, a lot of people were playing Grim, but they kind of moved away. But if you're going to pick Grim, is when you have a Storm Spirit.
Okay, and we'll see what else IC want to be removing here. Yeah, whether they go for that Grimstroke ban, thinking ahead, or they want to take away the Pugna. Like I say, we saw it in the last series, I do believe. So taking the time over this next ban, so they can just even it up, and then Manta obviously got heroes to remove. If you're looking at this, yeah, Grimstroke could be taken away. If you're looking at the Storm Spirit coming out, I'd see. Are you looking to the heroes like the Chaos Knight, that's going to build like up that early Orchid to be able to get a jump in, or even like the Puck, because we did see the Puck Orchid coming out yesterday to put the pressure onto the Storm Spirit in the lane.
I like Puck. It's definitely one of the better pairings and better counters you can have against Storm. I think Coil and Death Ward also have a lot of synergy, especially if you can grab an Aghanim Scepter later down the line. So to me, makes a lot of sense, as they will yoink a Weaver for them. Okay. Probably going to be a position 4 here. Started getting pretty popular. And it's a hero that can deal with Maledict and deal with Death Ward. Just run away.
Go
Darks here. Interesting.
Okay. I mean,
the Nyx is very strong against Storm, and Nyx can see the Weaver Invis, so that's pretty cool. Not a hero I actually got to watch this patch.
Yeah, I need to reread the facets because I read them kind of like glazed over them. It's like
it's
Nyx
about
will never be picked up.
The mana drain for sure. Like now you're just mana drain the hell out of the Storm Spirit, because you can mana drain with every single one of your abilities.
Yeah,
and that's for sure the goal that they have here.
Okay, and yeah, it's got the innate. It's what, 400 units. Yeah, so he's right next to the Weaver, fairly close to the Weaver. When the Weaver goes invis with that Sakuchi, you are still going to be able to detect and see with the Nyx Assassin. Okay, so are you running this Nyx? You've already got the Darkseer on board, so this isn't going to be the offlane Nyx Assassin unless you want to do something funky with the Darkseer. So are you looking this to be the 2 supports for IHC, that Nyx Assassin and the Witch Doctor coming out already?
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely going to be the case here. And I guess the question now is how bad is Nyx Assassin in lane, although he can mana burn with his abilities. 15% with every spell, level 1, is actually pretty decent. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think this could be pretty good. Not only Mind Flare is going to do like a bazillion damage to Storm because he just builds mana items, but you're also draining that mana, which really is the important part. Obviously, nowadays, Storm gets Eternal Shroud almost every game, so he might still have a way around, but he's going to have to be careful about his mana. He's going to have to probably like initiate on the Nyx very often, but Carapace makes things pretty hard, so yeah, I do like what HC has in mind here, and I haven't really seen this type of approach against the 4 Storm Spirits in the first phase. And if it works really well here, this might be, kind of an alert for every other team that thinks they can get away with Storm early on. I'm gonna go for a Slaughter last here. So it's minus armor, this amount of control with the tree and the Slaughter. I'm okay with Manta's draft. I think it's all right, but they seem.
10 seconds.
Well, first of all, we're picking another Invis hero, Nyx, which is definitely a bit worrying here. Nyx can definitely hunt down the Treant after he gets the shard, which is problematic. But yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I can't complain. I think they have solid lanes, you know, Slaughter Weaver, a lot of minus armor, Treant Protector +1, probably going to be a range hero, and the Yoink Troll, which is very good against Slaughter in lane.
Okay, so yeah, the Troll Warlord comes out. What are you looking to ban that? Are you still thinking, with the Darkseer being picked up here, that you're the Nyx Assassin in the lane? Do you want to run this Weaver as the 4 still, or would you try and slide that now into the 1 and look to maybe pick up something to go with that Slardar in the offlane that might benefit him against the Troll?
I think you play Treant against the Darkseer. I don't think Weaver is necessarily, like, Weaver really doesn't do anything against Iron Shell. Interesting to actually bend the IO here. Wait, what? Do they think this is...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So do you think it's going to be that carry Weaver coming out for Manta? And then, like you say, you're picking up a second support to go in the lane with the Slardar against the Troll. So you're picking up maybe something like a Vengeful Spirit. You're picking up maybe something like the Shaman that's going to have a lot of control.
I really don't feel like they have 24, picking a support here, like there's no support. Maybe Io is one of the supports that could like actually change the draft enough that you would go that route.
Or maybe
I don't know.
The Winter Wyvern. You know, Darkseer drops the wall, the Troll Warlord pops his ultimate, you drop that Winter's Curse, and all of a sudden, you know, all the illusions that you've got from the Darkseer, the Troll Warlord in the middle of his ultimate, has to proc on that Winter's Curse.
I think the lane's too weak. Yeah, I don't know. It's alright. But I feel like what they need right now is actually a bit more burst damage. Storm is heavily relying on mana. Slaughter, unless he gets like an amazing game, he's not really burst damage. So I know PA is absolute garbage right now, so they're not going to go PA. Oh, wait. Okay, that's going to be a mid Pangolier, so some extra minus armor here, some control. They're picking it into Treant, which is very bold of IHC. You need like a range carry that's good, which doesn't exist in this patch, so that's kind of the problem where they are at.
Don't forget, Southeast Asia, Morphlet.
Oh.
Kind of hoping they'd lock it in as soon as I said it there. No, dude, it is. It's going to be that carry Weaver coming out on the Hoodwink in the lane with a Slardar, it looks like.
It is burst damage on the Hoodwink, but I don't know. I feel like IHC's draft is much better. Like this Nyx. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how good Nyx is actually in the game, like how, but just looking at the solutions that they have, the IHC draft seems more cohesive. Whereas Manta, it feels like they're picking heroes that they like, which is not a problem necessarily. But when you are the underdog, you know, this could have some big issues. So we'll see how their lanes are gonna go. But yeah, I mean, IHC, they're just doing really well in RES in general, and I think their ideas are fresh. I'm going all the way here with IHC.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to lean towards IHC a little bit here too. Just because Manta style, you know, unknown prospect coming in, considered. I don't want to say weaker, but like I say, there's less tape on them. Where I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do. Yeah, they need to show me what they've got here. Whereas IHC, we already know, you know, really good team, great team play coming in between the IHC here as well. So Manta, I mean, they could impress. Absolutely, they could impress, you know, ruin IHC's party here. Manta Esports, you know, set themselves up for the rest of the groups, and yeah, it might only be that the first day nerve, something like that, coming up against Team Tough, and we'll see how it is going to play out as we get ready for game number 1. I just think that if you're coming through with an Nyx Assassin, you know, IHC, it's maybe something they consider, you know, if they think they're the stronger team, they think they're not going to be punished for this pick as well. So we'll see what Manta Esports are going to be able to do against it, and how maybe they're going to have an idea up against Kishka here, and Kishka not going to have a game on this Nyx Assassin either.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely banking a lot of their chips on the Storm Spirit, and this is definitely a hero that can deliver. But I have not seen a Storm versus Nyx Assassin so far, and you know that is kind of like the question mark. How good can Nyx be against Storm? And yeah, this is going to be a really good showing. So for anyone that's interested in that answer, watching this game is exactly what you need. The heroes should still be pretty bad in lane, so that, you know, I think this Weaver Treant's not going to be as punished as maybe I think they could. Because, I don't know, I'm not really sure what you expect. I don't know how much mana you actually burn, because it's like, it's 15% of every... Oh, wait, he went for the other he actually went for the other facet. He got the Vendetta one. All right, never mind. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, well, we are going to get into it, and don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was just on the screen, or use the banner below the stream there as well. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available on both the app and the website. And yeah, so the Knicks going for the Scuttle and not the Mana Burn talent. So what is it? For the first 15 seconds of Vendetta, Knicks has hasted and an unobstructed pathing. Okay, that's something. But yeah, no, I would have thought it would have been the Mana Burn talent up against the Storm Spirit as well. Just being able to do that Mana Burn damage and just be able to reduce the Storm Spirit's effectiveness in the fight, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually looking here on the stats, and the win rate of Knicks against Storm is actually negative. It's 47%.
Really?
So... well, I'm very curious to see how this game is going to unfold. Also, just looking at the games in general, the Mana Burn has a higher win rate and a higher pick rate.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting choices here. But yeah, maybe they have something in mind. You know, I guess being hasted when you Vendetta is pretty cool. Like if you're just hunting for heroes in general.
It says unobstructed pathing. Is that phased pathing, or is that literally up and down?
Yeah, up and down hills and stuff, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it is good, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those facets that, you know, it only works when you have Vendetta, when you have your ulti, which is not necessarily the types of facets we see having higher win rates. You know, you really need to have an idea or need to have like a playstyle where you fully utilize that to make it worth it, I think.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to play out, and just what they're going to be able to do on this now as well, with this Nyx Assassin on the Assassinate kind of path, being able to, you know, say when that Vendetta is up. But for the rest of the time, we'll see just how it's going to play out in the lanes here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, how's it going to look for Fortune Soul on this Troll? Because, I mean, the Troll can play at a distance here as well, so it's not going to be like Kimazu can just walk up, get these right clicks off, get the bashes up, the crushes off either. Playing up against the two melee heroes, A's going to be playing a good body block as well. He's already got, well, Voodoo Festeration. I don't think I've ever seen anyone pick up either of the other two here. It is always that Voodoo Festeration here for the Witch Doctor, and I can see maybe... See, that's the thing. I'd like to see the other two buffed up. Maybe a little tweak on Festeration, but not a massive nerf on it. Just to make the other two viable.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with the facets right now. Like, you really need to buff the ones that have, like, 0 pick rate. Maybe fix the ones that people just don't understand how it works. You know, there are definitely a couple that people are like, I'm not doing this. I think I've seen... Have you seen the Saber-like tweet about the Lycan Wolf, uncontrollable wolves?
Yeah, being like the worst thing he's ever seen in Dota, and how did anyone even ever come up with this? And it's so brain dead, bro. How could you even design a hero like this? I've seen that tweet, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I get where he's coming from. At the same time, you know, when you have to create 200 ideas, I think, oh, wait a second, here's Ace. That
top
Festeration.
Lane. He drops the Malefice now as well, but Fortune Soul, he might not be able to get the kill onto this one. The ticket's not going to be off onto the Blood Grade now as well, and Eris, it's not going to be killing him. Kimazu marks himself away. He's got that Maldic ticking, but it's not going to be enough onto the kill here. 3 potential First Bloods, and that was all set up coming through from the Hoodwink with that Bushwhack, allowing Kimazu to get in close, get that first hit bash off onto Ace out for the crush, but unfortunately that last right click, it wasn't in range, and the Witch Doctor, well, the Hoodwink and the Slaughter all walk away alive.
Yeah, very balanced Witch Doctor hero here. Just tanking Blood Grenade plus 2 heroes plus, you know, even though he actually had half his HP. It sounds pretty balanced as Fortune Soul. He's trying to contest for the Lotus, but fortunately won't be able to pick it up. Witch Doctor did go for a pull. How is mid going here? Storm actually massacring the Spango.
Yeah, if you guys not really having a good time. But I think we saw twice yesterday, right? Ikigai lose the lane, and just able to come back into the mid to the late game, you'll have that impact there. So here, key, I mean, especially that melee hero now up against the new static remnant, that you can walk into the lane like this, get that damage off without committing the body of the Storm Spirit here. Ikigai, yeah, I can see why he's losing out a lot of these last hits. You know, he's just not able to get in because it's a lot of damage coming out early for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, definitely struggling a little bit here. We'll see. I mean, and you know, it is Storm. When this hero snowballs, is no stranger to.
Oh, he might actually
wait a
go
second
down,
here.
though. He's taking a lot of damage. One more right-click. Ikigai underneath the tier 1. There's going to be that Vortex drag back, but it will be the first blood. Ikigai, he's going to be able to claim that one in the mid lane, as it looks like the damage, yeah, the Storm Spirit just overstepped there, while the Pangolier had full health, full mana to throw out those tools. And Eris in the top lane. Ace maybe trying to run him down. There's going to be the Voodoo Festeration, so Ace will be able to get that kill. And just Eris couldn't get away on the end of that.
Well, now Pangolier, top of the net turf here, just out of that first blood. Nicely done to him.
You got both runes as well, both water runes here. So, I mean, I know Key's going to be coming back with life, full health, full mana, and a full bottle, but it just means that Ikigai, it's not as much of a risk here in the mid lane for this Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge because it opens up solo kill potential with the Rolling Thunder. If one support rotates, you pretty much have like a 100% chance of killing the Storm if they get here before level 6. But at the same time, oh, look at the pressure there. Just
Kishka on the bottom lane. He has to pop the the runaway with the spike carapace there as well, and it was a lot of damage coming through. It's still, I mean, still a lot of damage on 11. Gohan's having a really good time here on the Weaver in this lane, keeping up with the troll in farm as well. So that potentially could have been a kill. Gonna be a career snipe though. Kishka getting a little bit cheeky here on the Nyx.
Yeah, just goes and chases that courier. And level 6 on the Pangolier was acquired. Still level 5 and 80% on the Storm Spirit. So gotta be very careful here on Quinn. You can see Ikigai understands how important it is to pressure this guy now.
Yeah. And just keeping him away from the creeps here. The double shield crash coming in. Grimzo going to be able to get the kill onto Ace. Top lane. Now they're going to be able to get more from this though with the 3 heroes up here. It looks like Fortune Soul playing underneath the tier 1 tower. Won't actually be affected by the gank. So he's going to lose his support. But for the most part, Fortune Soul just going to be able to carry on farming here underneath the tier 1.
Yeah, level 6 though. Gets acquired on Queen. He doesn't get lucky with the side he chooses though.
Oh. Yeah, Ikigai, it's a regen rune coming out now as well, and thanks to that change where it still activates even through hero damage, it's just a nice setup for the Pangolier to roll Thunder in. He's still going to have a lot of health, a lot of mana to try and go get the kill onto the Storm Spirit even after that Rolling Thunder wears off.
Definitely going to be useful. As Kishka looking for Gohan's.
Swarm's going to be dropped here. What are they going to be able to do, Kishka? It's going to be a lot of damage onto 11, excuse me, but he should be able to clear off the Swarm. Meanwhile, Kishka might not be so lucky. One more right-click and Grims will claim the kill. Pangolier is going to rotate down here, though. Are they looking for a response? Maybe not with the Nyx Assassin dead.
Weird play from Kishka, not going to lie. He could have stunned, but just waits for the Shukuchi and then gets baited.
Top lane, I think Kimizu's going to go down here to the Maldict. It's still, yeah, it's about halfway through. One more tick onto that one. Ace is going to get the kill. Kishka gets the Wisdom Rune. Eris away from that lane to pick up his. Means that they will be able to get on top of and kill off Kimizu.
Yeah, 1-for-1 Wisdom Runes here, so no one is necessarily benefiting too much. The supports are all level 4.
Do you think that this Storm Spirit here, Key, does he go for the early Orchid, something like that, Witchblade, or do you want like a Kaya, to come out? Just build into that Meteor Hammer for a bit more of the mana regen here for the Storm Spirit. As on 11, he's going to be taking a little bit more harass.
This game to me sounds like a Kaya Eternal Shroud game. And then probably into either Meteor Hammer or BKB, depending on how strong he is. I think I definitely don't think you go for Orchid. Maybe Witchblade as a fine Ikigai.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 heroes rotating though. Eris is going to be taking a lot of damage, and again, the Maldic, it will be enough. Ace, he gets himself another kill on the board, and maybe that Maldic gets tuned down just a little bit with the combination of the Voodoo Festeration here in the next patch. But yeah, for the minute, Witch Doctor is an absolute menace, and Ace, I'm surprised he let him pick him up, but Storm Spirit's going to try and jump in onto Ace with that AD rune now as well coming through. One more right click should be and will be enough key to be able to get the solo kill onto Ace.
Oh, but he's going to be spotted here. Good. Oh, was that even a sidestep? I don't know.
I think he just chose to go down. Kishka, well, Eris is going to be able to get the Bushwhack. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in now as well. The full bottle, he's going to get some regen coming through here. No, he actually won't. The Blood Grenade, and it is going to be enough. He couldn't get the bottle charges just because of the lingering damage here, and he will be able to take down the Storm Spirit, Rolling Thunder as well, and Kishka. They might just be able to go once again onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink taking a lot of damage. Ace is going to TP down here now as well, trying to get on top of him, and Eris, he just has to back himself away. He can't hang around here, otherwise he will be killed off.
The Blood Grenade stopped the bottle channeling there, unfortunately, so he couldn't heal. And now a huge move here from ITC, just trying to force this Meteor Tower. Unfortunately, though, that's not going to be the case as they find a troll. Good rotations.
Yeah, 3-hero rotation. He knew he was dead, so he doesn't even pop his ultimate there. Just lets that one go. While that's going on, 11 quietly finding a decent amount of farm here on the bottom lane as this Darkseer. So what are you expecting for the Darkseer? Is it just the braces? It looks like it's going to be the mechanism. I assume there's going to be a Greaves at some point. But what else do you want 11 to be building into here? Is this a pipe game, do you think, for him? Or do you want, like, a...
This might be a Crimson Guard game, actually. I think you definitely want some sort of, like, physical damage. Resistance against armor. So to me that sounds pretty good as they go for the Nyx.
Well, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Spike Carries comes out really good double Bushwhack, and he's going to be able to get it with a Remnant here. Key gets a kill onto the Courier as well as the Nyx Assassin himself, and now Ace going to be run down, throws out his Maldic, but the Key's going to be able to jump in onto this one. Does he have enough health to survive through this Maldic now as well? Rolling Thunder comes
good
out.
Sidestep.
Ikigai is going to be dodging it off, or he might just do the bottle charge with the Invis rune, and he is going to be able to dodge it off here. Yeah, Storm Spirit, he has some moves on him here, and Ikigai not going to be able to get in range. He lives through that Maldic here as well, so going to be able to bottle charge himself back up to an alright amount of health here with the Bounty Rune as well, so should be able to get back to most of his health and mana here on the Storm.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that he died twice because he only has 5 galvanized tags. Should have probably be a bit higher if that didn't happen. And thank God for him he didn't die, because he would be like maybe at 2. Definitely not where you want to be. This here is all about, get as many kills as you want. Just never die. Only commit for what's extremely necessary. And I'd see going for a smoking to the bottom side, maybe looking for this Weaver.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do this now as well. The Nyx Assassin, he's used the... he's got the Vendetta going here. Gohan's is going to try and get himself away. There is going to be the Impale that connects here. Gohan's a lot of damage, but he's underneath the tier 1. Doesn't get hit by the Maldic, and now he turns it around. He's going to be able to go with the Overgrowth of Grims, and they do get the kill onto Kishka. Kishka just overextended into that tier 1 tower while the rest of his team behind, but now the Weaver is aware of it. We'll be able to play away, and this body here from the Treant Protector will give that early warning system, just in case this little area gets invaded, and yeah, Gohan's, he's going to be away.
Yeah, I mean, good attempt from IHC. They knew time lapse was on cooldown, so it's a nice time to try and kill the Weaver. But unfortunately, they just don't connect in time. But they get a tier 1 tower for their problems, although they did lose mid in return. So actually, Manta, I mean, so far, they are looking so much better than I expected. They're having, like, a good time. The Storm sure did die, but he's also ahead of the Pain, though, in net worth, so it doesn't even matter that much.
Well, it looks like... I mean, they're going to get the trade-off for that tier 1 tower on the top lane here as well. So it's a 2-for-1 in terms of towers, and they got the kill onto Kishka. So Manta having a really good time here. 8-5 at 12 minutes in. Only 1k in terms of the net worth lead here. But the Slardar's going to have that Blink Dagger being flown into him now as well. And I expect this is where the Slardar's going to get involved in other lanes. Trying to relieve some of that pressure that IHC are putting in his safe lane and the mid lane too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We do see the Slardar going for a Blink Dagger. It's already delivered now, and that's a huge timing here for Manta. This Slardar plus the Storm being ready to fight is all they need. We have the mana regen from the Kaya on Kui, and as long as the Storm can get the vision from Corrosive Haze, it can chase anyone down. So I would love to see a smoke or something. They're farming some stacks here in the triangle, but I honestly wouldn't mind seeing them actually play active.
Yeah, it looks like the Storm Spirit, he's following your advice. The Kai's going to come out into that Eternal Shroud, and that's maybe then, once that Eternal Shroud is out, Storm Spirit's going to be a little bit more confident, because not the Storm Spirit that we're used to seeing, like the, we're only 13 minutes in, so like a 3-0-4 Storm Spirit, he has shown that he's not invulnerable here, so probably wants that protection of the Eternal Shroud first.
Yeah, it's just like so much value for this hero, because Now he's all about not dying, and Eternal Shroud, literally accomplishes that, as we do see a smoke on smoke play here. This Darkseer taking so much damage.
Yeah, bottom lane Storm Spirit is going to get involved in this now as well. The Impale does come through. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Unless the Storm's going to get low here. They do trade off a 1-for-1. The Darkseer for the slaughter. Overgrowth comes out, but Grims, he might just give his life as a Storm Spirit will be able to get out alive. But that's going to be a trade going in favor of IHC. Bit of a brave one going for a dive underneath the tier 1 tower like that.
Yeah, you have to make sure you're gonna get that kill, or else, Darkseer will pop wall. They're gonna pop their spells, and unfortunately, they were a little bit off with their damage output there. The mech gets out, wall gets placed, and yeah, a bit of a YOLO play. They did force that in a weird way under tower, but they should be happy they didn't lose Storm. The TP was definitely the play there from Kui, or else the Maledict was gonna take him down. He's actually going for U-Scepter after... Wait, is that bugged? He actually wants U-Scepter this game? Interesting.
Looking through.
So, wait, where is his carrier? Does he have a full Eternal Shroud? There's no way.
I don't think so. No, he doesn't. Yeah, he's back in the Fountain. He doesn't have that one, but...
Does anyone have... Oh, Pango ended up going Orchid. Okay, now I get it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I think he was dealt with it. I mean, he jumped himself in, but he jumped himself right onto the Impale of the Nyx. Just perfect timing that was unlucky for the Storm. So that was kind of the thing, that he jumps himself in, and then all he can really do is run away because he's taking way too much damage. And yeah, the rest of his team at least facilitated the Storm Spirit to be able to leave here, but it was just bad timing for the Storm to be able to, to jump in at that particular second and get himself... speaking about bad timing, jumping in, it's going to be getting controlled here by the Orchid, and the damage, it might just be enough. It will be enough to get the kill onto him. Kishka will go down. McKee, it was again, he leapt before he looked, and it's going to cost him his life and another couple of those galvanized charges.
And that's just classic mid laner 0 IQ play. You're just so horny for a rune that you just literally forget everything else. That's the most... Yeah, that happens with all of us, but this is really gonna shut him down, because if you look at net worth now, he had to sell his Ogre Club to start the U-Scepter. He literally sold the Ogre Club he already had for the Eternal Shroud.
I think he picked it up in the Fountain, then immediately sold it and swapped to that, so I don't think he lost gold on it.
Okay, never mind then. But, still, he was highest in net worth. Now he's 4th place. And, I mean, the Galvanized tax is really what hurts you, because this is kind of... Yeah, you can't really get them back unless you get the kills, and the more mana region you lose, the less likely you're probably going to get kills in the first place.
You do get permanent as like a 0.1, I think it is, every galvanized stack, so even if you lose it, you get some remnants of that mana regen. But yeah, we're used to seeing, like you say, these Storm Spirits going at this point in the game. They're like 5-0-4, and they've got themselves, they're over a dozen of these galvanized stacks, and they are just zip-zapping around the map finding kills. So the fact that Storm Spirit here, he's having such a bad time, being forced into that Yule Scepter here as well, it just kind of shows that the Storm Spirit maybe... being picked on that early, it just allows the other team to, with an Nyx Assassin, the Pangolier like this, get these counter picks out, and it's not as infallible as maybe people think it is.
For sure, and I think what we can also see is that this Nyx Assassin, at the end of the day, even though the mana burn would be good, like, Spike Carapace is still a huge counter to Storm. So, as long as he can Carapace the Storm and get the stun, like, this is usually going to be enough control for you to kill Storm, unless he's, like, balling out of control, which... Right now, he isn't. He did finish his use though, so now there is at least a way out of this Orchid. And you know what I want to see from this Storm? Honestly, I want to see Meme Hammer into Sanj and Yasha. Never mind, he's going to see Death as he's forced to use.
Yeah, he's got that Yules. He's going to be able to get himself away from this one. It looks like he's got the mana to get himself out here. Grims moves himself forward, but yeah, that's a big... well, I say it's a warning sign, but he's already been warned 3 times already, the Storm Spirit. So it is going to be the Sanjin Kai that comes out. So it's not going to be that Meteor Hammer that we're used to seeing for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, my problem with this is that you don't get status resistance from the Sanjin Yasha. So like you're only getting the HP. And I think status resistance is so crucial this game for him to like live. Obviously it's more expensive and you need to by a Yasha on Storm, but I think we might start seeing that a bit more once. I don't know. I really feel like Thunder Shroud is a better purchase than Desange that he's going for.
And well, we'll see if he changes his mind again. But at the minute, Manta, I mean, they've still got a net worth lead, but they are starting to bleed kills. It looks like here, 10-9, and yeah, we'll see how it does go out. They did lose the Weaver there as well. The Weaver wasn't able to get himself away or use that time lapse. And I think something else we need to note as well for the Nyx Assassin, even if he didn't go for the mana burn talent, excuse me, the mana burn facet, he does still get that max mana damage on the Mind Flare, so it doesn't actually burn the mana away, but you are still going to be doing massive amounts of damage to a hero like a Storm Spirit that wants to be building a big mana pool, you know, and to be effective around these fights.
Oh, for sure, especially when he doesn't have Eternal Shroud, so that all of the damage is definitely going to be there. As we do see Kishka going for the slaughter here, and oh, he just randomly blinks out, sees, he just felt something, and he was right.
Yeah, and he's going to be away here. Kimizu, he's got that BKB building as well. He's only going to be about 400 gold away from completing, so just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to take any silly risks here on the Slardar. And again, we've not really seen the Slardar get too... I mean, we've not seen any 5v5 fights coming out here from Manta Style, or, you know, any 5 just straight up run at you, you know, get off what pickups we can. So Manta... once this BKB is out, do you think maybe then that's the time? And I know the Weaver's going to go for his own BKB, but he's already got the Gleipnir, which to me signals that he might want to get involved in these team fights and make something happen.
Yeah, it's just that the team fighting is much weaker on their side. Just this wall alone is so strong. You have Orchid on the Bengalir as well. It's not easy to take these fights, and I mean they're just forcing a tier 2 right now, and Manta can't really do anything. The gold advantage is very deceiving in a game. Tro is the highest network hero because he can just force so much, and this Weaver just doesn't have the same impact, the same sort of pressure on the map. They're trying to do the same thing, but as you can see, it is much slower. They could potentially glyph and try to defend. Both sides glyphing, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be the first tier 2 tower for both sides, so I can see why the glyph's coming out here for both sides. And we'll see. In fact, yeah, the Tormentor's coming out, and it looks like both teams are just going to try and take the enemy Tormentor here. So similar thoughts, and it is going to be a trade. Who gets it? Grims and Kishka. So yeah, the spell damage. Okay, so Vendetta increases target spell damage. I don't mind that one. I do like the Train Protector Shard coming out as well, but it looks like, yeah, like you say, it is going to be a slower tier 2. In fact, they might not even be able to get it here. The defense coming in from IHC just to scare Manta away, and they will defend this tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
Yeah, just too easy for them to defend, unfortunately. Manta could maybe be able to sneak Roche, but instead it looks like they want to wrap around through the triangle. They do have one ward, so... Oh, they find Kishka.
Jump comes in. They're going to be able to find out. That's going to be a really good jump onto Kishka to start this one off. What else can they do onto this now as well? Crush was used. Gleipnir comes out. Swarm's going to be here as well. But it looks like, do they want to carry on fighting on the side of IHC? Well, the Storm Spirit, he's going to force the choice for them. Rolling Thunder does come through. The Vacuum and Wall does get dropped here. Greaves as well to get everyone back to a decent amount of health. You've got that Voodoo Festeration going. But they do get the kill onto Ace. And now, while the buyback comes out from Kishka,
the root on Storm.
But yeah, look at this. The bash though on Kimizu. He's going to be able to get the dieback here onto Kishka. Fortune Soul going to try and get the chase down onto Kimizu. You've got this tree on the other side now as well. He's already used the Overgrowth, and Kimizu, is he going to be able to get himself out alive? The Storm Spirit did die, but it looks like Manta, they want to get everybody else out here, but it looks like Weaver, he's got that Gleipnir coming back in 8 seconds. He's already used a time lapse, so what can they do onto this one? They will get the kill onto Kimizu, and the Battle Trance did get popped for that too.
That was really unfortunate for Storm. He Uceptor out of Orchid, gets first hit snared by the Stroll, can't zip away and just dies. That is...
Okay.
Ooh, that is nightmare fuel.
They do get the kill onto 11 there though as well, and that was a big thing, that they didn't get the early kill onto the Darkseer, so he got those Greaves off. He kept everybody on his team healthy through the early parts of that fight. Otherwise that might have gone much worse here for the side of IHC, and maybe now he has to be the pick-off target if you are making that jump by Manta.
And they're gonna have a Lotus Orb very soon in this Darkseer. Oh,
jump in.
Dominating streak.
Can they go for more of this one? They're not going to go underneath the tier 2 tower. Key doesn't have a lot of mana left. In fact, he would have spent... I know he's got the regen coming through. Mana boots here as well to give him a bit of a boost. But that would have been all of his mana underneath the tier 2 tower if he'd have gone for that Vortex.
Blink on Tree, and that's pretty clutch. Just locking down the throw once he OTs, but they do have Lotus Orb, or very close to Lotus Orb, at least on the Darkseer. And they are circling around Roshan here for Manta. Will IHC realize this is happening? They do have the Nyx for scouting. Yeah, it seems like they are aware. Do they have a smoke? They don't.
No, and it is with the smoke from Manta here now as well. Fortune Soul shows. Scan comes out now as well. He might be able to make this jump onto 11 here. 11's farming out this camp, but it is going to be the big wrap around the Storm if he wants to come into this one. This is going to be, nah, okay, 11, he's got that Surge. He's feeling a little bit nervous. You know, he's got some separation anxiety here, so surges himself up right back close to the rest of his team, but Ace, he might not be so lucky here. Eris, oh, the bushwhack, is it going to connect? It's not going to be the pull back in now as well. Glemnir does come through, and they're all going to be onto this one. Backline jumping, but Key, he can't actually find Ace and Key. He's just not up with the rest of his team, wasting so much time.
No.
He is going to be killed off, and now the start coming through. Rolling Thunder Overgrowth did get already used, so Ikigai's just to be able to roll through this one. They might be able to go for even more onto the time lapse comes out. Gohan's trying to get himself away. Can be revealed though by the dust. He gets that Glenir off, but the silencer rundown with the battle trance, the damage, it's going to be way too much. Fortune Soul will get picked and gets Gohan. Kimizu, Bushwhack connects onto the Nyx, but Kimizu trying to get himself away. He's got the full force of IHC bearing down on him, and Fortune Soul gets himself a double.
Yeah, Storm just playing a little bit out of position there, diving without the rest of the team. Bushwhack gets wasted, trying to get the Witch Doctor, ends up missing. And I see they were just ready for that fight. They had the fog on their side, and Manta. I honestly, I'm not sure they would be able to get away with Niki's Roshan, but they forced that play a little bit too much. In an ideal scenario, maybe. It's tough. Like, you're obviously scared of fighting to the pit against the Darkseer, but it's just that their team fighting is pretty bad. So even if you're smoking, if IHC's together, the chances that you actually take that fight is really hard when the game's even. Imagine now, where I'm assuming IHC is going to be able to take way more out of the map.
Yeah, it just felt like they kind of stuttered a little bit here, Manta, when they made that jump. You know, they saw where the Darkseer obviously didn't know how many heroes, but they roughly had an idea of where a hero was, and they kind of faltered at making that jump in. And then once the Storm Spirit did jump in, he jumps himself onto 4 heroes, can't find Ace in the trees either, so he's getting no damage while the rest of his team are getting killed off here. So Manta, there's been some good signs of life. It just feels like the target priority, you know, they need to be a little bit more communicative of what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, the first hero to engage has to be the Slaughter, not the Storm. Like, the Slaughter shows up, he gets the crush off, ideally he has Shard, and that's how Kui then realizes where he can jump and where he can't, and how... Okay, there you go. Slaughter goes first. That's a huge spike, though.
But again, they don't get the kill before the Greaves comes out here now, and it's going to be more damage. He's got the Lotus Orb on top of him. Can he keep the Darkseer alive? And Kimizu, with the Death Ward flowing, he is going to go down. They don't get the kill onto the Darkseer, and now Grims has to run himself away from this one. The Rolling Thunder comes through from Ikigai, but it looks like everybody else side of Manta will be away from this one. Key does finally finish off 11, but again, he's still on 8 Galvanized stacks here. It's really not been his game.
Yeah, it's a very tough one. This Darkseer, he has so much armor, right? You have Soul Ring armor, Lotus Orb armor, Greaves armor, and a Vambrace to make him tanky. So in general, they're just unable. And that's the thing, like, they're diving this Darkseer in their tower again. I feel like we watched that play 2 or 3 times already this game, and you just can't expect to be able to do something like that.
No. So if you look at this, the way that Manta, like you say, there is signs of life. They're making some good plays, but do you kind of just have to get more in your back pocket, you know, item-wise, and kind of like level up to get you the next set of levels? Or is it a case of, even if you do that, IHC are going to be able to keep the pace and they're going to be able to take more objectives?
They probably can. Like, the team fighting is just worse on Manta. I don't think there's really any going around that. You have this, like, Storms, Lardo lineup. It's all about getting pickoffs, and IHC, they're just playing together. And because of that, sure, their gold advantage hasn't increased, but the momentum here, and obviously the map control is just totally on their side. That's the only reason Manta... I think Manta, they need to keep on farming. I feel like trying to force these engagements when there is a way for IHC to respawn, it's just not going to work, as they lose 1, possibly 2 here. Gohan's
Yeah, Gohan says he's going to be able to get himself away from this one. He's trying to go for the runaway. There's going to be the spike carapace, but he's revealed by the dust as well. No follow-up here. Meanwhile,
look at
the
HC
troll
in
and
the
the
top
witch
side.
doctor. Yeah, look at this. This is bonkers here. Just the two of them, they're going to be able to go. They don't actually find the slaughter, but they're going to be able to take down this tree. And it looks like Fortune Soul's axes with the troll warlord. And Kimizu, he wasn't sure which way he wanted to go, though. Ends up running himself away. Yeah, it looks like he was maybe thinking, okay, can I get this wisdom rune first? But it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, fortunate. Yeah, I see. Just making really good plays around the map. They still have a minute and a half of Aegis, so they're gonna poke this tier 3 tower with 2 heroes dead, and gonna have to bring the numbers back, but their full numbers are 3.
Oh. Yeah, jumping from the Storm Spirit now as well, but the Spike Carapace comes out, and it looks like Kimizu is going to be able to get himself with the Death Ward. Still goes now as well, gets the kill. Fortune Soul going to be able to get it at range, and Kimizu just could not get himself out, even through the BKB here. And maybe it was Manta that needed that Crimson Guard to come out for them here. Gohan's steps up, trying to do what he can to Fortune Soul, but Fortune Soul has this Aegis for 56 seconds, and it looks like he's going to push it to the limit now as well. They come in, they're going to be able to get the damage out, and this Weaver is going to be able to get himself away. Time lapses himself back. Can he pop this Aegis here now as well? They can. The Battle Trance comes out. Fortune Soul, he rips Gohan's apart, and he's going to be able to step on with the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit barely gets himself out alive here, back to the fountain. But they're going to lose a lane of racks and 3 heroes from that. Oh, Storm jumping in, trying to do what he can. Can't get the pick off on the back lines. It's just, again, the Greaves coming out. There's too much regen here. And Storm Spirit, very brave, but won't actually be able to get anything from that one. 24 seconds left on this Aegis. They might be able to pop it here. It will pop thanks to that ball lightning coming through. But now we have the second life of the troll. Still no Weaver for 20.
So just resetting here, and yeah, they already got a lot out of this, even though they didn't really do that well in lanes. And Manta, you know, they were looking all right. I'd see like their game plan is just better, right? As long as Troll has a good game, just group around him, take every tier 2, then Manta force that fight and kind of sped run how fast IHC could actually get these Aegis and even take more out of the map. And I don't think they're gonna stop. So Manta now trying to go for a hooray play here. Oh, the smoke breaks instantly. This is awful.
Yeah, Eris is going to be jumped on in as well. Really good double impale coming out from Kishku. He's got that Spike Carapace going now as well, the damage. Storm Spirit jumped to the back line, but there's going to be the Death Ward shard coming out. That Voodoo Swapperoo coming out for the Witch Doctor. And means that Gohan gets the kill onto Kishka. Ace is going to fall next, but he's going to be in big danger here with the cast.
Oh, the cast, the root.
Can they get the kill? Yeah, the root coming through now as well. The damage Storm Spirit going to try and jump himself away. Rolling Thunder comes out. Gohan has that BKB going. He's going to be out of danger here, but I can't say the same for Kimizu. And Kimizu going to be run down. The wall comes out now as well. Time lapse for the Weaver. And the Weaver, is he going to try and get himself away from this one? His BKB is down, and it looks like IHC, everybody alive with those buybacks coming through. They want to get on top, and Eris is going to be the next target here for the side of IHC. Running him down, he's not going to be able to get himself back to base. Weaver going to try and do his best here, splitting the lane. Got to be super careful, but it looks like they might actually go into the mid lane here on the side of IHC.
Yeah, there you go. Just they have creeps on the top side, they have creeps in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And they also have a troll. There's still a glyph, obviously, but this is looking like GG. I'd see their game plan and their map presence in the mid game was much better. You know, Manta, you can see that they're very high MMR players because in the laning stage they all did pretty well.
Yeah.
But when it actually comes to playing like a team, they are being yeah, they're just being demolished here, IHC. I think, you know, the team fighting on IHC is better, but it's not only that. The wards and the way they play around each other is just a bit superior this game.
And yeah, you've got to think that this is a new team, you know, they've only just been put together, so the fact that they did have, like you say, a good laning stage, they've shown some okay team fights here. Voodoo Switcheroo comes out from the Witch Doctor, I guess, just to make sure no one's chasing. But yeah, maybe, again, maybe more scrims or more practice under their belt, more events like this for Manta will put them into a good position to move on going forwards. But it feels like for the minute, like you say, I'd see the more disciplined, the more practiced, more drilled, and they are able to take, I mean, I said it in the lane stage here, Ikigai, I don't think I've seen him win a lane the past few days, you know, yesterday or today, and he's still able to come back, have a massive power spike on the heroes that he's playing.
That's actually very true. Definitely goes to show, you know, even though individual skill is important in this game, the actual team aspect is strong as ever, probably the strongest it ever has been. You know, a lot of people like to say that, oh, you need 5 Zoomers to play Dota and then have like all the
Zoomers
14
don't play
cam-
Dota.
Well, how old is Mr. Butterfly?
Okay, you got me. Vacuum back into the whole big 3-man wall there as well. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Weaver. He's going to try and do his best. This is a godlike spree coming out for Fortune Soul. He pops his BKB and his Battle Trance early here, but with no Weaver, it's going to be a 4 versus 5, and Manta, they might just lose Magus.
By the way, how does it feel seeing Tro in a godlike streak? Like, how does it...
Just,
are you actually hoping...
No, so...
like...
The thing is, I didn't like the pick because the hero was bad. If the hero's good, I don't mind it being picked up, but it was just that teams tried to run it when the hero was the worst carry in the game. Now he's okay. I don't really care. Like, I'm not a troll hater. I was a bad
if you
troll
don't care, you
hater.
need to use that tone, right? You can just play it off. But I'm glad you're not really letting this dominate you. At the end of the day, it's troll. It's not gonna hurt you. You know, it's a video game.
Unlike
Did you have some trolls in your early childhood? You know, where how?
No. It was just it was just annoying that people kept picking it in pubs, going, this is like the best hero. Like it's just pub PTSD, right? Which is a lot of what I take issue with. As we're going to see the fight on the cliff, 1v1 in this arena here. The Slardar can do nothing as the Vendetta comes through, and it looks like, no, Pango, don't get involved. This is a fight for honor. A 1v1, and you just spoil it, dude. Jump in, backlands. Can he get a kill to him now as well? Fortune Soul is going to be able to pop that Battle Trance as well. Your Scepter comes up from the Storm Spirit. What's the Storm Spirit going to be able to do? He just has to go for that jump away. Fortune Soul continues to go. There's going to be a lot of damage coming onto the Weaver. The Weaver going to be able to get the time lapse away. Fortune Soul, though, he's got that BKB going himself, doing a lot of damage here. They take down the Weaver, they take down the Storm, and the Slardar is already gone. Grims, he's going to be the next one to be felled. It's going to be 4 heroes dead on the side of Manta, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see. There it is, the GG coming out.
There we go. 34-minute game. A bit better than I expected in some ways. I feel like they, you know, Manta, at least in the laning stage, their draft was all right. I think there's definitely a couple of things they could have improved. I think they lacked team fight. I think they just drafted their carry a little bit too early unnecessarily. Like you're first facing the Storm, and then if you pick Weaver second, I don't know. I think it puts a lot of pressure on those players to perform well, and you know they were against a fair amount of counters. The Nyx looked all right. I'm not gonna say it looked like amazing as a counter, but it was mostly. I think they got a lot of pickoffs in the mid game, which kind of slowed down the advantage Manta had in the lanes. So I think I'm gonna give Nyx a 7 out of 10. I think the hero looks playable, and that's probably like the best Nyx I've seen in maybe 2 years.
Well, we'll see if it continues to get picked up like this, you know, like you say, maybe in these niche scenarios. But yeah, Manta, they had some great laning, but it just wasn't able to translate into a mid-late game in the end of that one. IHC will be able to get that first win on the board, but it is a 2-game series, so Manta have the chance to come back for a draw. IHC obviously going to be looking for that win here to get themselves up the table. But first, we are going to be taking a break, so we'll find out how it's going to happen in the second game right after this.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Playing at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to start with the second game of this particular series, which is going to be Manta versus IHC. Manta in that first game, again, the lane stages was great. They looked like they had some good ideas, but IHC just able to take over that game. So, Bowie, coming back to this one in the second game, do you think they need to draft it out a little bit different? You know, maybe go for some better picks here, like you say, that Weaver pickup and the Stormspirit being the first two and being two of their cores, bit telegraphed? Or do you think it's more how they play in that mid to late game?
I think it's both, but the Stormspirit can stay, in my opinion. I just feel like the Weaver, they try to draft kind of like, if you're not willing to flex it, it makes things pretty awkward. I don't know. It felt like they lacked reliable lockdown the entire game. You know, Gleipnir on the Weaver helps a little bit. The Storm has like decent lockdown. But at the end of the day, the fights were just pretty hard for them to take. It was a really good Darkseer pick, and also pretty early Darkseer pick from IHC that wasn't addressed, right? Sometimes we see Enchantress and the Oracles to try and deal with the Iron Shelling lane. Sometimes we just see a different team fighting offlaner that gives you the same auras that the Darkseer gives you. But that didn't really happen. They tried to get this Lauder, and yeah, I mean, they hit good timings. They just never really got to outperform IHC. Maybe, you know, if they played that same draft again, maybe they could have won if Storm doesn't die that much, if the Slaughter rotations work a bit better. But overall, IHC just looked better.
Yeah, taking a look at that Slaughter here, it went 1, 8, and 9. You know, he got the early Blink Dagger off, and then never really made something happen with it, because it felt like he was going, okay, I've got this Blink, but I want to get my BKB first. And by the time he got his BKB, the timings on the side of IHC, they'd already taken towers, they'd already started to put pressure on you. You look at the Darkseer as well, 0, 4, and 23, but he was getting involved as soon as he had those Greaves up. You know, the Lotus came next, the Shiva's God was in there, but he was already fighting by the time that the mech and the mana boots were up, and it felt like Slardar on the side didn't mirror that. So yeah, maybe put Manta under a little bit of pressure here coming into that first game. But
I think the biggest problem for the Slardar was the Witch Doctor. You know, it's kind of crazy that we're in a patch where Witch Doctor seems like a stronger first pick than Storm. So
yeah,
maybe no, I think you actually need to ban. I think Witch Doctor is a higher value ban than Phoenix. I said it. I think.
Okay.
Because like, if you pick Witch Doctor, Phoenix can't be picked. I feel like if the Witch Doctor just goes to the same lane the enemy Phoenix is, you just lose that lane so hard, you might as well just lose the game. And yeah, I think they banned Phoenix, but if they want to run the same draft and, you know, maybe get the Storm for themselves, yeah, I mean, there you go. IHC already banned it. They understand how strong it is.
Yeah, it is going to be Manta's first pick, so they're just like straight away just saying absolutely not. There is going to be no Witch Doctor, no Clockworks coming into this match as Manta on the other side. They do ban out the TA. We'll see what actually gets through here, because again, long list of heroes to get through in that first phase and who each team is going to get. And what they want to be banning out here. Is there anything from that last game? Do you want to be banning the Darkseer? Because it felt like the Darkseer did work in that one. Or are you just happy to let that one go through into that next phase, potentially banning out in the second phase when you've got a couple of more bans under your sleeves?
Yeah, I don't think you ban it first phase, no. I think you probably ban... Like, it really depends on what their first pick is going to be, but if they want to run Storm again, if it is Comfort, and they just felt like their draft wasn't really... Oh, they actually banned the Weaver. That's... They really value this hero a lot, huh? They second pick it, and now they ban it first phase? That's kind of crazy.
I mean, we have seen that Weaver... I think it was the first 2 days that we got to cast, the Weaver was a guaranteed pick ban, so it seems like teams have cooled on it a little bit, but Manta, yeah, still really favor this Weaver, so we'll be banning it out in this first phase.
All right. We'll see what IHC has in store here. I feel like, especially because they can play these Nyx, they're not going to ban the Storm. I feel like they want Manta to take the bait. Oh, okay. Never mind. They will not give it away. I guess you ban Shadow Fiend as well, because I think that was their ban. I think it was Shadow Fiend, Clock, and then I don't remember the other ones.
Centaur and... Can't remember. Let's
yeah, there was Centaur for sure. Yeah, they banned Centaur, Enigma, something.
Shadow Demon, Primal Beast. Yeah, Grimstroke, Razor, Io were all the bans that came out there for IHC.
They actually take away the Enigma again. All right, maybe they do have a specialist here for that hero, for that role. And now on Manta,
was it Manta?
You can go Shadow
Dragonite. Yeah, they could. They could actually first pick that Shadow Fiend if they wanted to.
Yeah, they can go DK, they can go Phoenix, they can go Willow. I think those are heroes we're seeing a lot.
But what do they want to be taking away here? Because whatever, they are going to be letting one of them through. They actually ban out the Tiny. So Dragonite will be getting through. Phoenix gets through. They go for that Shadow Fiend pick. And we'll see how... I mean, we've seen the Dragonite win the lane up against the Shadow Fiend, once already. So I wonder if I'd see straight up lock that in here.
Yeah, I think it's a solid option for IHC. I can go like Batrider or to have like a way to gank this Shadow Fiend multiple times to make his life hard. So you can go Batrider instead. I think we saw Puck being played against Shadow Fiend as well to some pretty good degree of success. Spirit Breaker, I think it's a good matchup against Shadow Fiend as well.
It's going to be the Centaur that comes out for IHC straight away, which a bit surprising to me. Especially, well, they might ban the Mars out here, but yeah, that first lock on the Centaur, because I don't think the Centaur, okay, actually, no, it got banned in that last game, but not one of the heroes I'm seeing hotly contested at the minute, but I guess they just wanted to lock it in, make sure they had it here, and a good way, actually, with a Stampede to get on top of that Shadow Fiend, because the Shadow Fiend, until he gets that 4-staff, maybe into the Hurricane Pike, doesn't really have a way to escape, and Yule Scepter only does, so much buying him time before he does get ganked, if that's going to be multiple hero Stampede in on him.
Yeah, that's basically the reason, I think. Like, just like a Batrider that I suggested. It's all about just get on top of him. If you can't get on top of him, allow your teammates to do so and just overwhelm him. And yeah, now I'm curious to see if Manta are going to try and place the Shadow Fiend against the Centaur itself to have a good matchup. Maybe like pressure the Centaur a lot if they still feel comfortable having it in the mid lane. But they will take away the Willow. And I guess Hoodwink is a hero that they play to some pretty good success, and it's just so much burst. You have the range. They're gonna take away the SD instead.
Okay. So yeah, they seem again another good way to get on top of him. You have the slowdowns coming out for the SD as well when the fights start to happen. So yeah, don't want to be playing up against that. I suppose with the disruption, good setup for the Centaur Stomp into the double edge. Meanwhile, IHC, how do they want to respond in terms of bans? Because you're not giving away too much. Your Shadow Fiend, like you say, can be flexed between that carry or the mid lane here. just looking at extra... Okay, they're going to ban out the Slaughter. Makes sense, I guess, with the Shadow Fiend. It's good in team fights. You can get a good Roche pick, quick Roche pick there with the two of those in the same team as well. So I'd see don't want to be playing against it this time.
Well, I think for IHC, it's all about getting tanky cores. Like this Shadow Fiend, special. Like we've seen a lot of magical Shadow Fiend recently, and to me, like if you can get a center CK Primal Beast or like any type of configuration where the Shadow Fiend just can't explode any of the cores, you might be in a really good spot, as they will get the hoodwink for themselves, which I like. But so far, no saves here, no way to assist this Shadow Fiend. I might get overwhelmed, and that's the question I have. How does Manta deal with that? Because Shadow Fiend might actually have a really good lane, regardless of the hero that goes in the lane against him. But you can't afford to have the same thing happen again, where you win your lanes, but the moves from IHC are just more clinical. They are faster.
Yeah. I like the Rubik pickup as well, even early on. Just both of his facets, either getting the Stone spells cost less mana one, or the one that after you cast a spell, you increase the AoE, especially up against the Shadow Fiend. If you can steal the Razors, if you can steal that Requiem, get that extra AoE, on the spells for the Rubik, with the Amplifier as well, you turn into a better Shadow Fiend than Shadow Fiend himself here. So Manta will be able to get that Phoenix on board, though, and IHC don't yet have a hero that can kill the Exer. I wonder, after the success of the... Yeah, just going to say, Snapfire, after we saw that run from... It was Salvation, right, that ran it the first game, and it just turned into a full-on core. It was ripping heroes apart anyway, so I wonder if I'd see take a page out of that Salvation playbook.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic center lane combination. I guess they are banking on the fact that Rubik is going to be a 4 here, but Rubik can be played as a 5 even if it isn't, like, ideal. So if IHC really wants to, like, counter the Phoenix, they can go that route. They can just go a different route as well. Just pick, I don't know, a carry that deals well with it. Kind of talked about CK, but Tro is a hero they play game 1. I don't think Tro on 17 is necessarily bad. Oh. And more vision to find Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. This is
Disruptor,
something we
maybe?
saw... Do you like the Disruptor? I know Otomo goes mental of it. Yeah, I think I like the Marcy a little bit more. That's going to be your potential egg hitter as well. You get a right click, you pop your unleash, and then you're going to be able to scramble that egg of the Phoenix in a second or so.
I'm okay with the Marcy. Definitely very strong. Does have the egg healing capabilities. Usually we see Marcy with Morphlin, so is that a possible ban here for Manta? That's definitely, just getting the life steal on the Morphling is definitely good.
Okay, and the Axe comes out from Manta, which is going to offer some protection for the egg. You'd be able to get that call in. So you get the Blinker, you stood next to the egg, you get the call off. The Marcy won't be able to hit it down. So I wonder if I'd see, like you say, go for something like that as the Ursa gets banned out from Manta. Whether you go for the Troll as well still, where you have that second chance to break the Supernova if the Marcy can't get to it or does get called up. You have that backup plan coming through here for IHC.
Yeah, the thing with Troll is that I guess Troll was actually worse against Axe before 736 because the Shard of Axe was really good. Because, every time you spin... No, every time I think you were attacked, you would give like a damage reduction buff to the enemy. And the Shard was so cheap. Now you need to buy an Axe to have the same effect. So Axe with Axe is amazing against Troll because he like barely does any damage to you. But now, maybe you can still go Troll, right? Still very good against Phoenix. You lane well with whatever support you're going to have in the lane. So, yeah, maybe unless you want to pick Troll for yourself here, which Manta can't do, you can ban Troll and be pretty happy about it.
I'd see, though, maybe think of this as going to be the safe lane Shadow Fiend after that Zeus pickup, because we have seen Zeus's, the past couple of days, beat the Shadow Fiend in the lane, and yeah, that Pango being banned out here, so maybe the Manta going to run that as a safe laner. IHC could go for something like the Chaos Knight here as well. Quick pickups, you get that Dragon with a Reality Rift on a Shadow Fiend. How's he really going to get away from that one? Could get on top of the Phoenix as well before the Supernova comes up, so don't think I'd mind that pickup here for IHC if they want to go in for the Chaos Knight with that Marcy support as well.
Dire team pick.
Alright, even Gyro. That's pretty interesting. So Morphling still in the pool. One of those combinations kind of talked about with a Marcy. And they go for the Life Stealer. Okay. I don't like it that much. I feel like Life Stealer was much better against Centaur in the past than he is now. I feel like they lack Disable heavily. It's pretty much only these Axe or the Hoodwink. So that is very similar to the draft they had in Game 1. They have better heroes, I would say, than Game 1. Like, in Game 1 they had Storm, but everyone else was kind of like, I don't know. I was not that big of a fan of some of the heroes they had. And they do have 2 tanky heroes with Sunray, but there's like a lot of burst on IHC. And I wonder how impactful Sunray is going to look if they're going to be like double edging, Zeus out, Lightning Bolt, most of those heroes, and they're just going to explode. So, IHC.
Carry Marcy.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay. Let's see how this one plays, because I've seen mixed results here with the Marcy IO combination, especially in that one. But if you're going to make it happen, this is the way to do it. And I suppose that in the fights, if you aren't involved directly, you could get that relocate onto the Supernova if you're quick enough before it does break. But IHC, something that I've seen teams play around with. I don't know how confident I am in that Marcy particularly as a carry, but they did look really good in that last game. So I think that's where I'm going to be placing, my backing coming into the second game as well.
Yeah, I like this IO Marcy. I feel like it's going to help against the Axe a lot. We can also possibly save people from the Requiem of Souls if the IO is pre-feathered and in a way enough. But yeah, I think this is definitely a better chance for Manta. After game 1, I was like, okay, Manta definitely going to struggle this time. I can see some problems in their side lanes, especially the Marcy IO who kind of talked about. Yeah, to me, this is a 65-35. Still favoring HC, though.
And Fortune Sword did go for the sidekick and not the bodyguard here. Ace did go for the Kritzkrieg, though, so that's going to be the extra... it's attack rate, right? The attack speed that comes out for the IO.
Spell Wham, and you get attack speed, right?
Yes, attack speed and spell amplification, 110 and 14% at level 4. Don't forget, everybody, use that QR code that's just showing up on the screen. Use that banner below the stream. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app, the 1xBet website. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA, up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, as the odds are on the screen. But yeah, are you a big fan of in this particular instance, with it being a core Marcy, with the sidekick over the bodyguard, or do you not think bodyguard is that useful on the Marcy?
I haven't seen that much carry Marcy to fully answer you, but I'm totally okay with sidekick. I don't know. The bodyguard seems a bit more 40%.
Because you get that extra attack as long as you're in range. You get to respond to attacks as long as the support that's being attacked is in range. So I kind of thought that was pretty good. You jump in as the Marcy, and you're getting all these extra attacks off. But I'm not seeing
but it's
anyone
only
use it.
in lane, right? Like, after the lane, how much do you actually benefit from that?
Team fights as well. Especially when you're going to have an IO by your side like this, I would have thought.
You need to be in range, though, right? Because usually, IO might be, like, someone jumps the IO on the backline, but Marcy's focusing someone else, so you're not necessarily benefiting from that.
So okay, so it is going to be, and we do get the sights here as well for the IO, which means he's going to be able to get these watches extra vision and get some. I think it's 1 second earlier there as well. Yeah, 300 bonus vision and 1 less second to take on the IO. Okay,
I think it's just about the sustain, honestly. Like the fact that you get the sustain of sidekick is just so powerful.
Speaking about sustain, Kishka, he might have to use some of his regen to sustain his life here, because that battle hunger, as well as the right clicks coming through, even the acorn chop being thrown out from Eris there, going to be doing a lot of damage. But It looks like he's just going to be able to... Does he use a tango here? Yeah, he's just going to use one tango, get what life back from that he can, and get himself into the lane with a centaur.
Alright, so the side lanes are definitely going to be pretty interesting here. This Io Marcy against... Hoodwink's definitely good against Io, right? Because usually you can get some good bushwhacks against him. You usually also get the proc of the Acorn shot into the Io. I think this is going to be a pretty good game here for Ares. And he also had a decent game one. I was pretty impressed. Like, out of everyone on Manta, he was one of the players I think played the best.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this lane actually plays out. Like you say, with the tether being up, that acorn shot into the bushwhack, always a vulnerability here for Ace and Fortune Soul. So having to play it carefully, make sure they don't get too locked down, and you know the Axe can't just walk up, call them for free around that level 2, level 3. But it seems like the Axe constantly having this battle hunger on the Io to make sure he's having his health whittled away here. And there is going to be the pullback here onto Kamizu, but it looks like, are they going to be able to do the damage here? It looks like it's just going to be a trade, and Fortune Soul and Ace coming off a little bit worse for wear there.
Yeah, Axe only 3 CS so far, so struggling a little bit here against the sustain. Eventually, though, once you get points of counter helix and call, the lane can definitely, like, it's very easy to set up the bushwhack if you actually get a call, and you might even get 2 heroes off of it. That's when this lane actually starts getting... Yeah, bottom is definitely the lane to watch, because I feel like top is a bit brain dead, even though, as I say, that Gohan's just being chased down.
Do they have enough damage to get the kill here? He's going to get low, and it is 11. He draws it out. He might go down himself here. Is it going to be enough for the kill? He's...
Sidestep!
Just... No, dude. No way he lives through this. You're going to have the burn coming through from the Phoenix, and that's where that Dying Light comes into play. And yeah, he burns that Centaur down, even without the vision onto 11. Grims, it might cost him his life, though, or Kishka. He's out of mana, out of spell, so Grims will live.
Yeah, he also gets a good pull here. Or does he? Oh, too greedy. He was too greedy with his pull.
Tut, 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 tut.
Mid lane, pretty even here, you know, kind of what we expect. Just a lot of farm. I don't think we're gonna see any kills in that lane. But bottom, it's getting pretty exciting here.
Okay, and Fortune Soul... Yeah, just trying to do his best to farm up, but I mean, he's fallen behind the Axe now at the minute. It's just the early harass coming out. Axe even going to be able to get some denies here, Kamizu, and yeah, Fortune Soul again. We've seen IHC lose the lanes and come back into that mid to late game. You'll be able to rock that one, even the late early rotations that they get the kills on. But for the minute, it does feel like Manta, at least in this off lane, are having a really good time, and maybe IHC suffering just a bit.
Yeah, definitely similar to game 1, right? Manta just playing well in the lanes. We'll see if they can transition this lead a bit better in game 1.
They do get the drive back.
They do find... Yeah,
but
me too.
No follow-up here. Kamizu did even take a tower shot from this one, but the double bushwhack comes through. And yeah, this is where that aggression, it just gets shut down in its place because, you know, you can't really chase it. In fact, Fortune Soul, though, does actually want to go. Kamizu, is he faster? Going to get pulled back. It's a lot of damage coming through here. Ace, can they do the damage? Kamizu's going to try and do what he can with the wand as well.
Oh!
Oh no.
So he's trying to get a good Berserker's call on Kamizu. He's just not really finding the angle.
We get the go. Does he turn back onto Fortune Soul here and go for that call?
No, he needs to get the eye or else it's not worth it. He didn't get it. Oh no.
Kamizu, he throws the Battle Hunger out, but that should immediately be cancelled off as Fortune Soul does get that kill onto Kamizu. So maybe just a bit of an overstep there on the Axe.
Yeah, unfortunate there. It's the Arb of Venom on Marcy. Once you get the Arb of Venom, you actually have the slow to chase people down. And you also have the extra damage now coming from Sidekick level 2. So, yeah, this lane taking a turn here.
We'll see how that plays out in the rest of the lane stage here, because there might be a couple more twists in the tail. As we do see, I mean, the IO's going to be able to heal fully back up here as well. So, Ikigai, is he making a rotation, or is he just going, he might just be going for the bounty rune here, making a jump for this one, and then going to be able to go back to lane. Shadow Fiend going to be doing the same, it looks like. Even going to be able to stop for a stack here, though, Key. As the Axe... Anyway, yeah, that was double stacked So he was going to be, and he even got a few skeletons there coming through. From the extra spawn, top lane 11, the open wounds do come out. He's already used that stomp here on the Centaur, but they're not going to be able to do any more damage onto this one. Centaur, big tanky boy as well, with those triple braces here to take full advantage of the horsepower. So yeah, and Grimm's, no points into that Sunray either this early on in the game.
Yeah, overall, pretty even game here. The mid lane is a tie. Top lane is honestly... Yeah, you see, like, 11 is ahead of this Lifestealer by a pretty decent margin. And I keep seeing Lifestealer being picked into center and bottom side.
Axe the Thunder Gods here. Ikigai, are they going to be able to go into Eris now as well? Eris trying to get away from this aggression. Was the pullback? It is going to be here. And the Hoodwink, he is going to be slain. Fortune Soul and Ikigai both getting a kill each off that, which might just adjust the lane here in the mid for Ikigai as well, being able to get that Thunder God's Wrath kill.
Yeah, I gotta call an oncologist here because this lane is cancer for Manta. I don't know how you... I don't know how you survive this anymore. Like, Boots and Arbovenum on this Marciaio, it's just... yeah, I think you have to cut waves. You probably cut waves with the Axe, you jungle, and you send the Hoodwink somewhere else. Top lane, though. They did find the Grims.
Okay. And Gohan's, though, is still going to be walking himself forward. Has to be careful. Telekinesis, it's only 10 seconds away from being back up. And what did he go for? He went for the Frugal Filch on the Rubik.
So being chased down.
Oh, Kamizu. Does he get himself out of this one? He's going to try and break
creeps,
vision
though.
through the trees. He's already used that TP score on the Axe, so won't be able to TP out of this one. And it's going to be the TP coming in now as well from the Rubik. So look at this one. Kimizu has to go around the world to get away. It's a... No, excuse me, it's Ikigai that TP's in. It's a long TP, though. They're still looking for him. Can they get on top of him? They absolutely can. Axe gets that call off. But the Zeus is going to be here as well for the magic damage. And Ace picks up the kill.
Yeah, I mean, at least he forced the TP, you know, he's just trying to be useful, but he is level 3 right now. He actually gets the experience from the Tome because he's lower level than the supports. That's crazy.
And if you're the Marcy here with the Orb of Venom, are you sticking with the Orb of Venom? Are you upgrading that to a full Orb of Corrosion here as Gohan's on the top lane? Will be taking some harass. Is he going to be able to get himself away? Telekinesis a little bit too early here, so Gohan's just going to be stuck in place for a second. Will be able to walk himself away.
I think you don't have to upgrade it,
yeah.
Although he is sending exactly that, but in general, I feel like you don't need to upgrade it because like the job specifically is just to shut down the X lane, and you know the ARP does that. But in this game, Corrosion is very good because you have a lot of healing. You have Phoenix, you have Lifestealer, so reducing that healing is actually pretty good this game. 20%, it's crazy.
Yeah, affects buildings as well. Just for the hell of it. Why not? As the Rubik going to be chased down. Stampede, though, they might want to try and turn this around. The Zeus is going to be close as well. Thunder Gods, is that going to be up? It is available, Key. Doesn't throw out his... Thunder Gods actually comes out here, but it's not enough for the kill. It will be a kill for on top, though, where they get the Lifestealer down. And it might even be a tier 1 tower being pressured here by the side of IHC. And Manta really not having the response that we... or the laning stage that we saw in that first game, where they were pretty much winning 2 out of 3 lanes, I'd say.
Yeah, this Axe is just having such a tough time. It was really good response, you know, from HCX. On 17, he's very greedy. So, obviously, ends up being punished heavily here. But, you know, at least he got a little bit of breathing room, finally. He gets his level 5. And out of the elf laners that can be okay while being behind, Axe is one of the best ones. You can always farm stacks, you can cut waves. There's lots that you can do. But your timings are going to be delayed, and they were important in this game. Getting that call so that the Hoodwink can get kills. Oh no, they use call and Bushwhack at the same time here.
Speaking of kills, I mean, he's going to rotate down for this one. Might throw the Requiem out, but it's not going to be able to save that Axe. Fortune Soul gets hit by the Fear, but he's just going to come right back into it. In fact, he says that's a tasty target here. The Bushwhack will be coming out, but Fortune Soul wants to get on top of Key. He's going to be able to run him down, and yeah, Ikigai even gets involved. There's going to be a jump out. Eris... Kishka's going to try and come behind the tower here. They might be able to go onto Eris. Eris, though, has the safety of no vision. And, well, you've got a hero low on Fortune, so the ultimate is over now as well. So Marcy, he's going to be giving that one up. Going towards the armor here on Fortune Soul.
Ooh, this is awful. Shadow Fiend, like your best hero. He's the highest he has. He TPs to help, and he just gets killed by a Marcy. And this game is suddenly so obnoxiously hard here for Manta. I mean, the Axe doesn't even have phase boots. He doesn't even have Blink Dagger queued up. Does have a stack, but he's level 5. Like, he actually can't really take those stacks at the moment.
They're going to be able to go into Eris now. Again, the drive back comes out from Fortune. So look at this one. A couple more right clicks, and it will be enough to get the kill. Underneath the tier 1 tower, still, Fortune Soul doesn't have any problems diving this one. Might leave Ace, but he will have that tether. The Shadow Fiend rotates in, so does the Phoenix. They're both out already.
Yep. Just
Dire's middle tower
way too hard. Now Kimitsu, like, look how much damage he takes trying to go for these stacks on the right side. Barely take those stacks. They're gonna lose the mid tier 1 tower as well. Look at him, like he was full HP. He might actually not be able to finish this.
He's gonna be pulled away from it here, yeah, just because he's getting low on life. He might be able to get it after that. He's gonna go for the stack now. Does he want to go for the gold? He does for the extra, but it's a lot of damage coming through. And Kimizo, I don't think he can get these fresh creeps.
All right, look away, look away. This is too painful.
And tier 1 tower, Fortune Soul will be able to whittle this one down here as well. The Rubik, they actually go for the rotation in, and Eris, he's just quick. As soon as he sees Fortune Soul moving forward past that tower, he just scurries back and just says, yeah, I want absolutely no part in that here. As mid lane, it looks like they might be able to go into Ikigai. Ikigai, though, he's got that jump away. And Key Grims, they aren't able to get in the engage onto the Zeus because the Zeus just pops himself out of danger.
Pretty interesting build. He ended up going for Kaya first, which is not an item. Like, usually first item phylactery is always what the Zeus go for. Very interesting approach, even though he is going back for the phylactery anyways.
Do you think he just feels the spell lifesteal, the mana regen on that is just, and the spell amp is just too good early on like this when you have that lead, that you effectively get that free item first before you go for your full build?
I feel like he understands they're so far ahead that he can be greedier, because in general, for it to get kills on Zeus, if the game is even, like, you just need that extra burst of damage, whereas this game is like, yeah, no, my team is zoning, and like, I'm just gonna do more damage with my OT, and that's gonna be enough to secure kills. They will also secure a tier 1 tower unless the Hoodwink gets a deny, but she doesn't.
Okay, so 10-1 at 12, nearly 13 minutes into the game here. 6k worth net worth lead for IHC. You're looking at this game from Manta's perspective, you know, is it just about getting these next set of items up and then getting aggressive with them, or do you know, is the game plan firm and just try and create space for this lifesteal to, you know, find all of his items?
Yeah, the thing is, Lifesteal doesn't even have armlet. It's actually being sent to him right now. So the next set of items is 5,000 gold away, basically, as they find Shadow Fiend. And yeah, man, this is...
It's looking
really tough. The X, like, will have his blink. He's like 300 gold away from it. The Shadow Fiend has U-Scepter, but like, they're just banking on getting 2 blink daggers and somehow surprising IHC. I don't think they're gonna be able to surprise him. Because like, IHC is pretty locked in into how this game is gonna be played.
Yeah, look at this deep ward here as well on the Dire side of the map. So they know exactly where Kimizu is, and they're going to be able to make a move. Even underneath the tier 2 tower, okay, Fortune Soul, they don't want to go too far. And Kimizu...
They're going to get a Wisdom Rune, though.
Oh, yeah. 4 seconds before that spawns here. And, oh, my dude, you cannot be here. They set up for this Eris. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, and that Hoodwink goes down. The Lifestealer might try and make a move through the corridor for the opposite one, but any TP's in, he'd be at risk, so maybe he just hangs around for the farm here. And yeah, that might be just be 2 Wisdom Runes going the way of IHC.
Yeah. Blink Dagger will be up for Kimitsu now. The Shadow Fiend isn't like too far from his, but as long as IHC is playing together, like, can you even like channel a Requiem? They have plenty stuns. The call, like, there's no follow-up damage for the call, as they will also find Grims. I don't even think we saw Nag the entire game.
Not yet. No, we've not. It's not come out. And now they're going to be able to find out key again. Look at the damage coming through the Shadow Fiend. He just has to try and turn and walk himself away. The Bushwhack won't connect. And he's got that Yule Scepter, but again, it's just going to be set up with the Zeus. Could be in trouble. Sharpshooter comes through now as well. He's going to try and get himself away. Stampede. That's going to be the runaway now as well. The Stolen Razors from
Stolen
Kishka.
Requiem.
Can they do the damage out on looks like Fortune Soul gets a kill into Kimizu. Chased down onto the lifesteal. Gohan's trying to get himself away from this one, but the move speed, it comes through Fortune Soul. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Gohan's Ikigai. Fortune Soul gets a vision and Ikigai gets the kill.
This is, yeah. Oh, creep. He's dead.
And yeah, Rubik stole the raises, waited in that fight. You know, he got the steal off cooldown and got that Requiem steal now as well. It looks like they're going to be able to go onto Grimm's. Grimm's goes for the Phoenix dive, the Icarus dive away here. Eris, though, might not be so lucky. He's just trying to get what farm he can before he does go down. Axe going to TP into this one. He might try and fight this one. Fortune Soul, though, the Bushwhack, do they get the connection? Sunray comes through as well. He's got that armlet, but can he get the damage coming through here? It looks like the Requiem, the stolen Requiem by the Rubik, is enough on the fear. Fortune Soul's going to get the regen from Ace and should live through this one. Supernova not going to be effective here.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario. Marcy's diving tier 2, get a call on her, but still you don't have the damage to kill him. Even with relocate being on cooldown, that is problematic to say the least.
And yeah, I mean, good handling here by the Rubik to be able to do that defensive Requiem as well. He's going to be keeping that one. It's only 75 seconds. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to get at least one more off before the spell fades.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of the better spells. As Kishka will be found here.
Okay, did they try and make the move? There's going to be the Bushwhack, but look at this. Fortune Soul jumps himself in, and it's going to be the Stampede once again. Is this just going to be a bait? The Unleash comes out. It's going to be the heals from Ace. He's got that mechanism going. They take down Fortune Soul. Gohan's with the Infest, but look at this one. The Unleash trying to run down Fortune Soul, the Thunder Gods. And that's going to be another kill on the backlines too. 11 jumps onto Eris, 19-1 at 17 minutes into the game. IHC absolutely running away with the second game.
Yeah, that's what happens when you ban Storm first phase. Game is usually a bit harder for the enemy team. And yeah, I mean, this Io Marcy just looks just as strong as it was in the last patch. Very powerful. Like, technically, they should have a strong lane with the Axe and the Hoodwink. But once they fed that first kill, the lane just snowballed incredibly hard towards the side of IHC.
And Kimizu trying to do his best to catch up. And like you say, even when he catches out, Fortune Soul gets these calls off. The response from IHC, they're all about it now. Ace, he's playing the distance, so if one gets caught out, the other won't. He's got that mechanism up. So he's got the heals going towards a Holy Locket here as well. So he is going to be able to get those charges out, get those extra heals out. It's going to be amplifying his heals as well. So Ace, he's just pure medic here at the point of the game. And Fortune Soul, he's benefited from it. Massive 707 here on the Marcy.
Look at this Marcy. Like, when she has Armlet on, that's 300 damage mid at 17. This is absolute madness. She doesn't even have a tier 2. Oh, there you go. The Embrace. That wasn't enough.
Oh, they're going to be able to get Kimizu here now as well. The relocate comes in. Kimizu is trying to get cute to get the catch out onto 11, going deep in the enemy jungle here. Now, Ace, does he leave the Marcy behind, or is he going to come back for this one? Because there is going to be a smoke up. Looks like they're going to bring both in now. And Fortune Soul is just saying, yeah, cool, let's fight this one out. And look at this one, the damage coming through. Key, is he going to be able to get it off? No, he doesn't even get the full Requiem off there as well. Supernova, is it going to break? Or the Unleash? It will, but he's going to be the only one left alive as his entire team gets cleaned up. And now Grimm's, he's trying to go for that TP. Do we have the control coming through? They do. Zeus jumps himself in, and he's going to be cleaned up by Fortune Soul. 24-1 at 19 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I would say this is GG territory. Manta, they were just obliterated in every single lane. They don't really have comeback heroes. They just... Yeah, I don't know. Like, IHC, they will need to give away like one incredible set of team fights for this to even be close.
Well, Fortune Soul, he's going to start to make work happen onto that tier 3 tower now as well. And don't forget, Orb of Corrosion. It affects buildings, but yeah, Ace with the overcharge, you know, you're going to be able to do more damage as that Marcy. Just be able to right-click down, so even if you don't have a traditional right-clicker, this Io Marcy combination is going to be more than enough, and they're even going to be able to find out the Axe. Kimizu, he gets that blink away. He doesn't have a TP for 36 seconds, but it looks like IHC going to give up that chase. Kishka, he is far forward without a teammate. He might be in trouble here. Requiem this time. The pushback comes through. The cancel off the Requiem. Your Scepter going to be cast by Rubik himself, but he will still go down. And, okay. 24-2. So they just doubled their kills with that one gank.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
that's very
attack.
true, but I see they are very willing to find someone to kill.
And if you're looking at this for Manta, being 22 kills down, 18k net worth in 20 minutes, is this just a case of using this match as practice, even if you don't think you're gonna be able to win it?
I mean, every game is winnable, right? So,
okay.
like I think it's more. It's not even about practice more than it is about mentality. I think. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, there are teams that don't mind giving up. Speaking of giving up,
Gohan's, it looks like he's going to be taking
right
a lot of damage here. He's not going to be able to get his ultimate off. Ikigai gets the kill, and Gohan's is going to go down to ace. Grim's looking for that dive away. They're just going to call it. GG is called here. 26-2, 21 minutes into the game. And in fact, Axe, he might go down before that Ancient explodes. And that's going to be a bonus prize here for IHC.
All right, yeah, this was even worse than I expected, honestly. I actually liked the Manta draft, the Manta lineup, but the lanes were a problem. The Shadowfiend actually did well, I think, but that one TP where he tried to save the X, that was, granted having a terrible time.
Yeah.
It totally ruined his game. This Lifestealer never really played Dota until, like, the game was kind of over already. He also had a pretty rough lane. I think his armlet was like -14. Just everything went wrong, basically. It's kind of hard to say anything because if your lanes end up being that poor, there's no game to be played.
Yeah, and like you say, I don't think there's too much more to say here between the series. Congratulations to IHC for locking that one as a 2-0 win. Manta, again, that first game, they looked okay, but the second one, they were just a little bit too overrun. So that is going to be it for the second series, but we still have one more series to come, and we're going to find out how it's going to go right after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to start with the third and final series of the day. It is going to be Salvation Gaming versus Bleed. And yesterday we did see both of these teams draw in their respective series here, but Bleed were able to take a game off Talon. One of the teams that you probably would have put at the top of the table here, Talon, and Bleed able to get that 1-1 out of them. So sets them up for a good position here today. And Bowie, if you're looking at these, are you thinking, again, these teams coming at a similar power level, or do you lean one way or the other between these two?
I would say Bleed is probably a bit higher. As you said, they took a game out of Talon, which is probably a bigger accomplishment, let's say. But I mean, everything can happen. I feel like in general in this tournament, especially because it's BO2, things can be weird, and wouldn't be surprised to see. I think Salvation Gaming actually showed really good Dota, so there's definitely a chance. But looking at the players of Bleed, like they are definitely cut from a different cloth. You have Se, Paulson, Zeal, Emo, Jack Boys. They are all incredibly good at the roles that they play. Not taking anything away from Salvation, but yeah, they are the ones to prove us wrong here. They're the ones that are being tested. And I mean, if they actually take like a 1-1, that's already pretty decent, I would say.
Yeah, being able to step up. I mean, Bleed, IHC, Salvation all have one draw each on the board before today. So you want to get as many of those actual wins under your belt, like I say, as possible. Climb up that table, get yourself into a good position coming through for the rest of the groups. And these are the teams, these are the matches where you need to be getting those wins to make sure you can avoid at least tiebreakers here, as we see the Bleed roster back on the screen. Looking at it as well, heroes that we might be seeing, but I mean, Salvation yesterday went for the puck both times. Again, that Snapfire coming out, even bringing in the Vengeful Spirit into that one. So I wonder if we're going to see the any of those ban out. Maybe second phase, that Brewmaster that they played as well looked absolutely amazing. Once it got off the ground with Radiance, it was just completely unstoppable, and then just ran through buildings as well. So IHC, Bleed got a lot to think about here coming into the series on where they want to be going with these bans.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at Salvation, we have Young God, Wonder Boy, Rapido, Drake, and Lloyd. I think Drake had some really good performances as well in that game one of that series. I was pretty impressed with him overall. The Snapfire we're talking about. And I think the biggest aspect of Salvation that gives me it makes me a little bit, I guess, worried for them is the way their carry plays. Young God, I feel like he's very passive. He doesn't really go for those twin gate plays. He's all about, I'm gonna get this here. They cannot die in the lane, and I'm gonna be AFK for 15 minutes, and that's when I might actually join some fights.
Yeah.
Whereas when I look at Bleed, I thought their pace was much faster. I think Jackie, even when you look at the heroes he plays, CK or sub, they're more run at you. They can do, like, they can farm, but can also, fight when they want to. They can rosh even. So to me, that is one thing that they got to be careful here as Salvation. They can't be too complacent.
Yeah, it feels like that was kind of the meta, like you say, that kind of, okay, I can farm for 15, 20 minutes as the carry in the last patch, the last few events we've had. But after 7.36, it does feel like the game speed has turned up a little bit, and you have to be responsive to that. So like you say, if they aren't going to be bringing Young God into this one, then they might just try and fall behind a little bit, and Bleed will be able to take advantage of that as we see the bans coming out. So it is going to be the Rubik, TA, Clockwork, Witch Doctor, Storm Spirit, all as I was expecting. Maybe the Weaver gets banned out here, or the Dark Willow, but it does feel like these are, or the Phoenix as well, these are kind of the standard bans coming out. And Bleed, what have they got left in? What do they want to be picking up here, as the Dragonite is going to be the ban from Salvation?
Okay, so as I said, Phoenix looks like the most contested hero here that they can yoink out of the heroes that are available.
The Shadow Fiend as well, which we're seeing pretty much every single game, either ban pick that's first phased.
I think it can be abused first phase though. We'll see what they do, and they're gonna get the Weaver. I feel like Shadow Fiend is like a second phase type hero, whereas most of these other ones you can actually first phase. Even the Storm. Sure, we saw it lose against the Nyx Darks here, so that might be like one of the things you have to worry about. But you can even like ban the Nyx, let's say, in the second phase if you force the Shadow Fiend res. I'm sorry, the Storm res for the Shadow Fiend. There's kind of too many heroes you have to ban, right? Because you're just scared of gap close in general. I think that's more of a broad type of counter, whereas other heroes, they're more specific in what really makes them afraid.
I wonder if Bleed possibly calling Salvation's bluff here as well, not banning that Shadow Fiend out and saying, okay, we're going to go for the Weaver. We know you picked that puck twice yesterday. Are you really going to go for the Shadow Fiend, take that away from us? Or are you going to go back for that puck comfort pick a little bit later on? And yeah, Salvation, they go for the Vengeful Spirit here. Won't be going for that Shadow Fiend right off the bat. So Bleed might be able to pick it up in the second phase if they know Salvation don't want to be playing it themselves.
Actually really like this Venge. I haven't seen them flex it to a different position, but if they can do that, I love it. I think they prove to be pretty good with the core Venge. The hero seems pretty strong in general. So yeah, I'm all about the Venge.
Okay.
For Bleed now, I think you could second pick Shadow Fiend on Salvation, especially if you have this Venge, right? So now you have one type save hero to try and protect it. I would be down. So will Bleed feel scared of the Shadow Fiend, or are they okay letting it through?
They do ban out that Tiny. We saw from Salvation in that second game yesterday, the bench Tiny Lane. It went absolutely awful, but it could potentially work up against what Bleed want to pick. So yeah, we see that ban coming out. They ban out the Spirit Break here as well. Shadow Fiend being left in, and I wonder if Salvation take it away here. Salvation do have that next pick as well, so if they wanted to lock it in, but Bleed, if they don't, Bleed going to have two picks here on the board, but they might just try and get that one here as well.
It's pretty interesting. I think if Salvation Gaming is a team that likes the Shadow Fiend, you can definitely pick it second here, because Spirit Breaker is one of the counters that sometimes we're afraid of picking Shadow Fiend. He's not a hero that can clear the way from, like, he very often has to show in the lane, and Spirit Breaker, just loves that because he can charge you and kill you. So once you take that hero away, Salvation might even have like a bigger incentive to pick the hero. It's just that Bleed might be aware that they just don't like it, can't play it, and so Bleed can just yoink it whatever they want, and it could be on the 18 pick here. I think Weaver Shadow Fiend is a pretty good combination.
Well, we'll see what this pick is going to be. Salvation, like I say, they have this next one, and then Bleed have two to reply. Salvation, they can flex this Venge as well. We've seen it all across the board from support, offlane, carry. Only not seen it in the mid, unless Salvation want to be some trendsetters here. I don't think we'll be seeing that either. But the Pugnet does come through from Salvation. How much do you like this? Especially seeing as we're seeing a lot of the, again, potentially the spellcast Shadow Fiend. Do you think this might impact the pick here for Bleed and steer them away from it?
It is interesting. You are right. That could be a counter to that type of Shadow Fiend. I mean, honestly, I still feel like you can play right-click Shadow Fiend. I'm not sure why so many teams are just not willing to do it. Or I guess team is not really the right word. It's mid players. Like why the mana build seems so interesting for them right now. It's mostly the Ashakaya change, but in 736, people were just not going for it. And for some reason, like out of nowhere, it became a trend, at least in Southeast Asia. They're thinking, so yeah, maybe they're like, is this Pugna too much of an issue or not? Should we just pick the Puck and kind of like burst him down a different way? I really like Puck for Bleed this game, by the way. Very easy to dodge all of the spells that Salvation has so far. The Weaver can get vision for you, the Bugs give vision for you, and the Puck can just like alongside the Weaver in the back lines kill these weak supports. Avenge is not going to be a core here. As they grab a Chen. Okay.
That went from the most popular pick ban hero in 7.35, I forget what letter we're up to 7.36 being completely wiped off the board, it felt like. So we are going to see a Chen. The Bite Rider going to be following that one and Bleed. It's definitely a hero I wasn't expecting to see today. I wasn't expecting to see any part during this week in the groups. But yeah, Bleed. They think they know how they can make it work here up against Salvation, and they're going to go straight for it.
Wait, so is this like some core Chan? Like, because something here has to be a core, and I don't think they're going to first phase Weaver carry, so...
You think it could be like the mid bat then? Or like an offlane bat?
Good. Yeah, or it has to... Huh. Yeah, I mean, I really am very curious to see where this Betra is gonna go, or if this is like some offlane Chan types thing where you max penitence or something. Interesting. I want to check if there's like anyone playing core Chan right now, but apparently no. Apparently it's mostly position 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if that answer was like a definite, just straight up no, coming through. And Timbersaw going to be the pick here for Salvation. Good with dealing with the Chan army. Really nice burst damage here as well. So I assume this is going to be... I mean, we have seen it mid, so maybe if it thinks it is going to be that mid Bat Rider coming out, you can run that Timbersaw mid, get yourself out of the damage from the Bat Rider, you know, with the Timber Chain coming through, as the Shadow Shaman is going to be that next pick from Salvation here as well. So potentially looking for a carry here on Salvation, but this has got to be... With the Shaman pickup... No, is this going to be a Vengeful Spirit carry?
Could be offlane, right? With mid-timber.
Yeah, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, the thing is... If this is mid-Bat Rider, I actually think it destroys the Timber mid. So you could be right. Yeah. It could be... They might have to play carry Venge because this Timber Saw might be forcing the offlane to begin with. Where Bleed now... What is going to be your choice? You can probably pick mid. This is such a weird draft. Like that is one of the weirdest drafts I've cast this entire patch.
Whatever Bleed pick here, it's going to give us some indication where the rest of the lanes are going to go here between the Bat Rider, the Chen, and the Weaver. So we'll see where they're going to go. So this is going to be the Brewmaster. So potentially... Here, it could still be that mid-bat coming out, or maybe even the carry Weaver here with that Bat Rider and the Chen supports.
Yeah, maybe they just like Weaver carry, and they're like, yeah, sure, we're gonna play Weaver carry, Bat support, and just pick mid last.
Although, with this Shaman coming out, I'd be more inclined to see this as a Weaver support. I think the Shaman has too much control. You follow it with the magic missile there as well. They might be able to get the kill onto the Weaver before the Weaver can get the Sakuchi off once that Shaman has the blink.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem that they're gonna have to deal with. They are banning carries here on the side of Bleed, so they feel like Venge is going to be that offlane hero, which I think is right. They did play it before. Salvation, like I have no idea what the hell they're supposed to ban here. Like what in the world? Yeah, just think of the carry you think you need and just ban counter straight. But yeah, they're banning mid heroes. I think that's probably the right mindset here. They take away the
Yeah.
Meepo as well.
Okay, so what else, Bleed, are they going to be taken away? Have they already banned out the Ursa? The Ursa could be a pickup of the Battle Fury here up against the Chen. Troll, again, pretty popular here in Southeast Asia, so
5 seconds remaining.
yeah, I wonder if that's going to be... Are these bans coming out here for Bleed?
Yeah, Ursa is interesting because it is very good in the lane, but I feel like he gets kited a little bit against the Weaver, gets kited a little bit against... It can get lessered as well. They do take away the Shadow Fiend. We kind of forgot about it because...
Would you take the Sven here as salvation? You're going to have cleave for the Brewlings. You're going to have cleave for the Chan army. It's more stun lockdown as well. Strong hero. You might have to... I mean, you're going to have the swap for the Lasso here as well and the Vengeful Spirit. So, is Sven an option?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't like Sven into when you have Pugna in your team. I feel like there's a little bit anti-synergy. I think I would be down to something like Wind Ranger, maybe. Oh, Meteor Spirit. Okay. Wow, scrape the mid Wind Ranger. Maybe Troll.
Yeah.
Troll sounds good. You're gonna have good push. You have lockdown on the Weaver when the Ursa actually doesn't.
5 seconds remaining.
You have mischance on the Chen creeps, mischance on the Brewlings. I really like Troll here for salvation.
Okay, well, we'll see 45 seconds left if that's what they want to be picking up, or if they've got something else up their sleeve. You're looking at this Bleed lineup now, we see all 5 of them. Are we saying, yeah, mid Spirit with the Bat Rider and the Chen supports, that Carry Weaver coming out?
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's happening here. Bleed is kind of all over the place, but they have very unique heroes in the Chen and the Air Spirit. I didn't really get to see those heroes too much dispatch yet. I really like their Spirit pick, so yeah, I mean it's an interesting draft. As they're gonna go for the Quap. Oh, that's a new one as well. This game is just delivering so much as they play Venge carry.
Yeah, I don't know whose lineup I hate least. Yeah.
Actually, I think Salvation's lineup might be easier to play, right? You just have mobile cores, you have some lockdown on the Shaman and the Venge, whereas Bleed, they're all about, like, they have a lot of pick off. I don't know. Bleed's draft is too 5D chess for me, and it kind of hurts my head to think about it. I'm going Salvation, even though I have like 70% certainty that Bleed's gonna take this game.
Yeah, looking at these two drafts, I don't know. Once Zeal gets his split off, he's got that Radiance going. You're relying on maybe the Timber Sword to try and deal with him. Again, the Chen army coming through as well. You've got the Scream, Sonic Wave as well for the Queen of Pain, so you might be able to deal with the Chen and his minions that way. The creeps coming through, but I think I'm going to Bleed, to be honest. I just don't think Salvation are going to be able to deal with the pace and the pressure that Bleed are going to be able to put on this first match.
I really want to see this squad being played. It's one of my favorite heroes. I think the facets are one of the coolest ones, honestly, in the game.
Okay.
But I just haven't really seen that. They buffed the facets a little bit. And yeah, I just want to see some Blade Mail co-op going ham. We'll see what playstyle is going to be here. But yeah, I can see like the Desert Spirit has so much potential. With just jump all of those squishy supports, silence them, and there's like no actual response. But it does depend on how much he's gonna be shot, which could be a lot.
Yeah. And just looking through here, because we've got several new heroes coming through. I was just trying to look at the facets, what we're seeing on the screen, and so the the Chen went for the Sata combo as QR code on the screen. You can use that banner below the stream there as well. Use the promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. Available both on the app and the website. Getting into it, yeah, so we've got the Sata combo coming up for the Chen. Siphon and Ward for Lloyd. What's the Emo gone for? He's gone for the Resonance, so gains his bonus attack damage when Magnetized Stone Remnants. We've got the Masochist on the Queen of Pain, so showing she's not afraid to switch it up here as well on the Queen of Pain. And I don't mind that, the Spell Amp, but you are bringing back damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's
30 seconds to battle.
I like to swap. I think with the right item build against the right type of lineup, it can be very powerful. I have not seen this though, so I think theoretically it makes sense and it's a fun facet. Do you still destroy the lane? Because I guess the biggest aspect is that you don't lifesteal off of Shadow Strike anymore, which used to be one of the reasons this hero was even decent to begin with, as they will get a bounty there with Drake.
I'm just looking at an 8 as well, that obviously you get the within range at spells that deal damage to the Queen of Pain. So that's not... It's 10%... Returns 10% of the damage dealt. Is that amplified by the Masochist as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then you get a Blade Mail, and you're doing all sorts of damage back on this Queen of Pain, and it's remember when that used to be the thing? Queen of Pain, the
I loved
used
it.
to go straight for the Blade Mail?
I really like that. But, looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker here, apparently Blade Mail is not really built if we're going forward. There's a lot of Dagon, there's a lot of Orchid. So, yeah, people, they just need more time. They need more time to accept the fact how do they say fashion is every 20 years or something?
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's something that gets... I mean, even if the Queen of Pain gets more picks as well. Meanwhile, looking at this top lane, so we have the Chen. He's picked up the Satyr. How do you like actually the facets for a start for the Chen?
I mean, I really like it, right? One of the hardest counters for this hero is that he would just block all the camps, and then he has to play like a creep in the lane with Penitence. So it does make sense. I think it's pretty cool that you kind of have to choose one creep. That said, how useful it is when the cooldown is this big, right? It's like a 30-second cooldown. We don't really get to see. They already killed the creep anyways.
Well,
but it at least gives Chen a way to... What?
It's a 30-second cooldown while the creep is alive. So while it's still up... Yeah, so it doesn't go on cooldown. So I don't know where the Satyr is for the Chen, but it's apparently doing work somewhere, because that spell ain't cooling down.
That doesn't make... Oh, it is? It is? Oh, you're right. Wait, what? Where's the creep?
I don't know, dude.
Help? Oh, look. There's... No, that has to be bugged, right?
It's in the mid lane. Ah, okay. It's right here.
Oh, hello, friend. Hello. Okay, so he's just burning the mana. He's giving some aura. All right. Okay, I guess that's a way to offset this matchup. I guess this is a really hard matchup. You don't necessarily need to always do this in the mid lane, but yeah, it's definitely one where the Earth Spirit might need some help against this this crazy Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's if he's got them, I assume you give the assist over to the Earth Spirit as well, so he can just use it when he needs to. Meanwhile, on the top lane, going to be a lot of damage coming out onto Rubido. Rubido can get himself away from this one. It's going to be chased down here, but the Shackles going to lock down onto the Weaver. The Weaver not going to be able to pick up First Blood onto that Timbersaw here. He got super low, and it's going to be on. Zeal picks it up onto Lloyd in the bottom, so we get baited to looking at the wrong lane here.
Yeah, a lot of action here everywhere, which is what we love, I think this RES, at least, where we're not seeing the crazy SEA, the caveman Dota that we used to like, with the patch being a bit older now. People aren't playing as crazy. But yeah, I like the beginning of this game. I think it gives me hope for some action-packed, blood stained Dota 2. And I mean, Bleed is playing, so that's the least they can do. They gotta follow their branding.
It's in the name. Yeah, they can't. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure they can be sued for false advertising. I'm sure that's how that works. Yeah.
the esports organization will definitely be sending them a letter. Cease and desist.
Top. You see Rupido again. He's got a few levels under his belt now, level 2. Oh, back on the bottom lane here. Zeal's going to be under pressure. Are they going to be able to get this kill onto Zeal? Zeal, he's going to get pretty darn low, breaking vision through the trees. But Lloyd, he's got 2 points in that Nether Blast. It might, no, not going to be enough. As the one charges for the Brewmaster, it will keep him alive.
Okay. In terms of the laning stage here, Brew is really the only hero that's struggling really hard. And that's with a Chen that's not even playing with a creep there. He finally gets the center Carcer, but in general, that was like a... Is Chen even a creep if he doesn't... Is Chen even a hero if he doesn't have a creep in his lane? And I'm surprised Rapido is struggling this much. I don't think that should happen.
And... yeah, well, we'll see how it goes, because again, it's all about getting bottom lane. They are going to be able to get the kill into the Batrider now as well. TP comes in from Emo. You want to try and chase this one down. One more right click, Young God will fall, and Lloyd, he might be the next one to go here. Emo going to be able to keep on top of him. Those cooldowns not too high on Emo, so he might be able to go for the dive here. Zeal, he's got that Cinderbrew coming up. One more second, the right click and Emo, he will be able to pick up the kill. And I like this change now as well with the facet that gives a Cinderbrew. It's now a rolling barrel, so you don't have to be, just right on top, finding the vision. You can just roll it in the general direction.
Yeah, another problem here is not only the Earth Spirit rotates and gets 6, the Quap is going back to the base with the Spirit not even being in the lane, and she's still behind in experience. So either the Satyr is incredibly annoying, and which he is, or... yeah, in general, Bleed is just winning every single lane. This is very worrisome. Just looking here, already a 1k goal lead. This Timbersaw struggling really hard. The Wisdom Runes is really when we could maybe see Salvation turning this around, allowing the support to get some experience. We'll see. They're going to try and go for a little bit of a sneaky play.
Yeah, Paulson trying to do what he can here, but again, like I say, bottom lane, Zeal now going to be a level above Young God, and Young God, he's going to go for the first item Manta style, so it might help him farm up a little bit, but again, in general, the Vengeful Spirit, this is the big issue I had with it when it was popular in TI, I want to say TI 5, TI 6, something like that. The hero doesn't have a catch-up mechanic. So if it does get behind, it's so much harder than just, oh, I'll buy a Maelstrom, well, maybe with Battle Fury now, thanks to that passive effect of the Soul Strike, but in general, if this hero gets behind, it's so hard to catch up as a Vengeful Spirit carry.
Yeah, so just build the Midas. Just get that glove and get the extra money. We'll see if, oh, Young God, they might find Seh here, though. Very tinky with the Ghost Lady armor, and and just TP. What?
Just has to TP away. Yeah, can't. There's three heroes down here. They're
showing in the lane. Oh, okay. Well, he's gonna be farming apparently.
Yeah, just TP's out. He's going to be able to get the stack here. Lloyd making a move, but the Batrider will be here. Paulson, what damage are you going to be able to do? Firefly, Decrepify, but the Flame Break, the knockback. Who's going to get it? And it does go the way of Paulson TP away, but the Rolling Boulder. Lloyd, my dude, he tried, and it was
he denied himself.
Oh, did the neutrals get it? Oh, damn, I didn't even see that. I just saw the Rolling Boulder come in, and I thought, okay, he's straight up dead.
Yeah, that's pretty lucky. I mean, he almost denied the Wisdom Rune as well, but unfortunately his attack projectile is pretty slow. Still, they did get the Wisdom Rune with Drake, so it's it's alright, but this goal lead is starting to get very worrisome. Shan already going for a rotation here. Can you kill Rapido? I mean, he's a tough one, but he's pretty low in HP. There's a chance.
Well, Jackie, not going to dip in just yet here, as you do have the Ogre Frost Mage as well, so you're going to have that Ice Armor to come through. It looks like they're just going to take Rapido off that tier 1. Waste the Queen of Pain's time a little bit now as well. Rolling Boulder comes out, Wonder Boy going to try and trade some damage out, but Emo has to be careful. Again, damage amp coming out with the Queen of Pain, and what's Quap going towards? It's just going to be the Power Treads here. Lloyd, well, Astrium picked up by Emo, so not going to be able to get over to that one, and that Nether Ward there as well. Did a little bit to the Batrider, but the Batrider, he's going to be able to regen up all that damage.
So one question that I want to answer now because of this facet. It says that you get 15% spell amplification, but 20% is reflected. Does that count for lane creeps, or it's only when you do damage to heroes? Because that's probably, like, if you take damage when you hit lane creeps, that's probably awful.
Is there an alt? There's not an alt text on it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna check. Can we hover over a co-op here? Let's see. Use Scream of Flame, please. Right now. I think
Yeah,
okay. I think it only
so.
works
It's
on
just heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, because that would be you wouldn't be able to farm like anything.
You'd have Huskar begging for that one. That would be like, you know.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Queen of Pain. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only on heroes. So that just
there
needs
you go.
maybe clarifying in the text. Speaking of heroes. Yes, he's going to rotate in. They're going to be able to get on top of Drake. There's going to be the rolling boulder coming through. Flame break now as well. You have that boulder toss from the golem as well. And Drake, well, he's going to be inside that chicken run form. But eventually Paulson will be able to get the kill. So it's going to be just enough to take down the Shadow Shaman. Do they want to go for... I mean, they have the Chen. I mean, this is what I was talking about as well. Just the pressure that the Chen is going to be able to put on the towers early on with his teammates. You know, he's going to buy time for Zeal to hit those items as well before Zeal becomes that overwhelming force. And they're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane without too much being contested their way.
It's going to be a free tier 1 tower very early on with a 4k lead. When you have a Quap, like I hear they should be dominating the lane, but somehow Desert Spirit is pretty much incredibly ahead. Salvation is their salvation for you because they are going towards the top side.
They're going to try and go. The kick comes out here from the Earth Spirit. Tries to get on top of Lloyd. Lloyd's going to try and dodge those one off. But look at this. The chase down coming out. Jackie. TP's coming from everybody. Emo might be in a little bit of danger, though. Trying to run himself away from this one. The Shackles will be here. They get the kill onto Emo. We'll be able to take down Lloyd. Meanwhile, though, in the bottom lane, it looks like Zeal. Level 8. Doesn't have the mana for the split, but 13 one charges here. And that Arcane Ring coming back up, so he might be able to get the mana back. But Young God out of vision, so won't be able to see that split. Get the damage onto the Venger. The Venger, though, going to be chased away from the lane. Still 67 last hits, but not all of those are going to be those the enemy creeps here. As the Bat Rider, oh, Sonic Wave, it was a mid-air. Does that get thrown out? It will get the kill onto Paulison.
Alright, and going for the Dagon here. I do like that because you get some spell lifesteal. That's why they're going for the Dagon. It offsets the damage you do to yourself because of Masochist, and it's also some burst, so she benefits from the spell amplification anyways. That's, I mean, it is cool. Very curious to see. I mean, it should be very impactful against a hero like Weaver, but most of the other heroes inside the Dire aren't squishy whatsoever. You know, even Chen, the Earth Spirit, they're all pretty tanky boys.
Yeah, and in the... Oh, never mind. I just thought there was a little bit of aggression, but it looks like Jackie, he's going to try and get himself away with the Sakuchi. Yeah, right back to the tower. Is there going to be any TPs in? Nether Blast won't connect here onto the Weaver, but it does do some damage to the tower, which they might just have to let go. It's not looking too healthy, this tower. Is Jackie hanging around for the deny here? Nether Blast comes in. It's going to be going the way of the creeps. No hero gets it, but that Nether Blast makes sure that the Weaver can't deny either.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that he doesn't get the gold. Like, he was just a bit too greedy there with the cost. Could have probably get the extra money. You know, those small things do matter when you're a support. Young God, going for the Manta instead of the eggs that we usually see. Very curious to see what the plan here is. I guess they just want to outfarm Bleed. And I do have a feel that if Bleed doesn't take, like, every outer tower by minute 25, there's a chance you just get outscaled. And speaking of outscaling here, it starts with Young God dying, but he's trying to turn it.
Yeah, he's trying to do what he can. Lasso to drag him up onto the cliff here. He's going to be cliff teasy. The rolling ball that comes through, and he's not even going to be able to get the TP away. Paulson does get the kill for that one. Emo getting involved. How much do you like that Manta style? Is it going to be to try and deal with the the Earth Spirit rolls in, gets that kickoff, or is it just for, like you say, just being able to kind of elevate the farm of the Vengeful Spirit?
I think it's just about pushing waves, not really allow Bleed to group up, and just Wave of Terror from Fog, send the illusions. They should clear the wave really fast. You have the aura, and you just try to like increase your farming speed as much as you can. It's kind of a slow build up though. Still pretty far away from that Yasha, as we will see a Smokerino here from Salvation. 5k gold behind. And Emo has a Blade Mail, so he's a very hard kill. Smoke breaks.
They're going to be able to get the Hex off. They even drop the Ward Fist now as well. Shackles comes through, and they will be able to get it. Big commitment there for heroes to get that kill. Might even be able to get a tower from this one, but it's pretty much a full health tower here. Fortification will be used, and those Serpent Wards aren't close enough to connect, so they won't be able to get that damage onto the tier 1 tower. After the fortification, SC's close now as well. Nether Blast coming through, but it looks like Chase away. Jackie wants to get involved here. Jackie's just like, oh, those serpent wards, they look pretty tasty. Let me just get a couple of those to go.
Oh yeah, but he is a bit scared, so we'll actually disengage here. Invis rune on the bottom side. Paulson will keep that one fresh for the Earth Spirits. Okay, so what is happening bottom? Young God keeps on farming, has his Yasha. Timber did finish a Kaya going Eternal Shroud.
Oh, Queen. Going to be jumped on the lasso driver coming out now as well. This was Wonderboy. The silence, it's enough for the kill. Zeal picks up the credit for that, but team effort with those 3 heroes rotating onto the Queen of Pain. Radiance is up for the Brewmaster, 14.5 minutes in, and he is looking to just run away with his farm here in this game.
This brew is gigantic. Holy moly. Radiance done. Yeah, they can rush here on Bleed if they really want to. You have a couple of points in Penitence. You have a Weaver that already has Maelstrom. Very curious to see if Bleed wants to force the tier 2s before getting the Ages. They're just going to choke Salvation here because they're looking for more.
And do they want to defend? They're just going to the Magic Missile coming through here. The Rolling Boulder comes out with a what damage can they do? Swap here on the Vengeful Spirit, but Jackie wants to chase. He's going to be going right back into this one. Queen of Pain has to jump himself away, but it looks like the bench is not going to get as lucky here. Sonic Wave does come through, but Youngblood's going to go down. It's going to be Emo that picked it up. Young God, he is going to be dead for 30 seconds. No buyback, and on the line here, Drake, well, he's going to be in that chicken run form, but he still can't get himself away. Zeal with the burn after that invulnerability was off, and that's going to be it. They take down Emo, though. So it's going to be traded. They can't get aggressive onto the tier 2, but it was a big commitment from Salvation just to get that 1 kill.
They don't have the burst damage. Like, everyone's so tanky on the Dire side. This Weaver 1600 HP. You have 1700 on the Brewmaster, 1500 on the Earth Spirit. Then you pair the Lifesteal of Lads with Hand of God on top of it. It is really hard for Salvation to kill anyone. And like Bleed, all they have to do is show up as 5 and you either disengage or you lose the fight.
Yeah, and that was them taking, you know, the Sonic Wave came out, you had the Serpent Wards close by there as well. A lot of damage coming through from the Timber Saw. That was kind of like perfect fight there for Salvation, and it still wasn't enough, like you say, because of how tanky the Bleed heroes are. So if Bleed do actually get an upper hand in one of these fights to start off with, I think that's going to be a lot scary. It was high ground there as well that Bleed didn't want to chase up. So
Young God, not again.
The damage coming through. He's going to try and do what he can. Magic Missile into the swap, but the Bat Rider's going to be here right on top of him here. Young God is gone.
Yeah, I mean, that was very obvious. He just shows in a lane like that. Like, you can expect to be able to farm freely in a game that you're this far behind. But that's also a problem that Venge has, right? Just doesn't farm Ancients that well. Doesn't really flash farm really well. And they're going to try and stop the Roche here from Bleed.
Smoke is...
You don't have any stuns, though. Like, you're going to have to drop the wards.
Sonic Wave, it is back available though. Did he get the damage out into Zeal? Zeal, it's the Sonic Wave damage. He might be able to finish him off. He has no buyback here. And it looks like Emo is trying to do his best to catch up. But Rupido on the back lines on top of SE. SE, can he get the damage out? There's going to be the Swarm coming through now as well. And it looks like the damage, what can they do here? Because the Magnetize will be coming out. And it looks like it's at least going to be the Shadow Shaman that does go down. One more right click is going to be able to get it. Wonderboy takes down SE. But now the chase is on. Lloyd trying to get himself away. But again, Sakuchi comes through and the life drain, it's not going to be enough. Young God, he comes back alive. He's going to be double silenced through this one. Chase down Jackie. You want to get the damage. The Rolling Boulder comes out now as well. And Young God, he's trying to get himself away the swap. Trying to do his best to live through this one. But they are going to be able to get the kill. Jackie takes him down.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Wonder Boy, he couldn't really re-engage. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even find Paulson. He was trying to get a feel for where he was, and he might get him. No, he's scared.
Trying to jump himself away here. Do they have the lockdown? Wonderboy gets the kill onto Paulson, but again, the damage coming through. You have the Glepnir onto Jackie now as well. Good lockdown. They get the kill, and that's really not worth the trade here. Wonderboy for the Bat Rider.
I really feel like if you want to play the way they're playing on Salvation, you actually had to rush the eggs first on this bench and get the Manta later. Imagine if they actually had eggs for those fights. Like, they're totally different. You just out-sustain Bleed with the Venge, and you kind of just power through it. This build ended up being way too greedy for what Salvation had this game.
And if you then look at what they have got on the Vengeful Spirit. Yo, he is going to be going to the Ags, but he's so far committed onto that Manta style. So this Ags, it could be another 5-6 minutes away before it does get picked up by Young God. Do they just need to avoid the aggression coming up from Bleed?
Yeah, the thing is, how do you avoid the aggression out there in Aegis? It's not going to be that easy. At least Young God will be able to like deal with the side lanes. We'll use those illusions, but the price they paid was hefty, and Timber might also be included in that tip.
Yeah, Jackie gets the kill. They're going to go for more here, Lloyd. Do they have the lockdown rolling ball that's going to connect? They're going to stop that TP out. Decrepify doesn't keep him alive this time. Jackie with the double kill. He is mopping up here on this Weaver.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Weaver
Dire's middle tower.
Gigantic. Co-op's trying to go for a Kaya Sanj, which is, you know, good. It's going to increase the spell lifesteal and everything, but it feels like the biggest problem they have is not the sustain of the co-op, but rather the amount of damage that they need to kill those heroes, especially if the age is being up. So,
yeah,
not sure this is going to like fix their problems.
Well, Jackie just continues onto the tier 2 tower now as well, and he does have that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. Damage coming through. Paulson might be a little bit too far away from the rest of his team. There is going to be that jump in coming through onto the Batrider. Timber Chain comes through as a Rupido does get the kill, but that just buys space and time for Bleed. They're even going to try and go for the Radiant Tormentor now as well. Yeah, going to be able to pick this one up, and I don't think there's going to be any contest. Wave of Terror does come through. There's going to be swap now as well, but Zeal, he's just going to go for the split off. In fact, do they want to try and fight this one, or maybe just going to try and use this opportunity to leave? Cyclone comes out onto the Vengeful Spirit. Can they get the kill onto the Brewmaster here? Jackie, though, he's waiting. He said, yes, come forward. I'll fight this one once that split was off. But it looks like Salvation, they recognize this. They don't go too far forward as everybody else on the side of Bleed. Yeah, they are going to get out safe.
Yeah, I mean, they forced the split, but at the end of the day, they did lose a shard, which granted is Batrider shard, so probably doesn't really matter that much. But Rupido, he's the one that dies.
They've got the hero stacking up around him now as well. The damage coming through. He is going to be silenced up as well in the middle of these trees. So he didn't have an angle to Timber Chain away to. The Hex locked down. Did he want to go for more onto this one? They might be able to get the dive onto Drake. Drake, can he get himself out? He drops those Serpent Wards, but again, once that chicken run was off, he is going to be killed off. They're going to try and chase down now again. Wonder Boy, is he going to wonder if he's going to be able to live through this one? There's going to be a swap coming through. Young God, but do they want to dive the tier 3s? They don't just yet. And both the Queen of Pain as well as the Venge will get out alive.
Very tough game. This Venge just can't catch a break, you know. Does have that Manta as we talked, but there's so much on the side of Salvation that the illusions that he sends in the lane usually just get wiped. Like, you don't get to just like farm a full wave of illusions for most of the time.
Yeah.
And they are looking for Wonder Boy here. In the mid
Wonder
lane,
Boy.
Lasso is on cooldown.
He's going to be jumping smoke breaks. He's going to be jumping himself forward now as well. Emo's going to be here with the Blade Mail. What can they do? Swap comes out onto Emo, but there's going to be a lot of damage coming through. And Drake, is he going to be able to get involved into this one? Because it looks like Lloyd, he might just go down straight away. Drake trying to do what he can. And once again, that chicken run might come out, but the chase down here. And Jackie's going to be able to get right on top of him. SE will fall, but it looks like Rupido, is he going to be in danger? Sonic Wave, they kill off the Batrider, but Wonder Boy, he might be in danger himself. Where's that blink? It's going to be a couple of seconds away. He gets a haste rune. The chase comes through, but Wonder Boy should be able to flap his wings, get himself away. Jackie looking to cut off his angle, but the blink away from the Queen of Pain. He's going to be out safe, it looks like, Wonder Boy, at least this time.
Alright, does survive, it looks like. Jackie, though, very cheeky here, the positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's gonna actually happen here. So Wonder Boy finishes his Kaya Sanj. I think this might be a really good shard game for the co-op. Like, just having the silence on the Weaver, on the Yar Spirit, even on the Brewmaster. They don't have many ways to deal with that. So I would love to see the co-op getting the shard. To me, like, that's the best value for money she can have right now.
Well, Wonder Boy does have the gold to buy up the shard, so let's see if that's where... No, going to be a Yule Scepter to come up with the co-op here. No shard. And it's not even like they have a Tormentor to try and get it that way either. That was stolen away from them. Who got the on the other side? It's going to be Emo that gets his shard from the Tormentor here.
No, it was Batrider that got it.
No, they
so
took
definitely...
the Dire shard, the Dire Tormentor just
Oh,
now.
okay. Yeah, the Weaver one's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, speaking of neutrals, Wonderboy is really happy, right? Because he only one spell lifesteal on this hero, and he dropped Vampire Fang, so that's like by far the best one he could have gotten. And yeah, I'm very curious to see how much he's going to be able to squeeze out of this swap. You know, technically, that's definitely the one hero on Salvation that's having like a good game. Everyone else like 0 and 5, 0 and 5, 2 and 6. So yeah, maybe Klopp's broken enough that you can kind of come back from this game. But just looking at the net worth, it does look very grim.
Do you just keep the Dagon at level 1 until you've got the rest of your kit then? Because the spell amplification, lifesteal, buzzwords, the spell lifesteal doesn't increase past that, your first one. It's just the extra that you get from the damage and the stats that come out. But that is a flat spell lifesteal coming out from the Dagon.
Yeah, I would say so. I think you probably don't upgrade it until you get a better item. You probably upgrade it early if you are winning, just because it's just like it gives you that extra oomph to keep getting kills. In a game like this, you definitely need defensive options, whether it's Uceptor, Eternal Shroud, maybe even BKB might get picked up eventually this game, as they will rotate towards the Dire side here. Bleed's doing the same. The thing is, pressure Salvation can kind of throw at a tower is just much smaller.
Yeah.
They're still the ones that are going to be forced back, I think.
And even going to throw out the fortification here, it looks like, for the Radiant Fort on the side of the die, just to try and keep this push coming in and what damage it can do onto the tier 2 tower.
Plugging a mid. They ping him out. They're already TPing the Batrider.
Okay. Do they have enough now? Jackie's going to TP in now as well. There's tier 1. I'm surprised that... Or am I surprised? I'm a little bit surprised this tier 1 tower in the mid lane is still standing on the side of the Dire.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job defending it. They do finally get it, though, and that the Pugna doesn't get punished. So that's kind of okay. The top tower, they also do some decent tier 2 tower damage with the wards and the catapult wave. So Salvation getting something out of their time, at least. They're not going to get the tower, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, and you see the pulses here. He's like, oh boy, gold. I don't ever get to see this.
Yeah, but they got the tower. Like, this is actually pretty good.
And Batrider going to be going towards his BKB. I think he's been sick of being blown up after he makes that jump into Paulus. And yeah, he wants some protection coming out with the debuff immunity here. Roshan potentially could be... It's going to be a minute and a half on the respawn here for the big man. Is this, again, Bleed, it is going to be a nighttime Roshan. Are you just looking to take the control of this part of the map and make sure you don't give away this next Rosh?
Yeah, I think it's pretty important for them. Like, at the end of the day, it is still a draft that kind of wants to play from ahead, that doesn't want this game to drag, like, super, super late. To me, the question is whether Salvation feel like they need to contest it. I think they do. I think their high ground defense is kind of mediocre. The only hero that's, like, actually good at high ground defense is this Venge. Which, by the way, they finish eggs, so they can potentially take a fight that maybe we wouldn't really... what is happening here? They're just controlling a Storm Panda for some reason.
Yeah, he's going to be able to walk himself away. Split, it's going to be... Yeah, it should be back in. Yeah. Okay.
Panda eggs.
Yeah, I was wondering why did he split for no reason, though, but... yeah, like it is just that primal companion coming through. And again, you use this. If you use this with the Earth Brawler, you've got building damage without having to commit the hero here as well. How many times have we seen this and gone, this needs to be nerfed just a little bit, this needs to be dealt with just a little bit, and still this Earth Panda is just able to run riot here on his own up against buildings. Jump comes in. The Hex was there now. It was on the Batrider. That was quick fingers to get that Hex off as well. And what can they do from this one? It looks like they're just going to try and leave on the side of Bleed. Roshan up in 7 seconds. This could be a big time if they can take this fight here on the side of Salvation. And it does look like they wanted to, in a limited capacity, look for the chase.
Okay, so they are actually trying to force this fight, Bleed. I thought that maybe they would be okay with warding Roche and fighting around that area. But, actually trying to take the fight to Salvation, where they could possibly also have wards. So very bold of Bleed, but they eventually decide to fall back, and there we go. They want Salvation to be the ones moving, and they will give away this Roche, looks like.
Yeah, the Vengeance already moved to the bottom part of the map here to find some more farm. So yeah, like I said, going to give it up for free. The Batrider has just respawned, moves himself looking for a target, actually. Maybe looking for it to set up for something after this Roshan goes down so they can move through the Twin Gate like this. And the pings are coming through. I think they have the vision on Young God. And Young God, he has to be careful. Yeah, the Bat Rider, if they get close, the Cyclone could set up onto it. And they're going to be able to come, get the lockdown onto the Vengeful Spirit. And even with this Axe, I don't know if this is going to be enough here for the Vengeful Spirit to walk out alive in that illusion form. That you're going to be able to do the damage here. No way for this Venge to get out once or twice.
Yeah, that's kind of the summary of this game, right? Young God being picked off, and now they find Pogna. Even if the little Kakadu is going to be kicking the balls, and I mean, they could even find Drake. They don't dive more for it.
The only saving grace here is that the lanes are pushed up so far on all three that they're not going to take any pressure on the towers after Young God dies.
That's the summary of this game. Like, they're just trying their best to shove the waves, scale. The gold advantage has remained relatively close, but in general, I gotta give it to Zio. I think he's been doing a really good job with his companion, just chasing down the first the Venge, now this Timbersaw. I don't think he can escape here. He's just probably dead.
Yeah, the damage stacks up. Jackie's going to get the credit for the kill, but very much a team effort here. Jackie hitting that godlike spree. How's he looking? He's got the BKB. It's a fresh BKB here as well, going towards the Daedalus. And, yeah, Dragonlance, you know, this Weaver is looking very damn strong.
Oh, Cop. They're pinging you.
Wonder Boy. Does he get himself out? They have the jump, but he's going to go straight away for that blink. Lasso is up, though, if they can catch up for him, though. Yeah, and it looks like the Glepnir does it connect. No. Oh, he gets the blink out. Just a split second before that Glepnir connects.
All right, Egg's now done for the Clop, and the high ground defense is definitely going to be hard, or I mean, easier for Salvation because of that Aghanim Scepter. You're going to be obviously life-stealing off of all of the Shadow Strike damage you're doing. Yeah, okay, and they're gonna get a Tormentor as well. Finally, Salvation gets to get their own.
There's a Drake, so he's going to get the Shackles with the Serpent Wards coming out here for the Shadow Shaman. Meanwhile, they do lose a tier 2 tower for that, and we'll see if that Earth Panda wants to step up, put some pressure. Well, maybe not with Wonder Boy doing this, being able to clean off that creep wave so quickly.
You know what I would have liked? If, when you go for the other facet of Shadow Shaman, when you get the shard... Oh, wait a second here.
Lockdown comes through. Let me a lockdown. He's got the Yule Scepter Lotus Orb on top of him now as well, so he won't be able to survive through this one. They do push back that aggression, but it is going to cost them here just a little bit to keep Wonder Boy alive.
So yeah, once there's shard on the Shadow Shaman, instead of getting 4 Serpent Wards, you get a medium Serpent Ward when you shackle someone. You know, just to get into the theme of the big Serpent Ward.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think the big Serpent Ward's just a bit of a meme. Like, you know, it's just a bit of like, oh, look at, but it's doing the damage. It takes a little longer to take down. So you could potentially put it under a tower, and the tower takes a little bit longer to reduce that full damage, but it's not as good. It's not anywhere near as good as the Cluster Cluck coming out here. As they're going to be able to get the Lotus Orb onto Rubido. Rubido can get himself away from this one. Going to be silenced as that Lotus Orb does wear off. They have the damage and should be able to get the kill. Lloyd, he's trying to give his own life back, but all that's going to do is cost him his full life here. They dive onto the tier 3 towers. Can they get the kickback onto the Venge? There is going to be that swap back, but the
he's locked in the Serpent Wards.
He traps himself in, yeah. And now he has to walk in. He's going to be able to walk himself away. But that's it. Look at this big look, jump into it. They get the illusion, they get the lockdown onto it. Sonic Wave comes through, but the damage, they clean up that Vengeful Spirit illusion after he dies now as well. 38 seconds on the sidelines. Just have the buyback available.
Wonder Boy got so lucky. He actually gets a Paladin Sword. So he has the maximum spell lifesteal possible here with this Kaya Sanj and Daegon. He is very hard to bring down. I kind of want to believe in this Cop. High ground defense is definitely one thing they can do really well on Salvation. The problem is, these supports are so weak that no one can really leave the base besides this Venge and maybe the Manta Illusions. That's really the Achilles heel on Salvation.
So, is it just a case then of soaking the waves as they come to the base? Like you say, that if they can't leave him, even Rupido with the Eternal Shroud and the Lotus Orb, is he still at risk as well? I mean, we just saw him go down, so of course he is, yeah.
Yeah, like he has... It's just way too much lockdown on Bleed, and they can also chase you down. It's... If he's not like relatively close to the tower where his allies can maybe come to assist, he will eventually be run down. Like the Weaver has way too much chase.
Okay, at least he's using these illusions to keep the lanes pushed out. You'll keep that pressure off the base, it looks like, and we'll see just how they try and break this here on the side of Bleed, because again, 2.5 minutes until the next Roshan respawn. I said they do need to be careful trying to go into that high ground because of that swap. Unless the Bat Rider can get a lasso and they can finish off the Venge and the Vengeful Spirit in that one gank, they do need to be careful, like I say, about being swapped in. It is fairly dangerous to approach this high ground with that Vengeful Spirit alive.
Yeah, and the Venge going for like the greediest build possible, which I actually don't blame when you're this far behind.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a butterfly here. But yeah, they're just slowly sieging here with the Earth Panda, as you said.
Radiant's top tower is
I'm surprised that they run him away though, with the creep wave pushing in. That they don't just have this Earth Panda. Maybe he's trying to pull on the other lanes, but I mean, you could just let that one... What is it, 20-second changeover? You could still, just let that Earth Panda hit till it gets low health and then run it away, because you do have that benefit of the 1200 health here from level 20 on the Brulings.
Yeah, they're definitely very tanky. 4400 HP on that Panda. Up going for a Vise, just trying to get a little bit more control here. Already has this amount of damage sustained, but healing people really is the problem, as top is just slowly being pushed, even without Aegis.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, right? You can commit with the Earth Panda because he gets that extra 200 damage on the buildings per right click. The Demolish, you don't have to commit your heroes. You can have them sat behind, and Zeal, he can just use this Earth Panda here to just... It's not even slowly whittle down the buildings. He is doing what the name says. He's demolishing them, though. The Lotus Orb comes out. Not going to be able to get the grab Vengeful Spirit. He's going to try and move himself forward. But again, they might lose. Fortification will be used here. Zeal trying to pull that Earth Panda back. Oh, swap. Did they get the kill into the Earth Spirit? Earth Spirit, he's not got that blade mill. He does have the cheese. There's going to be a heal coming through now as well. He might just be able to live through this one. And he's going to be able to get all this health back. It does keep him alive. And now they're going to be able to clean up on the Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit's trying to get that swap out, though. Can he get himself out? Serpent Wards will be here. Trying to get back into the base, but they will lose this lane of Rax, it looks like. In fact, they might just lose Rupido now as well. He's going to get dragged back into this one. And Jackie gets the kill.
Yeah, it's just... They're too tanky on the side of Bleed, basically. That their Spirit with 4k HP, you have Cheese, you have Hand of God, so many auras, Eternal Shroud on top of it, Sanjin Yasha. That was like max duration shackles, but even still, Salvation unable to do anything about it.
And again, look, Zeal just starts to step the Earth Panda up. He's already done this on one lane of tier 3 and a melee Rax. Gleipnir comes out. In fact, are they going to be able to clean up this illusion here onto the Venge? The Venge has to be super careful, backs himself away. He will respawn in 13 seconds. So it's not like if that went down, it would be a massive time between. But yeah, you still want to be careful about that. You still want to be keeping that illusion up for as long as possible.
Yeah, they're maybe looking for a little bit of a play there. They didn't find anything. And Bleed very careful this whole game. Not really forcing things too hard. They're okay with taking this very slow. Wow. Shiva's now on the co-op. It's definitely good. We're talking about, the sustained region that they have on Bleed, and the Shiva's is gonna help. But they also need a Scotty, and unfortunately, Young God, it feels like he's been trying to finish this butterfly for 15 minutes maybe.
At least he has the Eagle Song now on the hero, so he has that plus 25 agi, which, okay, it's not the full butterfly, but it's a nice step up here for the Vengeful Spirit, and you can just buy it piece by piece now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, how are they looking? Fire Panda coming through, and Zealand might actually lose that one. It gets low. But, okay, it's going to turn around with 80-ish health before he gets changed for something else. It's going to be, surprise, surprise, another Earth Panda.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, at the end of the day, all of these teams want to go to the RES land, to the relog land. They understand how important, how much money is involved, and they will do whatever is necessary to take these wins. Like, you really don't want to be giving away any games. You have to go to the second stage. especially for Bleed. I think they have 15 RES points right now, so they're gonna have to dramatically increase their amount if they want to go. There are already teams with like 3-digit RES points.
Look at this as well. You can see on the map the Queen of Pain had to go to the enemy side shop to be able to get the plate mail, because there was no way they were getting near the Radiant secret shop. So yeah, Wonderboy, in fact, with this farm on the Ancient as well, was double stacked, got a triple stack out of it herself, will be able to get the gold for the Shiva's Guard as well, and be able to get right back into the team fights if he wants to. Just waiting for that jump back in, trying to find as much farm as possible while the pressure is off the base. Oh,
Yeah,
Roshan, he's back up.
He's so lucky. He literally got the best tier, like, neutral item for every tier in this game. Now, carrying Timeless Relic, for sure one of the better ones. And, you know, they do need damage, so I'm totally okay with him, you know, kind of giving up some spell lifesteal just to get some extra damage. We'll see if it's going to be enough. This Aghanims on Co-op has been nerfed significantly ever since it was released, so have, you know, shorter AoE, shorter cast range, a little bit less damage. You don't lifesteal off of it, at least not naturally anymore.
Yeah.
Still not sure if this is going to be enough.
No shard still either. Going for the stacks and the Dagon, it looks like here, for the Queen of Pain. So wants to be amplifying the damage that's going to be put out from this. And it does double up when once you hit the highest level from that. You're going to get more intelligence, strength, and agility from that as well anyway. So boosting up your stats is going to be quite nice. But are you surprised that he's not even entertained the idea of going to the shard?
I am. Honestly, I am. I think when you look at it, both the Co-op and the Venge should have their shards. Let's just... it's so much value out of from the money you're spending. It is definitely weird.
Okay, well, we'll see if the lasso is going to come in, but there's going to be the purge coming through from that, the reverse hex, I guess you call it here. Young God, what's he going to be able to do? Needs to run himself away. The split comes out. He's trying to run himself out of this one, but it looks like with the split now, he has to swap. He swaps Lloyd back into danger. He's going to be pulled back onto Lloyd. Lloyd is going to go down again. There's going to be the hex coming through here from the Shadow Shaman with that hex that's available onto your allies now. But
Spanda, bro. Look, nothing stops the Spanda.
I'm telling you, dude, it's got
just going at it.
What's it like? The health on it, 4,400 health, it just hits buildings and deletes them while that split is active. And even when the split, thanks to that Ag Scepter, yeah, he just runs in and takes buildings away from you. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Aegis will be popped. They're going to get Jackie back full health, full mana now. Do they want to try and fight around this one? Young God, he's going to be swapping onto Jackie. Jackie can get himself away, though. He's got that Sakuchi away. Force Staff as well. Rolling boulders to get themselves out. He is going to be, everyone on the side of Bleed is going to be fine after taking down another lane of rocks.
I think Drake hexed himself by mistake there. He could have 100% hexed the Weaver, but he... Can you double tap the hex now?
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point, because it is, you can cast it on allies.
Yeah. I think he might have double tapped it.
Oof. Well, that's something
that's not going to change the game, right? They're 36k gold behind, but still, it's pretty bad.
And one lane of Rex stands between Salvation here and Mega Creeps, 42 minutes into the game. And again, one of the longer games I think we've seen so far here in the RES series between both Group A and Group B. So you can see that Salvation, they are holding on for their lives. And they need to, right? Because every draw, every win, every point you can get counts towards how close have we seen it through the groups so far in Southeast Asia, South America, and Europe. Where 1 point means the difference between elimination and that third place.
Yeah, especially in Southeast Asia and South America, where you only have 2 slots, so it is definitely a big problem here if you don't go through the second stage this time. This is one of the last chances here for the teams to start acquiring more points. And yeah, Bleed, very slow approach, but effective nonetheless.
Yeah. And again, you send Zeal in with his Panda. Look at that one. He takes 3 swings at that tower, and it's missing a quarter of its health. Going to be able to jump in the last, so they got the lockdown onto the Vengeful Spirit now as well. There is going to be the Hex coming through onto the Vengeful Spirit and Decrepify onto Shadow Shaman, trying to keep him alive, but Young God, he gets bounced back the once. Can they do it the twice? Well, there's going to be the Gleipnir for the lockdown here, but it looks like Wonder Boy on the back lines. Can they get the damage onto this Queen of Pain now as well? Jumping Lloyd is going to be in a lot of danger. Young God trying to get that illusion away. Wonder Boy might not be so lucky. Will be able to get the blink away. Lloyd gets taken care of here, trying to do what he can with a life drain, and Rupido is in. They've got the kill onto the Chen, but can they get anyone else from this one, or has Rupido just put himself into too much danger? Nulla Fire comes out. Even with the Lotus Orb, they do get the kill. 3 heroes dead on the side of Salvation. Technically 2, thanks to that the Vengeful Spirit illusion still being up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Salvation lost this game just because Bleed had a better game plan, just because they played their lanes well. Salvation got picked off a lot, especially in Young God. But some of these fights were kind of close. And I can't help but feel like if the Squap has a shard and the Venge has a shard, these fights are actually like pretty close. So, yeah, don't want to harp on this too much, but hopefully if we start seeing more Quap players, are going to remember that the shard on Quap is actually like really good. 125 damage, AoE, you're going to be life-stealing off of it. It's amplified by your facet, by your innate. So yeah. Overall though, I think Bleed just showed to be a better team, and it's gonna be a hard game to draft because now you're gonna be possibly forced to ban Chen in a meta where there's already so many other broken heroes you have to worry about. Yeah, unfortunately here, I don't know how Salvation is gonna fix it, but hopefully it starts by not playing this carry Venge. I was just not impressed whatsoever by Young God. You know, he seems like a really good carry, but this Venge is the type of carry that you need to play from ahead, as you said, and they are just destroyed in lanes.
Yeah, Salvation, yeah, that Vengeful Spirit went 0-10 here, and never really got off the ground, even when the Manta started to try and get the extra farm. It was just being shut down at every turn. So that is going to be game number 1. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break to see if Bleed can lock it down to a 2-0 Salvation. Are they going to be able to make any impact in this second game? Well, we'll find out after this break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me. At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back into the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We've got one more game to go between Salvation and Bleed. In that first game, Salvation, they didn't find their salvation. They jumped into the Queen of Pain train, and it just didn't seem to pay off. The Vengeful Spirit there as well, Bowie, in that position 1. Do you think they just drafted themselves into a corner and just had to kind of go with what they already had? Or would you like to, do you think it was down to the actual gameplay?
I think both the plan and the way they played the game wasn't ideal. I think the Venge is fine, and they proved to be pretty good on it playing from the offlane. I was just not very impressed when Young God was the one running the hero. So you can still, I think, first phase it if it's comfort for you, if it's a hero you like. But I just didn't like it in the off, playing as a carry. I honestly like the co-op. I think it actually did okay. But you probably have to ban the Chan. I think you have to address the Chan, and you probably need to address the
Brewmaster.
Yeah, maybe have a better response for the Brew. No, I think a response for the Brew. Like you're, kind of talked about this fan. I'm not sure he was the hero you needed, but you needed something with more AOE, because they're definitely lacking that. It was just the co-op doing AOE damage. I guess the Timber doesn't really hurt the Brewlings later on into the game, it feels like.
Yeah, and you can see that kind of reflected in the score here. The Timbersaw went 4, 6, and 7. You wasn't able to pick up too many kills. And again, I said it before the break that the Venge went 0 and 10. Really didn't have an impact on that game, it felt like. So we'll see if they go for that again. Maybe try and throw it in the offlane, or maybe get as a support in this game here. But yeah, that carry Venge definitely didn't work out here for the side of Salvation. So it is going to be their first pick as well as we get ourselves into the draft. We'll see how they want to draft around it. Like I say, whether they let this Chan through again, because that was a bit of a menace. Just sitting that Satyr in the mid for the mana burn, just to support out that Earth Spirit early on, which did let him get that early lead as well, that led him to rotate around, finding kills on the lanes. And whether they're going to let them have it, nope, Chen is going to be the first ban here by Salvation.
Yeah, definitely made a big difference. I also feel like, the Venge that they like on Salvation, it's a fine hero, but I don't think Bleed wants it. So I don't know why I would first phase it. There's so much value out of other picks in the game. I think that's my criticism to the Venge. It's not about the hero itself, but picking it that early when there's like more just better heroes in general available. So we'll see what Salvation is going to try and pick up this time, as Witch Doctor did get banned, but still Storm, still Shadow Fiend, still Phoenix, still lots of other juicers left.
Yeah, well, we'll see what is going to be left after this first phase of bans. As the Dragon Knight, the Weaver taken away. Yeah, like I say, that Chen ban, it lets something else through here as well. So it is going to be Salvation's first pick. They can decide what they want to be taken away from this one. Bleed, you are... No, they ban out the Clockwork Show here. either this one or because they do have 2 bans. So I assume the Clockwork won't make it through the first phase, and either they ban out here or the next ban, because Salvation, they probably won't ban it if they have the choice. They'll be able to pick that one up first, and I don't think Bleed want to let that one through.
Yeah, I wonder if TA is a hero Bleed is willing to give up if they don't ban Phoenix, because then you're like, yeah, here, take this TA, and we're gonna have Phoenix, we're gonna have damage over time to deal with it. Okay, so they actually take the Phoenix and they leave TA open. What would Bleed pick if TA is first phase here by Salvation? Because they do have the chance to pick it up, and that's just not a hero we get to see going through very often. In fact, he has an 83% win rate in the tournament right now.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, maybe Salvation here, they ban out the Clockwork, pick up the TA themselves, and get that one on the board. They could have banned the Razor. So TA, so Clock is available if Bleed want to go for that one, which might not be the worst pickup against the TA, to be honest, but they're going to go for the Darkseer. Okay.
Interesting. Definitely. Huh.
And other questionable. So, hero-wise, what do you pick up as a counter? Do you want to go for that? Oh, no, because you've already got the Darkseer, so you can't go for the Slaughter here for Bleed.
I mean, you can go for the Oracle or the Ant, you know, the Dispel type heroes that sometimes we see. You can go for Brew just for the AoE Illusion Clear that we sometimes see as well. We're not sure whether Salvation can run it. Yeah, this Darkseer, I'm very curious about Bleed going for this, because I don't think it would be banned second phase, to be honest. It is pretty decent versus TA. Just, they feel like they're forcing this a little bit, as they will get the Breaker as well. Alright, pretty solid.
And yeah, so you're running this, so you're going to have the Iron Shell. You know, it will be able to deal with the refraction charges of the TA. The Spirit Breaker gets on top. It's actually be Salvation that go for the Slaughter and the Shadow Demon here as well. Those 2 pickups coming out in quick succession. So Salvation, they've got the minus armor plan here with the TA and the Slaughter. They might be looking to take some quick objectives, quick Roshans, and early team fights as well up against Bleed.
I like it. You get the Dispel against the Darkseer after level 6. You also get to stack for your TA because you're playing Dire Side, so the Shadow Demon goes through.
You have the catch on the Spirit Breaker as well, coming in on that charge. You know, you're going to be able to get that instant disruption off.
I am a big fan so far. They also have a lot of physical damage here, just stacking up the minus armor too. What is Bleed gonna go for? Tiny is open. No, never mind. Very good Tiny band from Salvation. What is the high armor here you can pick here? I think it's gonna have to be Troll on Bleed, just because you get the extra armor as you hit stuff.
I want to see something. Let's go for a Pudge carry. You know, just run down that TA.
Oh.
You know, just...
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I think it's pretty good. You are tanky, even though his damage block thing is not particularly good against minus armor. And you do have... We're going to have some auras coming from the Darkseer. And if you are winning, you can overwhelm the TA before she can burst you, which is nice.
And... What else were we looking at? The Bleed. Was it Bleed? No, it was Salvation, right? With Pickers. Gonna go for the Chaos Knight here. So, okay, looking to overwhelm. What else did they go for yesterday? So CK, they picked up a Pugna, Darkseer, Tiny, Dragon Knight. They picked up the Mirana. That was something. The Mirana and the Enigma. And the Enigma is still available here for Bleed if they want to pick that one up.
Yeah, but they can't because they have this Darkseer. So, yeah. You probably just want a good 5 here to CK. You can try and go for the Lich, right? Some people were kind of experimenting with the Lich, but they're going to go for Crystal Mating instead. So my attack speed's low. Not too bad.
That is good against the Templar Assassin and the Slaughter here. Being able to get, once the Freezing Field comes out, yeah, you don't get that armor anymore, but you get that extra attack speed slow. That Templar Assassin, Slaughter, both of these rotate around, being able to get those quick right clicks off. So being able to slow those down might be a big detriment here to the Salvation game plan.
Exactly. Salvation, they can play Troll. Very decent against Darkseer in lane. Just buys BKB. Can actually have mischance going on the CK Illusions. I am not a... And it's also, there's like a right-click type hero anyways. Ooh,
Salvation go for the pudge. Okay, okay. I was going to say, how greedy is this lineup, though, from Salvation? I know you have to pick a carry. You know, you're never going to get away with just being like, okay, we've got a TA, we've got our Slaughter. You're picking up a carry now as well. But it feels like Slaughter wants to blink BKB. TA wants the blink, the Dragonlance, the Desolator. Pudge at least might be getting aggressive early on because he doesn't want too much past like the Ags, maybe an Eternal Shroud in there. But it's still a fairly greedy lineup, I think, for Salvation.
It's as greedy as they lose their lanes. So when you look at it, we don't know the TA matchup. We don't know... We do know the Pudge matchup, which should actually be pretty decent. First couple levels might be hard, but once he gets like 1 point of the damage block thing, you can always just hook the creeps to kill them. And they could even have some kill potential here depending on the support they pick up for Salvation.
Yeah, there's still a hero to come out here for, like I say, that support. If you're looking at this for Bleed, would you go into the Lesh mid up against the TA?
No, I think they just don't have enough. There's too much minus armor basically on the side of Salvation. You probably need something that. I don't mind Viper. I don't mind TA. I don't mind Primal. Although Primal against SD is a bit sketchy.
10 seconds
I think Storm's pretty bad. I hope they don't go that route.
What about an Ember?
It's banned.
Oh, it is. I didn't see that. I was too busy looking at the the long list of heroes.
Yeah. What else could they go? Maybe. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Viper's alright. Can you meeple here? Probably not.
No, because would you meepo against the TA mid? That feels a little bit risky to come out.
I guess Pango. Maybe go Pango.
Yeah.
You have a way to break refraction. You benefit from Iron Shell. Rolling Thunder just locks down. You have another cancel for Dismember. You don't really care about disruption from Shadow Demon.
What else? I wouldn't mind seeing like a mid mag, but maybe that's just a little bit too much looking for the wombo combo. You know, not enough in the actual fights when those ultimates are down.
Yeah, I think he's also kind of batting the lane. I think you need something that has like, I like Pango or Void Spirit honestly. To me, they're both like you get into the fight, you get into the midst of things, and you have a shield of some sort to be able to kind of fight the in lane. If you're going for a melee hero, because I feel like they have an incentive for it just because you have Darkseer on their side.
So what's it going to be? Salvation, they ban out the Viper. Yeah, they've got themselves just over 30 seconds now to think about this final pick, whether you want to be going, what support they want to be picking up. Anything that stands out to you here for Salvation to run? I guess alongside the Slardar in the lane, maybe like a Hoodwink?
I think it's SD Slaughter, honestly. I feel like when you're Dire, you want to have SD4 because of the stacking. So I'm assuming you're going to pick a 5. You can go Oracle or
Dark Willow.
Go Willow. Interesting. It's very good against the CK Illusions. It's you can throw this on the initiating hero. It's usually going to be the Slaughter. It's okay. I think that's fine. Now for Bleed, they need that mid hero that can take it to TA.
And what's it going to be? I suppose with the Dark Will as well, you have that Terrorize from a distance that can deal with the Crystal Maiden, you know, trying to throw out the Freezing Field, any aggression coming out from the Spirit Breaker as well. So, yeah. And it is going to be the Lesh. I got one right. I got
All
one
right.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I think this can backfire. You know, I feel like this if Bleed wasn't the favorites to take the whole thing, I feel like Leshrac. I just saw so many games where Leshrac, like he wants to rush Bloodstone. So like if this Slaughter blink crushes you with the TA going as well, you're just like you literally die in 2 hits. So it's not a hero that can build armor. It's not a mobile hero that can run away. And it's a hero that just has one fixed item build that he pretty much never deviates from. It's just that type of pick where you're very confident that you're going to do okay in lanes so that your Leshrac doesn't struggle. Because if they struggle in lanes, I honestly can't see Salvation Gaming just getting away with this game. Especially because Leshrac also has nothing on Pudge. Pudge just turns in his damage block thing. Leshrac's down, like doing 0 damage to him.
I think that I kind of get the pick that, you know, you're going to be able to kind of take it to the TA in lane. Whether he's going to win it or not, you'll remain to be seen. But you are going to be able to take it. And then when you come into the team fights, you've got Jackie with all of his illusions. You've got Paulson and Zeal with the illusions coming out from the wall as well that are going to be able to frontline for you. So Emo kind of has to hope that he isn't the one that gets focused down in this fight. You know, that there's going to be more pressing issues coming through from the other 3 heroes here. I believe those 3 melee heroes, that he is going to be able to sit back and do the damage. So I like the pick. You know, I think it does well up against Wonder Boy as well. You're going to have some good control outcoming. Damage against the Dark Willow, even through that Shadow Realm. So, you know, that's why I was looking at the pick itself. That I think it does real well against the TA in the lane. And then once you get into that late stage, that there's more issues in your face for Salvation than this Leshrac trying to close the gap.
Yeah, it definitely depends on how the lanes are going to go. So hopefully Salvation can have a better showing here, because I think both the lanes and the game were a bit... yeah, they just didn't play at the same level as Bleed. And now with this draft, I actually think it's much better than what they had in game 1. We'll see if Young God and Rupee are going to have better games. Because, to be honest, I feel like Wonder Boy actually had a pretty decent performance game 1.
Yeah, and don't forget, everybody, if you have your own opinions, you can voice them. You can go to that QR code that was on the screen to take you to the 1xBet app, or use the banner below the stream to go to the websites in chat as well. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available on the app and the website. As we get ourselves in, they're already going to be able to deal with that Observer Ward dropped here in the mid lane. That smoke coming up from Bleed, but Salvation, wise to it now, will be able to take it down and just get themselves a little bit of gold from that there as well. A tiny bit of XP as they look to get a party going here, it looks like, in the mid lane. Salvation.
Yeah, definitely worth all of that experience. Who actually got the last hit here? It was...
TA, I think.
Oh, nice. That's pretty good.
And everyone, apart from the Shadow Demon, got a bit there for that. Poor Shadow Demon. Yeah, the side runes are going to be taken here by the side of Bleed. You know, they don't want to try and contest into the river, especially with a Pudge. So they do just go for the 2 of the jungle runes. Get those picked up, and the Pudge maybe going to be a little bit disappointed when he walks past that spot, realizes that has been taken. But yeah, you don't contest a river rune with a Pudge at minute 0.
Oh yeah, definitely. Very scary. He also did go for the normal facet here on the Dismember one. Did we get any weird facets here? So far, it looks like that's just not the case. Everyone with their standard stuff.
The Drick went for... was it? The... How do you say that?
Promulgate?
Promulgate? Okay.
Yeah, but that's pretty much the one I've seen the most, actually.
Really?
Yeah, at least. I mean, it didn't get to cast a lot of Shadow Demon because it's usually banned or ignored, but I think that has been pretty common. I don't even remember what the other one is. Do you?
It's when a hero dies in a certain race, you get an illusion until they respawn or you die.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. We're not seeing a lot of illusion heroes in this patch, right? Even in SEA, like, we got maybe 2 Morphling games. Naga barely got played. Maybe in a you know, when the meta changes, we might get to see that facet being used a bit more.
I wonder if you kill a PL or a PL dies next year. Whether, oh, Hook's going to come in onto Paulson. Paulson, can he get himself away from this one? Zeal's going to be close now as well. Iron Shell going to do a little bit damage to Young God, but Zeal, he
level
gets
1 there
caught
too.
in the brambles. And it looks like Zeal, he might be the first blood. The bash comes out, but it's not going to be enough, and Lloyd gets the kill here. But it looks like Paulson, is he going to be able to take down Young God? He does, and now he gets a charge out. Shadow Realm's going to be here, but it's a long stun on this Dark Willow. Dark Willow, one more right click maybe, drops those brambles, and it is actually going to be Paulson that gets caught in, losing a lot of health here. So Lloyd not going to be able to get the kill, but he does dissuade Paulson for diving any further.
All right, I missed the Pudge. Was able to get that one flash heap stack. Oh, did you see that from the Pudge?
I did not. I missed it.
He tried to hook a creep just as he got back from the base, you know, because you have the mana regen from Fountain. The Spirit Breaker drew aggro so that he missed the creep, and he just wasted his mana.
Oh, five-head plays.
Paulson definitely using his brain. Didn't know cows were that smart, but definitely proving us wrong.
Yeah, cows, from what I'm told, are pretty smart. As mid lane, how's this looking? Wonderboy and Emo. It's going to be even in terms of the last hits, but Emo going to be able to throw out the damage. How much do you like the... is it the facet or is it the innate that gives him his mana back on his right clicks? It's the facet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the other one just kind of takes your ability to take buildings, which is why I think no one actually... Like, if they made it so that you do double the damage on, like, just double the damage, but a fourth of the damage on buildings or something, maybe people will try and go for that one. It's just, the downside is just too big.
Yeah, and so yeah, maybe taking this the Chrono-Optic nourishment by default here. Third time was the charm on the word. Meanwhile, how's it going on the bottom lane? Jackie, he's looking okay. He's finding these last hits here as well. Got a decent creep wave to be found up as well. So it's not going to be perfect farming here for Jackie, but it's going to be near close, and he's going to be having, yeah, a really good time onto this one. Just straight phase power treads into the wand, into the armlet, which wouldn't really be expecting anything different for the Chaos Knight. Yeah, Lloyd could be in a little bit of trouble here. Pops that Shadow Realm charge, will be in. Iron Shell, is this going to be doing damage? A vacuum comes through. Paulson, though, trying to do what he can. He gets the bash onto Young God underneath the tower. Lloyd, who are they going to try and target down? With all these creeps moving through as well, the vacuum will be here now as well. You've got the charge in 6 seconds, and Young God is going to be under pressure as Emo solo kills out the TA in the mid lane. See, I told you it was a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, when you're Emo, right? When you're Emo, you can just get away with murder as they're going to lose another hero. Oh, man, this game's looking grimmer than game 1. Bleed just getting W's in every single lane, pretty much.
Yeah. And you look at this one as well. Young God was chased away from that creep wave. The next one, it just allows them to dive under that tower there as well. Back onto Lloyd, and Lloyd had already used the Shadow Realm. Spirit Breaker's going bottom. They want to make something happen here. They're going to be able to get the Frostbite onto Rupido. There's going to be the charge now as well. Chaos Bolt onto him. And the pullback with the Reality Rift. Well, Shadow Demon's going to try and keep him alive a little bit longer, but it does mean that the Frostbite is going to be back up. Rupido, is he going to be able to get himself away? The Crystal Maiden can't get in range, so might have to change targets. And it is the Shadow Demon that's going to get targeted down and killed down. Paulson takes the credit for that.
Paulson is absolutely carrying this game. It's just... He's already 3-0, part of so many kills. Could even maybe charge mid. If you get like the Emo's level 6, full man in HP, there is a chance, but he's actually keeping back to the top lane as they will lose the darks here.
Yeah, Zeal just a little bit out of position though. And I mean, while this is going on, the Paulson, he's going to be able to find some solo XP. Who is... He's the lowest level... Oh no, okay, the Crystal Man's lowest level in the game, so he's not going to get that boost from the pack mentality. That herd... herd
charge
mentality.
on Wonderboy.
Do they get the damage out now? Wonderboy's trying to get himself away. Essie in the mid lane. There's going to be the Split Earth coming through now as well. Charge not even needed. And Emo gets the kill with the help of the Crystal Maiden. But yeah, the solo XP coming out from Paulson now... He's going to be able to get himself close to that quick 6. He's not even anywhere near the... You know, the Wisdom Runes aren't here for another minute, and he's nearly level 5 here on the Spirit Breaker, so having a really good time on the Spirit Breaker. And yeah, the 6 is probably going to come out with that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, that's crazy how far ahead he is. Just, you know, getting those kills in the lane, and rotating. And obviously the charge always gives them the intel on... where the TA is. Much easier for the Leshrac to counter as Young God gets charged.
Yeah, but he is going to get that meat shield off here in the top lane, so the Iron Shell not going to be super effective. Paulson might want to carry on just dancing around the tower here, as there is a creep wave now. He's going to take a tower shot, but the surge comes through. What damage can they do? Might change targets onto Lloyd. Lloyd's going to take some harass as well from that Iron Shell, but it looks like Paulson got that charge up. It's not going to be a connection on the hook either, so he will be able to walk himself away. And question is now, does he come back in? The Wisdom Runes are up. And I would like to see him move over, try and get that up to try and get the 6. But we're going to see the Lesh moving over here as well. Vacuum's available on the Darks here. He's nearly level 6 now too. And it looks like they might try and get the charge. Young God, he's going to be the target coming through. Emo's going to be here. With the Split Earth, it won't actually connect because the Lightning Bolt, well, Lightning Bolt doesn't slow him down long enough.
Hooks off the mark.
Yeah, he doesn't actually hit this one. 3 heroes here, though. Emo's going to try and do what he can. The TA, does he want to rotate up, make it a 3v4? It looks like they might. Vacuum comes back through. Zeal, only level 5, not level 6 just yet, so there's no wall. But if they do get the kill onto the Pudge, it might come out now. Level 6 is available on the Darks here. Are they going to try and retreat? Could be a 3v4 as the TA carries on moving up here. But yeah, they get the kills. They don't even get the kill onto Paulson. And they're even going to take this tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. We lose that Pudge. Bleed's just playing very similar to game 1, even though their heroes are quite they have quite different play styles. Even without this Chen, just have the Spirit Breaker charging everywhere. Darks here, actually, like, he pretty much has a mech. He's very close to it before it's gonna be done before minute 10. And then how do you actually fight a Salvation? That's really the question you have to be asking yourself.
And look at this as well, the hero levels. It was a Wisdom Rune 1-for-1 because Drick got the Wisdom Rune. Lloyd is nearly level 5. Drick is halfway through, a third of the way level 4. But you've got SC now, he's level 6. Paulson is a couple of creeps away from level 6 as well. And he's going to be affected by that herd mentality on the Spirit Breaker. So that is going to amplify his experience gain here as well. These two supports for the side of Bleed, you know, they're going to have a level advantage over the two supports onto Salvation. And I'm pretty sure they're going to make it work now with these two ultimates being up.
Yeah, it's just looking very good for them. Young God's just gonna go for the eggs we all know and love, but he's very far behind. Still needs 3,000 gold for it. The CK will finish his armlet soon, and the time is on Bleed. They're just gonna be kicking much faster, as you said, not only because of levels, but also because of gold.
And this is a TA that, as well, that he's gonna have to share the jungle with the Pudge, because this Pudge lane went horribly. You know, you usually see the TA around this time. You move into the triangle, you take the stacks in the triangle, you move through your jungle, you find your farm. But the Pudge is just so far behind here in terms of net worth that it's having to be shared position 1 and position 2, which is going to affect the pace that this TA comes online as well.
Exactly. Yeah, this one is definitely problematic. Sag going for a drum, so the CK illusions are going to be hitting much harder. The Leshrac can just close the gap much faster, even if there's no surge on him. And I mean, the mech's already done. Zeal literally has a 9-minute mech.
What do you do here? Salvation, this just looks like it's gone from just incredibly bad in terms of, you know, the lane stage wasn't great for them. And it's not like they have a way to kind of kick themselves up the arse here in the, you know, away from the lane as well, because this TA probably gets hunted down, even sharing the gold XP. This is what I'd be looking to do if I was Bleed, you know, just really put the pressure onto this Templar Assassin, stop this mid-game supremacy that comes out, that the TA likes to have once the Blink the Desolator's up, where you roam around, get the picks, just put her in the mud here. You know, just do as much damage economically to Wonderboy as possible.
Yeah, I think either the Slaughter or the TA are definitely the heroes you want to shut down, because they are the ones that will build blinks. We're going to have the silence on the TA and the stun on the Slaughter. You know, this Pudge, oh, charges, they also find... Oh, this is terrible. Rick dies.
And yeah, just too far out of position it looks like. They did get the charge onto the TA. Are they going to go for more into this one? Nether Strikes are going to bounce back onto the Dark Willow. Dark Willow has that Shadow Realm on cooldown now and will be killed off. SC going to be taking the kill here, and Lloyd, he's going to be dead for the next 20 seconds as they move through to this tier 1 tower. It looks like Bleed looking to open up this map up against Salvation Gaming.
Yep, very similar to game 1. Now, without the Chen, they have this Lash. They're going to put so much pressure in the tier 1. This Pudge has to jungle, TA has to jungle. Slaughter is the only hero applying like a semblance of pressure, but even he can be punished. And yeah, CK or the TP in there will force him out.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So Slardar hasn't left the lane just yet. He's got himself the double braces, but he's going to be still 1,000 gold away from the Blink Dagger. TA, net worth-wise, again, going to be able to catch up a little bit, but it's going to be the Dragon Lance before the Deso. The Blink Dagger still 200 gold away, which isn't too much for a TA. You know, it's just about being able to get to the camps to get the farm in. And, you know, how do you then look to... Are you fighting when the Dragon Lance is up, or is the TA just hiding away, finding that farm right up until the Deso's up?
I think you might have to fight before that. The thing is, you cannot fight without your level 6 on the supports. Willow finally has hers, but the Shadow Demon still needs pretty much a full level. So, actually, never mind. Yeah, it's a quarter of a level, but yeah, he does need that OT, and then maybe you can get a fight. It's just that there's a lot of mobility on the bleed heroes, right? You have Surge, you have Charge, Leshrek's a fast hero. It is not that hard for them to connect. And Salvation, at least now, they don't have a lot of burst damage. Charge onto Wonder Boy. That's an awkward charge.
The trap's coming out. The Nether Strike. Oh, the blink comes out just before it connects there. He was mid-animation. The hooves were raised and he was looking for it. But he's not going to be able to go for that one just yet. And it's not going to slow down Bleed, though. They're looking to invade this triangle, looking for another pickup here. They might even see this triple stack on the Ancients, try and steal that one away. Or it might be the Slardar that's the next target.
Yeah, OT on the Slaughter. Where's the charge?
That's right. Yeah, I love that. The reality ref drag back there as well. Just getting the full benefit because it is the imbalance, right, on the Spirit Breaker. So you Nether Strike and then charge. You bounce them an extra distance with that charge in.
He did get a couple of the creeps of that stack, but at the same time, Wonder Boy, if they get vision of you, they will charge. But thankfully, they don't.
Well, what can they... 9-2, 6k net worth lead, coming up to the 13-minute mark. Who's Spirit Breaker's just charging to the creep wave, taking this pressure off the top tower. And yeah, you look at this lineup, I was thinking, oh, Salvation, they're going to have a quick, easy Roche lineup, going to be able to farm up. But do you think that's something Bleed need to keep an eye out for the next few minutes, or Salvation not to a point yet where they can contest that or try and take that free Roshan?
I mean, they don't even need to take Roshan. Like, they just need to choke Salvation and use the map control they're going to be able to get. So just farm the entire Dire side. The only hero that can leave the base is probably the TA because she has Blink. But even that eventually could be a problem once there's like Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker, or even the smoke that he did buy in the base so far. Thankfully though, Blink Dagger on Rapido is done, so you can potentially try to fight. The thing is, if it goes south, it's kind of a death sentence.
Yeah, and we'll see how he's going to try and work this one. Yeah, like you said, whether this is going to be the second Slardar today that doesn't want to try and get aggressive until that BKB's up. Never mind the Blink Dagger here. Blink Dagger is available, so we'll see if they want to try and group up and fight. Young God has spent the entire game out at the laning stage, just in this little corridor of farm as well, just trying to pick up as many items as he can. He's getting close to having that Axe completed here, but you look at the net worth, he's going to be, what's that, 5th on the net worth chart, and that's your carry Purge as well. This is the hero that you wanted running down. This is the, you want to get aggressive. The hook's coming out, building those flesh heap stacks that he's only got one of 14 minutes into the game here. You'd be wanting him to have like 2, 3, 4, maybe even hitting 5 or 6, but he's just not been able to get involved in the fights. There will be a smoke gank coming out though. Crystal Maiden, Blink Dagger's going to be revealed here. SE, what's he going to be able to do? They're going to chase down Rupido though. He's going to be charged up. The damage coming through. Split Earth. He might have just been saved here by the disruption coming through from that Shadow Demon. What damage can they do here? Lesh is going to be bounced into a pretty bad position, but they might be able to trade it off the Slardar. They do get the kill, and Young God, he's going to be able to get the second stack on his back with the kill onto Emo, but it looks like they might want to try and go for more. Charge comes through. Paulson, does he want to go for that strike onto Lloyd? Lloyd's trying to get himself away from this one. TA, he gets involved here. Paulson's losing a whole load of life, and they are going to be able to get the kill onto Paulson now. CK's going to be dragged in, but what damage can he do? He's going to be able to get off his ultimate now as well. Chase down onto Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy trying to get himself out of this one. Young God's going to be in the middle of it. Can he take down the Switch? He's got the Dismember going, and the Iron Chill, it's not going to be enough. They take down 4 health. Is it going to be all 5 of them? There's Crystal Maiden trying to get himself away from this one. The trap will pop. They have the control. They have that Curse Crown coming out. And he is going to be controlled through this one. Maybe give the kill over to Wonder Boy. That is a fight that gives Salvation a lifeline here.
And I mean, Bleed didn't actually needed to do anything like that. It was a 1-for-1, core for core. It was the Spirit Breaker that tried to force that too much. And this Aghanim Scepter and Pudge cannot be underestimated. The CK just doesn't lifesteal as much as he usually does.
No, that came out at the perfect time though against Young, because Young God, he was, before that fight came out, he was just finishing up that Aghanim Scepter. Another 20-30 seconds maybe, and that fight might go a little bit different, and Bleed might take it down. Is we gonna take it down?
Emo gets a haste rune.
Is he gonna be able to chase down Lloyd though? Lloyd's got these brambles out. It looks like, nah, they're gonna be able to purge it off, slow him down, and Lash not gonna be able to chase down into that.
Alright. Young God now working towards a Blink Dagger. Very good this game. I also wouldn't mind a shard, but you know, asking Course to actually buy a shard seems like it's impossible these days. They're just way too good for that.
Yeah, they've got other priorities here. As bottom lane, Paulson. There's going to be a group up coming through from Salvation, so, I mean, the Shadow Blade's going to be started by the Spirit Breaker as well. He wants to be able to get those charges in, those safe charges in. But yeah, he's still going to be, what's that, about 600, 700 gold away from completing. So he's going to need another minute or so, as it looks like Bleed, while this is going on, they're going to try and sneak this Roshan from under Salvation. They know they can't leave it too much longer, because Salvation are hitting these power spikes, and they might look for it themselves.
It's a very nice play. They understand that Salvation is the team that can sneak this Roche, and instead of defending this tier 1, they steal the Roche. There's definitely more value. But yeah, I mean, at least a tier 1 tower is going to fall here for Salvation. They're still like a much better place. This is like the best they've looked since minute 3, probably.
Yeah, and if you look at this now, with the Ag Scepter being up on the Pudge, Blink Dagger BKB queued up for him. TA jumped to the top of the net worth with that last fight, 1, 2, and 4. Desolator, this is right back on track for the TA now at 17 minutes, maybe a little bit slower than he would have liked, but once that dash shows up, this Templar Assassin is going to be an absolute menace. So, some good recovery coming out from Salvation thanks to that last fight, it feels like.
Yeah, interesting that she's going for the Deso instead of the Shard. I think there's a lot of value for Shard this game. Obviously, there's Greaves on the Darks here, but I think canceling Freezing Field, preventing the charge from Spirit Breaker. I guess. I mean, it's a choice, but I feel like, especially the Aegis being on the side of Bleed, the fights are going to be forced by them, and having the silence could help more maybe than the minus armor in these fights. Because at the end of the day, if Bleed is together, the minus armor actually matters less, because, well, there's going to be auras, but also because you don't get to, like, explode heroes, right? Usually that matters a lot when you're going for pickoffs, and you just, like, one-shot someone. You might not even get to use all of your spells and attack if Bleed is pushing S5.
And look at this as well. They want to put the pressure onto the tier 2, maybe enforce a fight in their favor here, but this tier 2 tower is going to be pressured down so quickly by the side of Bleed. And this is only Emo doing it as well. You've got the rest of the heroes behind them not really showing. Jackie will move in now, and it looks like Salvation, they might not even be able to trade off this tier 1 for it as well, because the TP comes in. Emo, he's going to be able to get the split off. There's going to be the charge coming through now as well into the middle of this fight. Whereas that Nether Strike, it is going to bounce around here. What damage can they do onto this one? Because Jackie's going to be joining in now as well. Can they get themselves into this? Chase down onto Lloyd. Lloyd's going to try and use that Shadow Realm to get himself away, but the damage coming through, that AoE damage for Emo, it's going to be way too much. Pudge just get the Dismember onto the Crystal Maiden. Can he get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden? No, it doesn't look like it now. The Reality Rift dragged back in. They get the kill onto Young God. They lose Rupee though. They've lost 2 cores there, and after that last fight, singing their praises might have dropped a big Caster's Curse, because that was a free fight for Bleed.
So, before that fight, do you want to guess what the win probability was for Salvation?
42%.
It was 12%. Even though it was a 3k goal lead for Bleed. Kind of crazy, right?
Yeah. And it's half now, 6%.
Yeah, it is damn low. Bleed, I mean, it's once again a lineup that can group up, that has auras, that takes the fights, and Salvation is more of a pick-off style lineup that honestly didn't really change that much. It's just that I think they have better heroes than they had in game number 1. And Bleed is just really good at playstyle, and it feels like Salvation not good enough in the lanes to kind of justify or compensate for not having the team fight and be able to put up a stand when Bleed groups up. Like that fight they won, it was mostly because Bleed just forced that fight when they didn't need to. Like their strongest hero, the Leshrac, was then they still try to go for a YOLO play. They got unlucky with the on the Pudge. But yeah, Salvation, you're gonna have to really surprise us here with a really good fight if they want to take this game.
And you can see that the Chaos Knight, I like this. We're seeing this more and more. The Orchid coming out into the Manta style as well. So the Chaos Knight looks like he's going to be able to overwhelm Salvation. You are going to have the Rot as well as the TA attacks to try and deal those illusions. But he does have the Phantasmagoria. So those are strong illusions. Going to be taking less damage as he gets on top of you with them. And with the Phantasm as well as the Manta illusions, that's an entire army for Jackie just on his own, which is going to be really hard, I think, for Salvation to try and deal with.
By the way, even on the enemy side creates strong illusions, so we might get to see... Oh, look at Young God. They're predicting this Tormentor play here. And they give a good hook. Oh,
nope, they're not going to get any hook. It is off the mark here. Good sidestep from Jackie. Jackie, though, might be in a little bit of danger. He doesn't have that Aegis, remember, so he's going to try and do what he can with the Phantasm coming out now as well. Vacuum back now as well. What damage can he do from this one? It might just be enough. Does he want to drop the wall? He does, and now those illusions start to come out, but he will
they actually
still
got the
die
shard in the
on
Dire.
Seal.
They killed the shard.
Okay, Lloyd, and Emo at least denies a Wisdom Rune, as it looks like Bleed try and leave. No, the hook comes back in. Emo, though, he does have that Aegis. Let's see how long he's going to be able to go with this now as well before that Aegis pops. In fact, he might not even pop the Aegis at all. Young God's going to be the next one to go down. Emo gets a triple kill, and he's going to be able to go for more on this one as well. He's got that second life still intact, and he's got the Diabolic Edict coming up in the next second as well as a creep wave that's going to be able to... Fortification gets pushed out here, but still, 3 heroes once again traded off for the Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, Salvation is like, okay, guys, you have the numbers advantage, but actually you don't. Leshrac has Aegis, and they didn't even take the first life. I'm honestly surprised. I thought that the Bloodstone wasn't going to heal him enough to sustain just because of the Pudge Eggs. He somehow, I don't know if he had like a 20 magic one charge or how the hell he got so much HP back, but yeah, there's Leshrac, level 15, looking really strong at the moment. Did get some really good neutrals. Dragon's KO as well as the Armor Talon at 10. Trying to offset all of that minus armor on Salvation side.
Yeah, and it's... I'm just looking through. What did he get the life back from? Was it just purely because of the Bloodstone?
I think it was, but he was on a rod effect, so I thought that the negation, the life steal reduction was not gonna allow him to live, but yeah, he's just too strong right now.
I guess there was maybe the Pavis came out as well early on, just to be able to get that barrier to get back up to a decent amount of health. But,
possibly.
Yeah. Okay, and it looks like Bleed here, they're gonna have to settle for their own Tormentor, as Paulson does get the shot.
Alright, so... At least they do have the Willow Shard. That's definitely like a really big one here in terms of annoying the Spirit Breaker, annoying Leshrac. Like all of their heroes kind of have to walk through these fights, and the illusions, everything is just going to be stuck on the Brambles. Well, there's I don't think there's a better shard for Salvation to get besides the TA, which apparently Wonder Boy just doesn't really care about.
No, well, I mean, the Shadow Demon for the Demonic Cleanse, that's not a bad one either.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I actually think most of them here on the side of Salvation, it would have been a benefit to anyone getting that shard, because I don't think there's a bad shard on the side of Salvation.
Yeah, true. Literally every single one is amazing. Slaughter also doesn't have his. Hopefully he's gonna get it after this BKB. Not really sure. There's anything worth 1400 gold that's better. Okay, he does have it queued up, but Ags is there as well. Please. Oh, they're smoking.
Yeah, Young God, he's going to be charged up now as well. Paulson, he actually throws out the hook to cancel that one off. Dismember comes through, but what are they going to be able to do? Vacuum into the wall. Those heroes just disappear as it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Willow. Can they go for more into this one? Young God, he's in the middle of this one. He's got the rock coming out of him. And yeah, the buyback comes out from Lloyd here, so maybe they want to try and fight after the wall goes down. Spells have been used, and they get the kill onto Paulson as well. Paulson's going to be back 30 seconds. Can TP to that outpost if he wants to. And yeah, get right back involved in this fight. Just straight up being able to charge in. Do they get the damage out? There's going to be the drag back now as well onto that. We'll see if this Lesh is going to live longer this time. He doesn't have the Aegis, so that's going to be the death of the Lesh. Can they go for more into this one? Jackie, he's trying to get himself out of danger here. He's already used his ultimate now as well. That armlet toggle, trying to do the best he can to keep himself alive. Looking for the TP. There's going to be the trap being popped as well. And Jackie, he's going to get bashed. He's going to get killed. He is. Rupido gets that kill confirmed. At least Roshan isn't back up. Yeah, it's going to be at least 45 seconds before the big man is back up. Same time as that respawn here on the Chaos Knight. And then there's going to be the extra clock as well. That gold clock still to come.
That's a pretty good fight. Bleed definitely forcing that fight more than they had to. They actually charged through that ward in the triangle. So that's how Salvation knew exactly what was happening. So Pudge actually cancels the charge of the hook, and the fight would have never been that good without it. But yeah, like your Blade, you literally control the entire map. You don't have to charge any tier 2. So maybe just getting a little overly excited. In general, Blade was very passive game 1. So they're like, guys, let's just have more fun this time. And like, okay, guys, we can have fun. This game kind of forces us to be very careful, and they have to be. You know, these fights, they are starting to become a little bit scary here for Bleed.
Paulson, he's going to go for another charge here onto Wonderboy. Wonderboy, 3-4 heroes around him. I don't even know if the charge connects before he dies. The damage coming through, he's just straight up gone. That was, I want to say brave, but it might have been the other thing here. You're just being so far out without vision, with heroes missing on the map like that.
Yeah, just, I mean, against Spirit Breaker, just cannot do something like that. It's just, that's why Spirit Breaker is such a strong hero, you know, especially against greedy cores. And guess what? Cores are greedy, so they will pay the price here, as Roshan, 28 seconds away, Bleed controlling the top side. I feel like Salvation, they can't really contest this Roshan. It's just impossible for her to contest into the Darkseer.
I mean, Darkseer doesn't have the wall for another minute, and the TA is going to be back up in 26 seconds here. Just about, well, it's going to be... Oh, did he take Roshan before TA's back up? This might actually be possible here, as Jackie's nowhere near as well. He does have that TP scroll to get to the tier 1 tower if they want to go for it. Scan comes out now from the Radiant into the mid as well, just onto Rupido. Roshan respawn, it is going to be back up as he pings it out. Do they want to fight this? Because Jackie's making a beeline, but the TA is going to be back up in 1 second. They might just try and contest on the side of Salvation. In fact, they're going to the Twin Gate here. This Pudge is making a move. Okay, it looks like they're not. They might just give this one up for free. Roshan Raw is going to come through, but they're not going to be able to get here in time to contest.
It's too hard. Like, even if Wall being cooldown, just like a vacuum splitter, completely changes this game, and they only have BKB on this ladder. Fortunately here, TA going for Linken's here, which is nice. We'll give her the freedom to split push a bit better. But can you split push when the game's over? Usually you can't.
Yeah, and again, 2, 4, and 6 on Wonderboy. Usually, if you're picking up a TA, especially if you're picking up a mid-tier, at this point in the game, you want them on double digits on kills, usually double digits on assists as well, with barely any deaths, and it just shows that Bleed, they knew what they had to do. They really put the pressure onto Wonderboy. Even though he's second in net worth, he's not really being able to snowball with the goal that he has, and yeah, really taking the sting out of this TA pick here on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and, you know, at the end of the day, he also died solo to Lashrak, which I just feel like it should never happen. Definitely, like, it's not only Bleed as a team, but I feel like Emo played that lane really well, whereas Wonderboy may be a bit careless there, maybe being outplayed slightly by the Bleed horse. And what do we have? Blink Dagger available for Jackie if he wants that, but looks like he's actually going to commit for a BKB.
Yeah, I like this as well. It means, I mean, the Blink Dagger is not an issue when you've got the Reality Rift coming in as well. You're not level 20 just yet, so you don't have it, the Piercing Spell immunity, but you are still able to get yourself on most heroes and do that damage. That way, you're going to be relying on the jump in from the Darkseer, the jump in from the Spirit Breaker, and then you can follow up with that Reality Rift, where if you went for the Blink, I still think you're at risk. I mean, we've seen it already, right, that he's lost a lot of health if he gets caught out, so I think the BKB is much more worth it, even with the cheese here for the CK at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, even the cheese is not going to be that helpful if you're affected by rot, so you're going to be healing way less of that cheese. And yeah, they're ready to poke some tier 2 towers here. They have their neutral level 3s. Then the Lion on the Leshrac, pretty good in general. Craggy Coat on the Darkseer is amazing. And just that Nemesis Curse here for the CK to burst some people down.
Yeah. I like the Nemesis Curse. You know, I think Atomo asked me to rank the tier 3 neutrals the other day, and like Nemesis Curse is like top 1, 2. Do they have enough control to come through this now as well? Pudge, the right click's coming out. Is he going to be able to get himself a split? That's going to be here, but the fear from that Willow, is it going to be enough control now? They might be able to take down Paulson. No, they get the kill onto Young God, and Rapido needs to bounce himself away, but the vacuum into a 3-man wall. What damage can they do from this? Zeal's trying to get himself out of danger. Did just use the Greaves here. Rapido's got that BKB going, but the Illusion's going to be forcing up the cells to the high ground, and it looks like that's going to be enough here for Bleed to retreat.
That was... The range that you just displaced this pledge is crazy, and yeah, it's paying the price for not having a BKB, going for this Shiva's Guard, trying to increase the overall DPS that he does. But yeah, it's a tough one. You obviously want to be greedy, but BKB is not a bad item at all for him as Drake gets found.
Vacuum comes back in as well. I think he tried to get the disruption out onto the Lesh, but he was caught in that split earth just mid-animation. They try and get the Purge off here on Lesh. He's just going to burst him down anyway. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here on the side of Bleed. Whether they want to try and contest onto that high ground now, well, they still have the Aegis for the next minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah. Have buyback on the Shadow Demon. They definitely don't want to use it, so...
No.
Bleed, once again.
Oh,
just,
Wonderboy. Okay. Emo isn't going to be able to find the vision on Wonderboy's going to be able to come through. Force-staffed himself down there as well. Moves himself out. Radiant Scan comes through. He stops on the edge of it. He's not going to be picked up. He will be able to get that TP back to base.
Damn, he was literally on the edge. Like, on my screen, it actually felt like he was under
he was
the
there,
effect. I have
yeah.
some pretty large icons.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Time.
Yeah.
They're going to try and sneak this one.
It's weird to say they're trying to sneak their own Tormentor, but yeah, that's kind of how that's going here. Emo, he's going to be close. Do they actually jump onto this now as well? The Tormentor, it looks like the CK Illusion might scout this one out. The Brambles have been dropped, though, and it's going to... Lloyd, oh man, that is not what you wanted to happen. It's 67 seconds without your Dark Willow and Young. Yeah, Wonderboy's going to be dragged back by the Reality Rift. You're 2 heroes down, purely because you went for a Tormentor, though.
Yep. They have creeps coming in. No buyback for 70. That Lincoln Sphere, not that useful here. And yeah, it feels like the beginning of the end here. Bleed's just way too good.
Yeah. Fort comes out. There's going to be the Manta Style as well as the Phantasm coming through for the Chaos Knight now, as well as the Fortification was off on that tier 3 tower. Young God going to try and do what he can. Jumps himself in with Shivas, but the Chaos Bolt does connect. If they want to try and go for the drag back, Rupido's going to jump himself in as well. Jackie has that BKB going. Shivas Guard comes out now from Emo, and it looks like they're going to be able to do the damage to Rick. He is going to be in trouble. Disruption's going to save his life for a little bit longer. Freezing Field, though, does get cast out. They get the kill onto 2. Can they go for more onto this one? They might be able to take down the Pudge. Charge comes through. They've got the control with the Frostbite, and even with the damage reduction, he's still going to go down. They're going to be able to get a full 5-man. Well, technically 4, because they didn't kill the Dark Willow, but still 5 heroes dead on the side of Salvation. They just want to go for tier 4s. They want to end the game. No buybacks here on the side of Salvation. And yeah, I think Bleed know they can end it right here and now.
Yeah, the Willow's alive. Okay, they can't really force any buybacks, so now they are back to getting another set of barracks. There is going to be one glyph. There you go. That's probably as much as you can squeeze without being too scared. Oh, I guess there is a greater healing Lotus on the Leshrac, so he's actually not that scared.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the Greaves gets popped here as well. He's got the Bloodstone still to come. You know, the Eternal Shroud to extra protection here. And yeah, Pudge still dead for 20 seconds. So this could be. Do they have pressure? They do have pressure on the tier 3 tower as well. Do they just want to go for Megas then? One of the CK illusions just going to get a little bit cheeky here. Rupido, he was being dove. Paulson cancels off that charge. The melee racks looks like it is going to go down, and Emo's going to be the one to get the last hit now, but he could be in trouble here. Like you say, he has that healing Lotus, but if he's going to be stunned up, he's not going to be able to get it off. The heals, it does come through. Got that Null Talisman back in his slot now.
Slaughter just gets exploded by Jackie. Yeah, that Ags, you know, status resistance is nice, but it's just way too much burst damage with Bleed.
And if you're looking at this for Bleed, the Aegis has expired. At least, oh, they're going to be able to... That's the real one, but he moves himself away, blinks himself back, that TA. And yeah, the Spirit Breaker is just like, I'm going to leave. I'm going to pop the Shadow Blade, make sure I don't get picked off, because I was too far up on my own.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bleed, they're just playing really well. You know, I think Salvation, they are an above-average team for this group, but at the end of the day, I think they are very unidimensional in the way that their drafts work. Like they want greedy cores, they want to be greedy with their item builds. They don't draft that much team fight, and when you're facing an opponent like Bleed that kind of bends your knee into the laning stage already, it feels like they really struggle.
Yeah, and Wonderboy, he's... Did he have any vision? Because he has to blink himself away, but he was going to be able to catch him up as well. They're going to be able to get that drive back in, and he was just... I guess he was trying to wait for the Wisdom Rune spawn here in Biz, but wasn't sure if they had... Do they have a gem? They do, they have it on Zeal. And he was going to be able to walk himself up. Yeah, they were going to be able to find him whichever way it happened there.
It's very similar to the other dev he had trying to get a rune last game, or like they're just very far behind, still tries to get a rune, and yeah, I don't know. This is looking pretty bad. They don't have glyph, so unless Salvation gets an amazing fight 4 versus 5 here, this should be Megas. Good hook. That's a good start.
Yeah, and this time he doesn't have that greater healing Lotus to come out, but the Greaves will be here from the Darkseer. He drops that wall as well. Emo, he's got that Bloodstone going. He's got the regen coming through from this one. He's outside of the Rot, and he might be able to get the kill. Rubido's going to try and bounce himself away. The Reality Rift drags him back in, but now Pudge, he's going to be in this mosh pit. It looks like the Disruption only going to keep him alive for a little bit longer as Lloyd, he gets dragged in, he gets killed off, and it looks like it's going to be Young God next, and then Rubido is the next one to fall. 4 heroes dead, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the GG call. There it is from Lloyd. They're going to give up game number 2 to Bleed.
Yeah, I think that was kind of close, right? Everyone's pretty low here inside of Bleed, but at the end of the day, too much teamwork here in Bleed. I think they played like the better team. They drafted better as well. And yeah, Salvation, they still have a pretty decent chance, right? Maybe if we check the groups, I am expecting them to... I honestly feel like they could go to the second stage. But yeah, they're gonna... It's just that everyone in this group is really hard. Have they played Manta yet?
No. It was the... Yeah, this is only the second day, right? So they've got... if I can find the right tab. They've got Manta tomorrow, and then they've got Talon, and then they've got... That can't be right. Tough. Okay, Talon and Tough.
Okay, yeah, because... That is definitely the 2 games that they're gonna have to win. I think you need to 2-0 Manta, and you have to like 2-0 Tough maybe, because surprisingly they are the weakest out of the really strong teams here in Group B. Like I'm assuming Talon and Bleed will get top 1 and 2, and so it's kind of a toss here between IHC, Tough, and Salvation to see who's gonna take it. Salvation did actually take it over IHC last RES, so we'll see if they're gonna be able to do it again. They did 1-1. IHC. So I think they have what it takes. They just need to play. I think they're too individualistic, honestly. Like if they can play a bit more like a team, I could see them going far.
Okay, well, I think we're going to be able to take a look at the full schedule for tomorrow as well, just to see what else is going to be happening. As yeah, we had a day-to-day of. I'm surprised that it was that easy in the second game for Bleed. I thought Salvation might have put up a bit of a better fight, but yeah, Salvation is going to be the first game up against Manta tomorrow. Then Talon versus IHC and Bleed versus Team Tough. Those last two games, maybe where we see a little bit of separation coming through in that top 3-4 to see who really is going to be able to excel at the top of the table. But yeah, Salvation, they need to take that win up against Manta tomorrow. Manta, well, they need that to keep themselves in with a chance of hitting maybe potentially top 3, but they do have Bleed and Talon left to play themselves, so it is a big ask here for Manta.
Yeah, it's a huge game for either Manta or Salvation tomorrow. That's the first one, so that's going to be a nail-biter of a series for the fans of either side. And yeah, a lot of other really clutch games as well as we are approaching here the third day of Group B. Yeah, I mean, this Group B is so stacked, man. The games are always, like, this one was kind of a storm, but in general, the games have been very, very close.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing. I know we're going to be on the last two series tomorrow, though, again, or at least I am. I might be with Kips. I don't know if you've got the day off. So,
yeah, I have the day off. I don't cast tomorrow.
Well, it looks like you're going to miss it. You can still watch it. You can watch along with the rest of the viewers here. But that is going to be it for the day. That is going to be us done. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. And once again, don't forget to tune in same time, same place for more Southeast Asian Dota. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dota action.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it.
Check it out. There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.